251 slap in the face time on Alanxia fire pouring, and the forces of many countries have their own unique way. For example, the demon side relies on a large number of low-level demons to consume Alan Hill's Steel Rain. Another example is that a large number of Puppet Empire on the use of puppets, and Alanxia competition to consume anyway. They are consumed by the steel timber like the physical stuff, although a short time we are distressed but also afford to consume. And Jess Promise Empire Mortals Empire, neither the army nor the devil puppet troops, in the face of Alanxia is somewhat embarrassing. Corey South Asian directing his first 5 sets group army, after the Ready, the train station is the first in Virginia Cow 1 set occupation army group. The West Railway was opened the next day. To initiate G-Sinuo Empire the attack hit. It's real he would have the ability to attack, and only at that time Alanxia do not know what war west of the railway is lost or won, so there is no rush to make the first 5 set group Imperial Army killed G-Sinuo hinterland. Now, everything has gone according to the script. Alanxia, West Railway has been opened in all likelihood. The first 9 sets group army critical situation has been resolved. The remaining thing is to reap profits in this war. If you say Western troops into the millions, are for mankind, for truth, for the whole world to fight, then South on 5 sets group army, that is, to the economy, for wealth, for Alanxia business people working hard tomorrow. You can say that every advance in the south of Korea 1 kilometer will be for the Alanxia band to untold wealth. So he moved, naturally, with the hope of countless people getting rich, with the happiness of countless Alan Hillers. Corey Sub-I actually simmering gas, but he was under the command of His Majesty the Emperor Alanxia first batch of military commanders. Red root seedlings are from the Minister of the Dragon. As a result, due to the injustice of fate, he has become a marginal figure. In the early years, he was the famous general who led the troops to a remarkable record in the Battle of Aranti and swept the Prince of Lumbach on the periphery of the results because the first 5 sets deployed troops to biased position group. This wasted to now. Take a look at this great past 6 months. How many generals come to the fore, whether the Air Force Commander Buto Elijah, or the Army Chief of Staff Luo Kai, that are all based in Sears, devised strategies, must win ruthless people thousands of miles away. Look at real school generals, with around the Emperor, has been a confidant of General Walter Cronies did not say, the first 2 sets group army crest year but not as good as his small Korea Valley are. As a result, these people have now become well-known famous generals, but it is his former ruthless person, Korea, who has become a little unknown character. So, Corey Asia this time southward offensive campaign G-Sinuo Empire, look into his own battle recovers, he wants to use a brilliant victory, the south line to bring laurels for himself overlord. He wants to use the battle for his name, he wants to use to accomplish this battle of 5 sets invincible army of mythical group. At that time, those famous players such as Walter and Lester are the big players. Corey is the commander-in-chief of the front army alone, so His Majesty naturally has a judgment in his heart. So, get after the attack command. Korea immediately launched his autumn offensive, the construction of good roads along earlier, 6-way force go hand in hand, rounded out the painstaking efforts of the Empire G-Sinuo north of the anti-line. One side is the Ant Dan Dan is determined to make a bigger promising young field, while the Empire executives fear G-Sinuo no way. One side is already half a leg ahead of the Cold War level of technology Alanxia army, while the most of the troops and the Beiyang warlords level of Jasno's troops. When Jess Promise Empire soldiers crouched in the trenches to see hordes of eel to attack aircraft flying over their heads, when a surge of despair tragic to fill every person's heart G-Sinuo, the first 5 sets group army and the first 17 sets regiment army frontal assault on the total deployment of 1970 cannons of various calibers only 220 guns of similar power can be put into battle on the defense line of the Jasno Empire. The same kind of Korea hands of the first 5 armored division. Tanks and other armored forces were equipped with independent large about 700 vehicles, Some more armored vehicles, various models add up to almost 1,500 liang much. And his opponent Jesno Empire probably has 100 armored cars modified by itself, and the number of tanks is better. And there is basically no one. Empty military aspects. Alanxia Line in the south has deployed a total of 700 G of various types of fighters and bombers. Count Sidekick Parlake Empire purchased Me-109 fighter as well as a small amount of Il-2 attack aircraft. Their Air Force planes more than 1,000. The other side, Chisinau Empire or aircraft are not. How big the gap between the two sides is as big. Basically 8 Army Brigade County region and the US team pulled out a red division just positive picture. And has been a strong puppet emperor country still seek death of Trinity Empire, plus the Demon Army combat terror. Alanxia executives who almost forgot, the remaining opponents are what kind of stuff up. Get rid of those weird enemies. And the remaining enemies with a huge gap with Alan Hill seem to be the norm. Not all countries are as perverted as the puppet empire. And not all countries have devil dogs running all over the street. Therefore, when Alan Hill launched an offensive, the entire frontier line of the Jesno Empire collapsed. Troops that had some mobility capabilities quickly collapsed backwards, and pure infantry without mobility capabilities had only the qualifications to surrender. Because the two sides differ too poor fire. War and massacre is simply no different. The white flag of the garrison of the Jesno Empire was raised a little later, and there was almost no chance of surrender. There are more wolves and less meat in the troops rushing to make military merits. Wherever there is resistance, it will become a popular attraction. The Air Force often patronizes, and artillery will try to express themselves. As a result, in the midst of everyone's scramble, the resisting troops were left with nothing left. Surrender department team is not how the treatment, because too many prisoners, passing Alanxia troops could not hold. However, they can only make these prisoners of the Jesno Empire embarrassed, drop their weapons and roll to the side of the road to make way for the advancing troops. Then, a magical scene appeared. Dozens of soldiers escorted thousands of prisoners of the Jesno Empire, boringly gathered beside the roadbed, curiously watching trucks and tanks rushing past them. Along the way, all the cities that Alan Hill's troops passed by cried and surrendered. Even most of the cities had hung the white flag on the top of the city before seeing Alan Hill's troops. After all, these are the Air Force tortured for several days in the city. Put up the white flag does not know bombed the secret formula. He have longed to surrender, because they already had enough of those sky nightmare. South War in this case turned into a downright farce. In order not to be bombed by the Air Force, the remote hinterland cities have already surrendered. The army's advancing speed turned out to be much slower than the speed at which the opponent surrendered. Wanky aim into play more, to see the less common enemy. Take prisoners have become a new thing. We suddenly find ourselves more like to travel and tourism, rather than war. In order to prevent their family from being threatened, all the villages and towns cooperated very well with Alan Hill's troops. Whether it's a guide or a map, these people know everything about it. Because located in the south, food is also more generous property also. As to the locals really Dansu food and drink, celebrate Wang Shi. Due to people being hit too warm, but the party made beating embarrassed. That's the problem Alanxia troops south face. The principle of reaching out and not hitting a smiling face is applicable everywhere, so the military discipline of the troops going south is surprisingly good. The direct result of this development is that tourism has turned into a carnival. Everyone has forgotten that this is a war. Everyone relaxes. Everywhere they go, the consumption of alcohol is much faster than bullets. When Alan Hill's tank drove across the bridge, the armored Jesno Empire soldier standing on the bridgehead awkwardly saluted the newly learned Alan Hill military salute to his new leader. Although this picture reveals a strange, but real Solodin in the now war correspondent of the camera lens. One after another, the new Legion battle standard of the Jesno Empire Legion was sent to the hands of Commander Alan Hill. Except for the bullet holes and burn marks on the flags on the first day of the war, everything else was spotless. Finally, I counted and 2 battle flags were missing. After careful inspection, I discovered that because the first day was too fierce, the 2 battle flags were burned by incendiary bombs. After knowing the result, I wanted to take all the legions of the Jesno Empire. Courier, who had collected the battle flag, regretted it for a while. There was no way, but in the end, I had to find someone to do a double-effaced fake and make up for this shortcoming. Jess hit near Connaught Imperial capital, when the first 5 sets group army and 17 set group of mostly military forces were forced to a halt. Which fear is Corey Asia, also felt to be so nonsense continues, will go wrong. There are many reasons to prevent Alan Hill from advancing. For example, the road conditions are too bad, because the rain is muddy, or because of insufficient fuel. The supplementary troops cannot keep up with the advancing speed of the troops, and the local residents are too enthusiastic. The only reason the troops drink too much affects the battle is that the troops of the Jesno Empire counterattack. If there are reporters covering this southern battle, then the news headline for this issue has almost been set, and it should be called, "The Semi-Colonial and Semi-Feudal Empires Have Fun Every Day in the Process of Resisting Alien Invasion." 252 hit scrambling up. Yijian looks fairly decent room. A man was furious. He had actually surrendered to these soldiers. These men would do. No one dared to stand up and fight for their own country. He is a patriot, a relatively ordinary middle-class family in the Jesno Empire. He is bold and righteous on weekdays, and he is a well-known knight around him. This time Alan Hill suddenly attacked and the frontier defense line collapsed. Most of the entire country's army surrendered without a fight, and no one came out to resist. The result was that Alan Hill's troops drove straight in and had already entered the scope of the capital of the Jesno Empire, but there was still no army of King Kin gathered, and even the surrounding troops did not have the intention of resisting it. Yesterday, more than 100 bombers visited the capital of the Jesno Empire and dropped some bombs. Then in the morning, breaking loss walls as well as lazy soldiers, proved that there are decadent depravity of this country. There was no loss of relations, and some troops even began to openly shout slogans of surrender. That is something flying in the sky. That is a terrible monster that can drop a bomb. Although they know that it is an airplane and that there are new things like cars or airplanes in the world, they still have an instinctive fear of these things. The most desperate thing is that the Emperor announced this morning that he had gone against the throne and gave up the throne. Then the ministers issued an order and hung the white flag on the head of the city. Except for a few ministers who had previously agreed to declare war on Alan Hill, most of the important ministers chose to stay in the city and wait for the arrival of Alan Hill's soldiers. But, obviously, the ordinary men in front of him did not choose to surrender. He decided to use his own sacrifice to awaken everyone's sense of resistance and let this country fight. So, he stared at his wife, loudly questioning, opening hysterical, and said, They do not know what to fight in the end, do not know what they do or who fight to the death reclaim it. My dear young people, those who wear armor, weapons, holding people are not willing to fight, so you stand out. Is for what? His wife have been looking at was no longer young husband, some anxiety persuade. What am I for? This is a good question. My father is an officer in this country. He used to fight the Dothan Empire to the last moment on the battlefield. He said solemnly and firmly, I also want to do this. For this, the country fights. Even if you sacrifice yourself, you will not hesitate. Speaking here, he stepped forward, warm and hugged his wife, spoke and said, even if only one person, I have to take up arms to protect the family. Patriotic. Let these guys a good look and see how cowardly they are. How shameless they are. Honey, I cannot persuade you on this issue. I know what you say is right, but I do not want you to go to our home, for the children. His wife has been crying, struggling to persuade opening Tao. I will have to go. Alanxia, those people, they can be defeated. As long as I did, there will be more people to stand up and fight for their country. Believe me, I can do it. These Alanxia people can be defeated. The man aside to appease his wife, while break each other's embrace. His anger of staring out the window, turn iron into steel, said, normally, a person die a dog like, pretending willing loyal to the country, and now it looks like the crisis came. They were all one by one pretend to be dead. I'm going to date to make this country a coward who came out to see. Look at their own look. Shame. I dignified Chisinau Empire. There is not even a dare to fight the troops. He once again excited to move up, and then cast his gaze on the armor in the corner. That armor is a memorial left to him by his father. And it is also a very beautiful armor made privately. As the glory of the military family, it has always been placed there, representing the glory of this family. Of course, now, the man is a fairly wealthy little official. He has several children and a good house. But he hasn't practiced swordsmanship for a long time, and of course he may not have worn that armor for a long time. Gallantly, he opened his arms and said loudly to his wife, "Give me armor. I want to wear armor and hold weapons. Let the bastards of Alan Hill know. Jesno the Empire also has men who dare to fight." In desperation, his wife only full-foot own stubborn strong husband want to go calmly to die selection. Tears in my eyes. Askew armor moved in front of her husband. Then, she found that her husband's fat belly could not fit into the armor. After working hard for a long time, she raised her head awkwardly, just in time to meet her husband's more embarrassing gaze. "Forget the armor on the abdomen, I won't wear it," the man said with a slightly blushing face. Then, a piece of armor was thrown on the sofa produced by Alan Hill, and then because of the shoulders, the shoulder armor seemed to be no longer usable. With a lot of effort, although the arm armor and leg armor can barely be used, how he looks now is not like a heroic soldier, but like a second-rate cosplay otaku. Hanging the long sword around his waist, he wanted to hug his wife for the last time, but found that his firm heart had become hesitant with wearing this damn armor. He really didn't want to leave such a gentle and virtuous wife, nor did he want to leave his children who weren't adult. So, there was something coming out of his eye sockets. He could only blink his eyes, and finally turned his head and said to his wife with a vibrato, "I love you, my dear, I love you." After speaking, he opened the door and walked out with infinite tragic and infinite stubbornness. On the street, the bomb crater bombed yesterday is still vivid, and beside the collapsed wall, there are still some people weeping vaguely. Man walking forward step by step, toward city direction. Wall stride forward from time to time to see both sides of the road. Those civilians who are rebuilding their homes. No one for them to succeed, no one to fight them. The Jesno Empire is not without fighters. He whispered in my heart, hands unconsciously pressed on the sword, pace and more plus rapid up. Not far in front of him is the largest street in the city. This street leads directly to the Emperor's palace and is the flattest street in the city. Before he came closer, he heard a loud singing voice. "The King of Alan Hill will never fall. The gods are always with your majesty. We win and bathe in the supreme glory. We win because we are brave enough to kill the enemy. For the country, step onto the battlefield. The King of Alan Hill will never fall." Is to go to the front of a man at first stunned, then speed up his pace. He is almost run, the rest of 100 meters from the finish. Turn on a higher level, to see this sight. On Long Street, a huge steel body from the vehicle just before his rumbling opened. This car M42 tank's side, hollow Alanxia Eagle emblem. Heavy crawler belt hanging above some of the mud, the rotation of road wheels, scrolling forward length significantly. A half-length captain protruded from the tank turret, slanting eyes looking down at the guy wearing half-length armor and holding a long sword in his hand. The captain didn't seem to understand what the other party wanted to do, so he just looked down coldly, and staggered his eyes until the tank passed in front of the man from the Jesno Empire. Immediately behind this tank, on the other tank, the captain, who was still half of his body stuck out, still had the familiar gaze. With curiosity, with contempt, but also with a surge of people cannot look directly at the majesty, with a surge of people retreat to avoid the three homes of arrogant arrogance. "Alan Hill, you are a great country. Alan Hill, you are my mother." At this time, the previous song had already been sung, and another passing troop began to shout another one. Song comes. Pressing Menji Sinuo imperial sword swallow a mouthful of saliva, in front of these steel monsters, in very close range, giving him the shock is too great a number. He really didn't know how he should face such a terrible enemy. He has seen the cavalry of the Jesno Empire, and he has seen warriors in heavy armor, but they are all within the scope of his understanding. So he will not be afraid of these things. But now, these things in front of him made him subconsciously fear. That is a kind of inborn fear of facing unrecognizable things. This time the moment, he wanted to draw out a sword, facing the front of the monster shouted, and then hacking sword passed. But he felt the weight and strength of the other party. Yes, he was scared. He was really scared. He regretted it. Because as he understood those feelings, soldiers surrendered to such military front, anyone could not get the courage to resist. Just like when he had face of the dragon when kneel for granted, as they are now, the face of tanks, fighter jets and artillery, will immediately convince myself, put down that ridiculous dignity. Neil granted. Mr. Here already occupied Alanxia up. Alanxia accordance with the laws of civilians is illegal to carry a sword. Please surrender your weapons. One carrying a Morza 98K step gun young soldier when he walked to the man. He stretched out his hand and said with a smile. Man rushed tight slightly bent, then deft movements of the sword off his own waist, and gave it sideways in front of the soldiers. I'm sorry to bother. Tomorrow Long Ling will go for a physical examination. Today, I will change it for the time being. I won't stay up late and owe you a change. I must make up for it. I'm very sorry. 253 I am so accustomed. The man walked along the street faintly. He didn't know what he was doing, but the image of wearing a half-length armor really made him look strange. So many people looked at him. This man walked like a corpse step by step, and tortured himself as he walked. What happened just now? An enemy just walked in front of him and confiscated his sword. That was his father. Parent left him with the sword, but that he often tie at the waist with a sword, but that had accompanied him, let him chivalric sword. Now his sword was not in his body. He handed it over to his enemy with his own hand, and in an evasive attitude. The opponent just stretched out his hand, and he quickly handed over his weapon. He didn't know why he became so timid. He looked helplessly at his toes, took steps that made him feel shameful, and hated himself. For him, everything that just happened, in his opinion, is the most embarrassing story in his life. He felt that he himself had refused to be ashamed anymore, until he was stopped again. The man from the Jesno Empire raised his head stubbornly, looked at a middle-aged officer of Alan Hill in front of him, and swallowed nervously. His back room as well as a dagger hidden in the clothes, while the other looks comparable to those tanks just a good deal more. Jesmen Promise Empire subconscious thought that the waist dagger, subconsciously prepared to hand Moxiang his waist deadly weapon. What do you feel like losing your soul? Be a little happy. The future will be much happier than you are now. There is no need to frown. The middle-aged officer encouraged him to slap Jesno. The man was slightly bent. I want to touch the arm around the waist. Then, the next second clock, the Alanxia middle-aged officer will pocket a handful of candy made from milk into the hands of the man. Get back to the kids. They will love of. Low head down with eyes, watching the hands of those beautifully wrapped toffee. Jesmen Promise Empire felt could bear. He shed big tears, and his voice choked up. It doesn't matter, life will get better. In Alan Hill, everyone will have a job, every family will become happy. You are saved by us, understand? No one will oppress you anymore. Middle-aged officer constantly comforting the man who had lost his soul in front of him, watching him cry bitterly. Behind the middle-aged officer, the guards of the palace were stacking their weapons neatly on the stone pavement. They lined up one by one, in front of the Alan Hill grenadier holding the bayonet, honestly like a group of lambs. Huge Jeswang Chi Promise Empire side from the high side was left at 2, one side black, the greater Alanxia Black Wang Chi, slowly rising in the eyes of many locals. When this super huge flag was raised to the top of the flagpole of the once noblest palace in the Jesno Empire, The soldiers of Alan Hill let out a neat cheer. The cheers were wave after wave, firm and heavy, calm and high-pitched. Alan Xia long live! Alan Xia long live His Majesty the Emperor! Save the Queen 1 year old! A voice, then a voice in the cheering sound attached to it soon. The middle-aged officer, then Alan Xia, once patted the arm of the desperate man in front of him. Go home. The man nodded, turned around and started walking towards home. He went. We saw the pace of neat Alan Xia soldiers, carrying a Mauser 98K steps guns, bayonets sticking out above, those around them with bayonets pace slightly shaking, cold light flashing in the sun. The soldiers in front of them, carrying their bags and hanging grenades, walked through the city step by step, and under the gaze of countless locals, they walked towards the new battlefield to the south. At the head of these soldiers, to bomb bombers Jisinuo Empire south of the city, arranged in neat formation, blotting out the sun looks. The man with a handful of candies in his hand walked beside this army. He suddenly felt that such an army was the real army, and the breath exuding from this army was the kind of breath he yearned for. I have crazy killing. We have been down the pace. Shadows behind you is my hiding place. Those roads at his soldiers have pitched singing, because screaming, some voice tone, not through military songs are not all that emphasis on it. The young soldiers singing, stepping past they would have been unthinkable, but now they have their conquered land, singing with loud, I am. They never put away their weapons, until your blood clotting. We never tolerate the enemy, because we are born cold. I walked on. A road had Alan Xia soldiers saw that the candy man holding her hand, and after him and took out a packet of biscuits from his pocket, put it smoothly on the milk sugar top. The man who was walking was stunned in place, his eyes chasing the soldier who threw him the compressed biscuit. As a result, when he looked at each other, another soldier left his spare package of nicely packaged instant noodles to this poor-looking man to take home to the children. A pressing waist between pistol, with a team through here Alan Xia officers younger than a lot of men just this Jisinuo Empire, while the hands of a cabbage on a dry instant noodles on. Wearing really funny. Thank you show up. Jisinuo people are really polite. One possible way yesterday too small drink a little town. Hey, the soldier, a face, a smile of the hands of ordinary fruit sugar put it on top of dried vegetables. I do not want to come out rice. The man Xiao stuck this sentence in his throat, looking at the Alan Hill soldiers who had traveled all the way to the capital of the Jasno Empire, wondering what he should do. The soldiers passing by Alan Hill regarded him as a local who came out to welcome him. After all, he was wearing a half-length armor, and he was very happy when he had a big belly, and it looked like some kind of botched funny performance. When he walked back to his home, he was already carrying a cloth pocket. In this pocket, there are packed fried noodles, instant noodles, and compressed biscuits. There are dried vegetables, bread and sweets. He put in Jess Promise Empire expensive, people collapse of candy and gave it to their children, then sat in silence on Alan Xia production sofa and began to take off his body armor. He had been confiscated for himself, the shame of the sword enough. I did not expect that. Then he should be treated as a beggar man, and gave him to lose so much food. Dad, I'm so in love with you. A boy put a candy into his mouth, then burst into tears of excitement. This thing is so delicious that he feels that he is the happiest person in the world. The other children surrounded the boy, yelling, if you put it in normal times, as their father, this man from the Jasno Empire would definitely want to reprimand them to make them quiet. But now, the father is sitting on the sofa, quietly untie the inner straps of his wristbands. Rope, honey, I thought you were not coming back. Holding pocket, cried the hostess. There is a surviving pleasure. She was half a little thought before when they have to lose her husband, but now she's the husband came back safely, and brought back a lot of food that looked good. I man wants solution. Explain my own experience, to explain how he is from a crazy soldier, quickly degenerated into a sad beggar. He thought he was embarrassing enough, but he didn't expect to become even more embarrassing later. You are fine, honey. You are fine. The woman stepped forward to comfort her husband, and then happily took the food out of her cloth pocket, Those Alan Hill people look pretty good. What do they do for you? The I-Man has the urge to hit him to death on the sofa when his scars are exposed. He shook his head a little bit ashamed, and refused to answer what kind of humiliation he had just experienced. My God, these guys are so full of it. At the bottom cloth bag, the woman had found a hard currency. I heard this in Alanxia Sinua rare coins. You can buy a lot of good things. Most men and our opening, to show off began just before he heard the important message. You put that aside, a few of Bill's colorful, larger denomination sum of that money. Coins worth more than that. So many. Oh my God. What did you do? Robbed? The woman looked at the money, startled and surprised. I have that courage it. The man finally give up on themselves. Sigh. My treasure sword was confiscated. They thought I was an idiot, a fool, deliberately dressed so funny, to meet there. He who must have seen the way a lot of people like me, so they have become accustomed. Manner his mouth. Lonely side of his head. Nothing is not good, dear. You see, people in this country like Alanxia to rule, as to which shows that they are good. Women and men view a little less kind. For a woman, if someone provides dinner for the children to make her family rich, there is nothing wrong with living this kind of life. Do not do anything silly, okay? Answer: should I, my dear? Woman once again embrace her husband. Openings asked softly. I will not go fudge today. I like an idiot. Men hugged his woman. You boring self-deprecating up. 254 nothing. On the branch line of the Westward Railway, countless engineers are building several new circular railways. These railways are specially constructed and look like a strange cross-shaped fork road. In these engineers' busy place not far from a barrel, a full 21-meter-long giant cannon is slowly raised, his gun barrel, this Alanxia Army largest caliber railway gun in hand, open to the canvas, reveals his true face. The power of this cannon is terrible, but it's a bit untimely. The army already has Scud ballistic missiles here, and here's K5 column car shot just into battle. Originally, the manufacturing time of such artillery, the army even large caliber howitzer is not much of it. The results are now looked back. He found either 155mm caliber pomegranate bomb cannon, or a larger diameter 203 homie set group. Under the jurisdiction of the military there are already too many heavy artillery pieces. Even more distressing is that this 283mm caliber heavy artillery had been forced, and B-52 bombers, such advanced weaponry, and advanced Fritz X bomb together, played the competition a chance. Fortunately, the demand for more and more frontline artillery reinforcements, which were produced, not enough time has been put into combat behind the K5 row car gun. Do not waste. Finally, in line with the spirit of being pulled up front artillery position generally said, the huge volume of such railway gun by two mechanisms of action to carry the full weight of the vehicle body, respectively before and after its body 6 axes, each axis of the load 18 is tons, and a column of cars is constituted by a series of gun carriages, including locomotives, passenger cars, carriages, supplies, ammunition carriage and other components. The combat weight of this heavy artillery alone is a terrifying 218 tons. It can easily deliver cannonballs accurately to a place 40 kilometers away, causing terrible damage there. Even more frightening is that its shot hit speed than 203 slow rate of fire of heavy artillery in caliber is not much in a little inside when it can play 8 rounds. The performance is definitely reassuring, outstanding. Today, as here, the first one set group army got the whole 10-men K5 railway gun, now has 7 artillery shelling built a good position. They raised the barrel that deter people. This is shelling parameter to face the coordinates provided by the team. An officer reported to his hand and gave it to his comrades, opening and said quietly, a door opened, fire on a bar, volley and the like. It is not necessary. Indeed real, there is no such need, in need of such removal of heavy artillery target, not gather together, but when talking about the power of artillery years, this gun is also no need to consider covering this kind of thing. Only 1 gun shells, it can destroy the very strong defense, but also all the associated targets near uprooted. This is the power of the train cannon, this is the terrible power of this outdated and backward weapon. Of course, after a while, after Alan Hill has developed his own precision-guided weapons, this heavy train gun weapon can be recovered in the Alan Hill Military Museum for retirement with peace of mind. The first SIT standard conformation finished. Shell hood packed ready to fire. Artillery finger in the command unit. A petty officer put down the hands of the handset. Just talking to the officer shouted, "Let them open fire." The officer squinted his eyes and ordered softly, "Boom." To move mountains shake of a gun, the pressure is enormous. Shells launched a muzzle into the distant goal. Because the distance is too far away, was the target of the attack is not known. It is about to disappear, lost in the world of. It was a heap full of puppet debris. Barricades fortified with reinforced concrete. The puppet soldiers are stationed here, and they are also equipped with a very rare Maxim machine gun. These puppets are stationed here and have been threatening the safety of Cornier railway station, and the location of this barricade was already at the beginning of the rainy season when it was discovered. B-17 bombers take off bad bombing on a rainy day, so even with the Fritz X bomb, bombs cannot be used. B-52 bomber carrying a super dog attack, this target accuracy and no guarantee, so in the end the crucial task falls K5 column car gun body. It can be regarded as making the best use of everything. After all, on rainy days, the Air Force's reinforcements are not so timely and effective. With the addition of these large E-caliber heavy artillery, the Army's courage will be stronger. Artillery shells whistling flying in the sky, drew a beautiful arc, beginning with their own inertia weight fall up there at the highest point. With the sound of breaking the wind, the shell finally hit the barricade target that had been exposed long ago at the end of its life. Street inside the base, a magician Trinity Empire was still elated with his companion boasted, "Do not worry. This barricade is very strong, with our magic defense barrier, 203mm caliber gun, I could get them, there is no way." His companion looked at a few soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire in armor and a large number of puppet soldiers, and thought that their place was very safe. As a result, their tragedy began in the next second. A huge steel-made cannonball smashed the magical defense barrier, then pierced the cement slab above their heads, pierced a layer of thin steel plate that was deliberately reinforced, and finally inserted in front of everyone. Delay time fuse start work in the next second, in everyone's eyes widened, the cannon expansion broken off, explosives inside the burning burst, eventually all of this barricade, even with the roof ceiling barricade, flew into the air together. In the ruins on the opposite side, the grenadiers of Alan Hill felt that the ground below their bodies was trembling. They curiously watched the barricade explode, and the heavy reinforced concrete roof flew into the air like that. Crack! Everything trembled fiercely following the explosion, and then the loud sound made everyone's ears hum. Everyone didn't know what happened for a while, and some even thought that a small atomic bomb exploded in front of them. Of course, this is an exaggeration. The 250 or so kilograms of artillery shells, larger than the same quality of a number of aerial bombs, might be a big deal. But the shock was real. After all, the barricade bunker exploded, and the scene was really spectacular. That edge, a huge explosion did not fall further afield. Another stationed numerous puppet building was razed to the ground in the explosion. Although the cannonball landed on the left side of the building as a whole, it still relied on its immense power to destroy this already not very strong building. Immediately afterwards, the third explosion sounded, and huge black smoke rose into the air. In the urban area of Cornier, all the soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire shuddered in this explosion. He who is not without support bombers yet. This is not cloudy and rainy it too. A soldier holding his arms, almost collapse asked his comrades. They finally got through the rain, only to find that Alan Hill's attack was still sharp. Cardunier's train. A veteran watching the street in front of the continuous explosion, mouth whisper, "The rain hit him." Trinity Imperial Standard on armor, issued a tinkling sound. The chief consul walked in the ruins with an ugly expression. He pressed the long sword around his waist, and behind him was the man in black from the Puppet Empire. In front of him was hid by brilliant Blyway. Now, here it has turned into brilliant clouds. She had been tall tower magic. Those richly ornamented buildings are now gone. There are collapsing rubble and gravel everywhere, and there are palpitating apocalyptic scenes everywhere. Walking by the Grand Archon was a general in charge of Bellevue's rescue work. His face was gloomy. While leading the Grand Archon to move forward, he introduced, "The power of this kind of bomb, called a nuclear weapon, is very terrifying. Almost all buildings were destroyed in an instant. I have to find a dead body in the ruins, but with little success. The central area of the explosion have been nothing more than just the body, and buildings cannot find. That will lead across a piece of gravel." The sound with incomparable sadness. No one from the Holy Demon Empire will not be sad to see Bellevue today. It used to be the pride of the Holy Demon Empire, but now it has been completely erased from the map. Although Alan Hill did not use nuclear weapons again, this fear that hung in everyone's hearts could not be easily healed. The number of casualties hasn't been counted yet. The chief consul was in a row waiting to be dealt with, stopped next to the corpses that had deteriorated due to the weather, covered his nose with his hands, and asked, "I have no way of statistics. Their bodies are not part of the deceased." Including the Puppet Empire sent reinforcements of more than a dozen high-level wizards did not find the bodies. "That would lead," Opening replied, "and the number of casualties is increasing." Swallow a mouthful of saliva. "He will receive," continued began. The Grand Archon frowned and looked at the other person. "What do you mean?" "These days okay. But there are too many Xemenor before the thing happened. Many of the soldiers involved in disaster relief became ill, infected with the plague as they like, covered with ulcers and internal bleeding, and finally die quickly." That famous collar. He looked at the corpse lying at the foot and answered. He raised his head, looked at the pale face some big consuls, and went on to explain. "Not too recent a phenomenon has disappeared, and then enter Bellevue's soldiers. The body will not be any adverse symptoms up." Hearing what the other party said, the Grand Consul's expression recovered a little. However, he turned around and walked outside, and as he walked, he ordered, "Do the finishing work as soon as possible. If possible, the reconstruction work can also start as soon as possible." Grand Archon knew we do not have any materials to rebuild here. That would lead quickly to keep up. Saw that black people. A big consul followed behind. "Anxious," he said, "all physical resources are sent to the front lines. We have nothing." 255 through car, west on into the railroad, the most worker after a nail typing a sleeper, then looked up and wiped the sweat from his brow. This railway is about to enter the territory of the Eternal Empire, where he can see there is a huge towering city wall, and the train passes through the two sections of the city wall. The Holy Demon Empire was not so arrogant and frantic. They did not attack the Eternal Empire, but in front of the other side, they demolished this section of the railway and transported it away. Of course, because of the Eternal Empire to fight the Puppet Empire has been losing ground, not in the mood to a higher and lower Trinity Empire. Eventually the two sides maintained a tacit truce in this state. No one has fired the first, meaning not over. As the battle progresses, the soldiers' Trinity Empire here began to retreat, and finally put on AI Lanxi Soul soldiers. Then no number of engineers began to repair the damaged railway, race against time bustling. Soon this famous westward railway was repaired, and the road from Alan Hill to the Eternal Empire was completely opened up. Railway has been all through it. Holding hands. Step of the phone. On-site supervision of construction engineers. Captain excited shouting into the microphone. A great engine sound in the sky now. A UH-1 utility helicopter out now the horizon over there. The second frame UH-1 helicopter behind the helicopter. A former Forward 2 helicopter's disease after a gallop. Machine guns hung from the sides of these planes, and soldiers in charge of security were seated on them. After the two helicopters flew over this railway section, a train full of supplies, accompanied by more helicopters, slowly moved forward along the railway. This is the first train. Pay attention to the surrounding situation. In a helicopter, The commander in charge of this transportation operation pressed the intercom and loudly reminded his subordinates in the noise. "He who is Alanxia 1st Air Cavalry Division, these helicopters can be a good ground forces accompanied by action, and can be equipped with weapons and rocket-propelled grenades and the like, have a good effect on the Defense Forces Dragoon Trinity Empire." After all, not far to the south of the Westward Railway, it was the forward position controlled by the Holy Demon Empire. From there, the Dragon Knight took off, and it would not take long to arrive along the Westward Railway. In order to prevent these threats, Slinger Dragoon West Railway, the latest UH-1 utility helicopter, he went out and now the west along the railway. The Air Anhill 1st Air Cavalry Division is equipped with a large number of helicopters, many of which are equipped with machine guns and rockets. They rely on these helicopters to fight, and their reaction speed is many times faster than that of ordinary troops. Once a battle breaks out nearby, these helicopters can transport a large number of infantry to the edge of the theater to lay down. A large number of infantry and rocket launchers can provide good fire support, and helicopters can also provide cover in the sky. This tactic is very effective against those Dragon Knights. In fact, the emergence of helicopters really give Alan Hill a way to truly restrain the Dragon Knights infiltrating guerrilla tactics. 2. How understand? Zoo surrounding airspace. Everything is normal. Rest assured, Trinity Empire coward who will not to die yet. Headphones inside. A pilot spoke and said at minor disturbances. In his their helicopter below, pull a train full of supplies. It is flying on the tracks. The first 9 set group army needed supplies. They can immediately get a lot of compliments. Before, in order to provide these materials, Alan Hill had to mobilize all the transport planes they could mobilize to risk carrying out this kind of transportation task. Although the ability to intercept Trinity Empire is very low, but the conveyor transport capacity is not high, so the first 9 sets regiment army has been in a state of defense. They had to save their own weapons and ammunition, afraid to take the initiative to challenge the devil. Today, this railway westward once again back under the control of Alanxia, the first 9 set group of military security. There is a guarantee. Amid the cheers of countless engineers, the train quickly passed the rails, and the train behind was full of weapons and ammunition to be transported to Graken. This helicopter is really handy. With them, ye lifting, transportation or, many times faster. An engineering carrying head, looked at the helicopter flew over his head. The opening of praise. As for second-line weaponry, new aircraft has not yet appeared in the front line. In order to avoid massive losses, Alanxia military helicopter that temporarily did not intend to put a positive battlefield. He who is studying the new armed helicopter, and that is what they want to use the front assault weapons. The cheers grew louder, because it didn't take long for the second train to appear on the rails. Alanxia of capacity is actually very powerful. As long as this railroad to restore flow, the first few days 9 set group will return to the military operation. Everyone delighted in watching the fire when the car speeding on the tracks, a roar of shells landed nearby. At first glance, this is not a very accurate shell. After all, the actual control line of the Holy Demon Empire is more than 20 kilometers away from the railway. At this distance, few artillery can directly attack the westward railway. Fall down. Most of the nearby engineers were engineers, so everyone started to hide with their helmets, avoiding the enemy's artillery attack. Second gold artillery shells placement is very far off the mark. There is no threat to rail means, and this shell of power does not seem huge. And it looks 130 garnet artillery shells almost. What the hell? Yes, 130 mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery. How could hit so far away? Holding helmet, engineer captain looked down not far from the eggshells, frowning complained. Trinity Empire or Puppet Empire strike. In fact, most of their equipment are technical parameters provided by Alanxia 130 artillery caliber. The actual performance is not so outstanding. This year exports to a range howitzer Trinity Empire only 9 km a little. The level is real early models of World War II. The Soviet version of the Outsider is basically 122 pomegranate missile and artillery. When the export of this gun in exchange for ALANXIA development time, and ALANXIA was responsible for supporting the export of all production lines, including machine tools and so on ancillary equipment. It has been used until now, and the performance of this howitzer is actually very outdated. Not only the power of the shells, but also the basic design structure is already out of date. ALANXIA artillery, in addition to second-line troops and equipment, are still too fast because the development of old-fashioned 75 infantry guns and 105mm artillery outside the old-fashioned, most have been through the new facelift of 105mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery and 155mm caliber missile and artillery up. No theory from the caliber, or from the design level, the new army artillery ALANXIA better than Trinity Empire and the Puppet Empire of equipment. Older models pomegranate missile and artillery strong too much, have been eating the loss of Trinity Empire as well as Puppet Empire, of course, considered the development of new guns, but they did not because of technical reserve system, so the process of conversion of artillery encountered countless trouble. Most final, Puppet Empire aspects still come up with some so-called new weapons and equipment, such as it is in front of the railway shelling ALANXIA new gun. One kind of conversion over the 175mm caliber heavy artillery. This caliber was designed by the Puppet Empire itself. The overall design of the artillery used the structure of the 130mm caliber artillery, adding the chamber and the barrel to increase the range of the artillery. Not over because you want to drown out ALANXIA common equipment on the range, and a full range of 15 Gongli away 155mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery. Artillery design. This new Puppet Empire requirements range of up to 25 Gongli away. Unfortunately, due to processing level is not enough. The overall design is 130 artillery base, so most end this new type of gun can only reach 22 Gongli long range. But there are a variety of drawbacks. First of all, when the maximum range is about 20 kilometers, the accuracy of this type of artillery is very touching. It is basically a state of faith. Secondly, the warhead of this type of artillery is very small, and the charge weight is almost the same as that of the 130 artillery. Finally, this kind of artillery is huge in size, which is very inconvenient in transportation and deployment. The Puppet Empire relied on its own cheap labor to forcibly use this new type of artillery, but unfortunately the actual combat effect can only be said to be average. Only these 2 days they can still harass. After these 2 days, they were beaten farther away, and there is not so much trouble. A few shells landed nearby, and soon it stopped. Dayside came the muffled sound of the waves, and wanted to be the front line of ALANXIA artillery began fighting back. The sound of cannons shaking the ground and the mountains continued for a while, until there was no sound behind the Saint Demon Empire's position, and then it gradually stopped. There are not too many Magic Empire troops that dare to fight back in front of the Alan Hill artillery group. Although the Puppet Empire struggles to consume, it is unwilling to waste its resources in this kind of trouble-making process. The engineers who got up from the ground were all slapping the dust on their bodies, and the third train sounded its whistle and whizzed past the area that had just been shelled. The craters are scattered around, most of which are still steaming. Engineer's captain looked at his men who loudly ordered, to see someone suffer, not hurt the rest of the people. The crater filled into work. A group of engineers began to get busy. He began to check the situation around the tracks after the train passes. Many people began to use shovels to shovel the floating soil around the crater back into the crater. On this day, the West Railway repair through the first 9 sets Crisis Group Army released between ALANXIA and Eternal Empire also drew icon. It has once again become a peace. It was also on this day that the capital of the Jasno Empire changed hands, and Alan Hill won a major victory on the southern front. 256 stars. Majestic tone music echoed in the hall, in the largest auditorium in the castle. The nobility as well as businessmen as well as politicians' officers gathered, are celebrating their own great victory. In the past few days, Alanxia south of 5 sets Group Army Irresistible Force, Breath scored half G Sinuo Empire. Seeing that the victory of the Empire on the southern front is unstoppable, everyone knows that there is an opportunity to make a fortune. Sheng production of rubber and various water tropical fruit Jess Snow Empire, no matter from which point of view, is a valuable good place. I heard that there is still undeveloped oil there, and there are fertile fields with 3 crops a year. Everyone will make money there, which is unparalleled good news for business people. There is a smile on everyone's face, and everyone is very energetic. They are more interested in the Jasno Empire, which has a densely populated economy with great potential, than Bellevue, which has been contaminated by nuclear weapons. This is war, this is the cruel fact. No one cares about casualties, and no one cares about little things such as the consumption of puppets. As long as the economic benefits are higher, the loss of hundreds of thousands of people is nothing to business people. Recently, I plan to open a second electronic component factory in Nauru. The market is really great. A businessman showed off his wealth in front of several ladies. No one who can walk into this hall is not a millionaire who is not worth a million. Even if it is clear depleted known for the foreign ministry, we recognize there is no money to be made in the West Reed foreign minister, but also because the licensee negligible shares of Royal Group Holdings Empire in which millionaire, not to mention, Mr. Gerlo, who is in charge of the economy, and Desaiya, the new head of the Long Tate family. I am now out of the industry. Movie is really a good thing. I was holding a girl you is not seen, that people really ecstasy. Another rich holding glasses to their friends push pin their point of view, as long as you can make her a star. What these girls are willing to do it for you. You do so sooner or later. You still want to finish off handy convergence. Little bar each other a look of frustration, patted the big fat friend, spoke and said, you know the Empire set group under the jurisdiction of the Royal Television, but she is holding Miss Jessica. Yes, I know who Jessica So Good Life are. That fat head and big ears regret man shook his head. I opened a 300 million gold coins. Please eat a Miss Jessica after lunch. The other party refused. He said that, when coughed twice, then lowered his voice and said, if it cannot pursue, I will not have to put forward their own shadow. Depending on the company, those investments have a pink rouge vulgar. Miss Jessica, can you fancy that 300 million gold coins? A suave man came over, smiling and looking down at those merchants seemed to him simply not on the table. Him so young at June, is Miss Jessica's ideal partner. The person who said this naturally has the capital to say it. After all, in the Arrant region, people who are richer than him, or richer than his father, basically do not exist. Look at those businessmen mouth face, disgusting, distant, hands behind Dean C. Luokai chief of staff standing around, opening quipped. Fred Luokai as Sigs, comes around strangers not to enter the gas field. So Diane's stood with him, but he begged for the quietness he prefers. The chief of staff of the nobleman shrugged his shoulders, and said, no Vorish without aristocratic background, it is the fat pig raised by His Majesty the Emperor. The Fred family is a veteran noble in the city of Ceres. They have always followed the Lord of Ceres and are loyal to Chris. So, when Alan Hope after the rise of Seoul, this old family got their loyalty in return, has become one of the best aristocratic circles Empire forces. Another veteran aristocratic group is not from Celestia. As a foreigner, the Longtaite family can still stabilize the Fred family by relying on the wealth. After all, with the patriarch Desaiya, the prosperity of the Longtaite family is basically a predetermined thing. These nobles, and all the royal family divided up the valuable industrial world, so they cannot put in front of these storm-made customer who look down on. After all, from the perspective of total assets, no one in the Empire of Alan Hill is not a nouveau riche. At that time, the Longtaite family had less than 2 billion gold coins in total assets, which sounds shocked to Chris. But in a few short years, Germany Purcell under the control of the Dragon Tate family's total assets expanded 100-fold, and this growth rate, but also with the expansion Alanxia faster. Looking back to 1000 taxes to worry about, says Santo. It has now become a distinguished Alanxia emperor. How much money Chris industry is? He can't even count it. His assets are increasing every second, and it is impossible to estimate now. After all, he is still the actual owner of the entire empire, and the estimated value of this empire is now at the level of tens of trillions or even hundreds of billions. Famous movie star to Miss Jessica. In front of paternity from erect, chin loudly Singh Road. In his high-pitched voice, a beautiful figure walked slowly into the magnificent hall. Jessica, who has starred in famous movies such as The Battle of Atlanta, Beautiful Ladies Smile, and Alan Hill Never Falls, and also sang many popular songs, deserves to be a sister in the current Alan Hill entertainment circle. Her owner is the Imperial Group Royal Film and Television Investment Company, which no one dares to mess with, and her career is naturally smooth. Pick one in a million. Jessica, who was personally selected by the Emperor to star in Alan Hill Never Fall, is of course a beauty who is all over the country, and she is also a female magician from the Voronezh area. Hear that her mother had an eth of elven heritage. Tall and lanky figure, hot, and Jessica face as beautiful as the scenery. The whole empire is now almost half of men chasing an object of fantasy. When this beauty, who was also all-powerful, appeared in the lobby, the son of Arrant's down payment, handsome and generous, just announced that he wanted to pursue Jessica's man. He rushed over. Standing beautiful body side, he bowed slightly, holding out a hand to a gentleman, open asked, "Miss Jessica, you have to do today, my partner." "I'm sorry." Jessica smiled softly and refused. "Today I am the Emperor's dancing partner." I abrupt fight scrambling up. "Excuse me." The man catch tight down to see Jessica did not dare look at, just trot receding. Some people can pretend to be X and slap in the face, and some people just mention it and it will be prohibitive. There is no doubt. Ask. Now Alanxia Emperor, great. Is that the existence of untouchables? He is the master of this empire, a mortal who can talk and laugh with the Grand Magister Lansadora. The emperor who controls the most powerful mortal empire has yet to marry a wife, and has no children, so the empire's senior leaders are eager, looking forward to, and praying for Chris and women to mess around. For the continuation of the empire and the future of Alan Hill, as long as Chris is willing, any woman in this empire must be ready to undress. Moreover, compared to Jessica, Chris is the brightest star in this empire. As long as he nodded, countless noble ladies and ladies would flock to him. Because even as Chris has been single, leading to many noble family in the empire, basically a virgin girl from the 5-year-old baby to 12-year-old, from the 18-year-old girl to a 48-year-old widow, we feel that they have hope. The great emperor of the Elanzal Empire, Arranti, Higgs, Voronezh, the Lord of Dothan, the owner of the East Bank of the Endless Sea, the Dragon Slayer, the conqueror of the Magic Empire, Elanzal Chris down to tone music became suddenly surging up, waiters erect chin with his most breath, shouted the name Grota breathtaking. Wearing a white military uniform, Chris walked quickly into the door. His left hand was slightly raised and pressed down slightly, and the applause in the entire venue stopped abruptly. Luther followed behind him, and then followed in the light of desire, while Chris went to the room attendants to his companion today scheduled Jessica's side, while said softly, "I'm sorry, temporary but it's late." Reference. See Long Live His Majesty Save the Queen. Jessica quickly salute, with the most standard of aristocratic etiquette. "Greetings, Chris," this opening softly replied, "can become your partner, is my honor." Chris looked at the weak around the already quiet crowd, spoke and said, "Sir, I have just got the good news that our supplies have entered Druican 1st 9 Sets Regiment Army has begun planning for the Magic High counterattack. Victory belongs to Alan Hill." Wow! Everyone stretched out their palms and clapped hard. Although the merchants who attacked the Eye of Magic were not interested at all, the Emperor said it was good news, and this face must be given. A side applauded, while people began to praise. Rushes up, His Majesty the Emperor 1 year old. His Majesty the Emperor 1 year old. Aelanxia long live. More and more people being added to the slogan. Chris standing body side. Jessica felt the kind of people worship the Royal Majesty. She was drunk at this moment, because no woman would refuse such a temptation. Your Majesty, you are going to dance the first dance. Luther reminded softly behind Chris. The band is ready. 257 to meet. This world is just such unfair. When the Emperor is dancing in the magnificent hall with his beautiful dance partner in arms. The most tragic battle in human history is being staged on the front line. The first one set Group Army's most elite ground forces, the first one Air Cavalry Division and other Aelanxia famous main forces in the south of the process. The hit Puppet Empire's most elite corps of magicians. You know, Magic Puppet Empire Teacher Corps, is not what the Magician Trinity Empire can be compared to. They are real high-level magician, and even has a kind of elite magician comparable Vivian. As soon as the battle broke out, the commanders of Alan Hill felt different. Their offense was no longer so devastating, and even vaguely in danger of being defeated by the opponent. Yiliang M4 tank's positive magic defense barrier is a direct hit destroyed a fireball. A huge impact make this tank paralyzed in situ. The complex gearbox broke down due to vibration, and the entire tank lost power. The next great ice cone impinges directly on the armored tanks. The amazing power to make before the whole armor of tanks are twisted together. Of course, it is impossible for the members inside to survive such a huge impact. They lost consciousness early. In the puppet tank cover under protection, magicians soldiers propped up than expected but also strong magic barrier, the real flesh and blood magician who has a more powerful magic. There are more mobile and flexible tactics. Is not a puppet. The troops can be compared. Alan Hill's frontline troops suffered heavy losses, and even the first line of defense was pierced for a while. When was the first line of defense pierced once? All the soldiers of Alan Hill could not remember. On the front line full of gunpowder smoke, a cannonball roared over the trenches and landed in the crowd of puppet empires full of magical barriers. The explosion raised black smoke, but it had no effect. A magic teacher passing at low altitude defense Aelanxia soldiers. A wave would call out the car like as two huge fireball. Yes, fighting for all Aelanxia soldiers fear. Two fireballs directly to pound the Aelanxia the M4 tank. Too fast makes raspberry. Boom. Yiliang M4 tank fuel burning. Scroll position back on track in reverse. It has been destroyed. The gasoline engine can still work, dragging the tank's stop backwards, until falling into trenches inside. It stopped. Trace a bullet in the sky makes up a fishing net. The magician puppet empire in this barrage of shuttle flight. In front of him was a huge magical barrier, blocking the deadly bullets and cannonballs flying in front of him. Yiliang M4 and their own anti-aircraft guns disc is converted to the sky desperately pours shells. It must be kept open fire. Good cover around it on the verge of collapse. Aelanxia soldiers. Such a large-scale magician corps been a long time in front of Aelanxia troops. The magicians who appeared before did not have such a powerful force as Vivian. His air force has been exploring the possibility of intercepting Vivian, and now this situation has finally been placed in front of all Alan Hill soldiers. Although Vivian was still an ally, magicians who were equal in strength to Vivian finally appeared on the front line. Ray electric surgery. The puppet empire of magic teacher waving his hands on his head appeared a shiny magic attack. Then the next second, within this huge array of magic, a Piku stout lightning. This bolt of lightning directly struck the M4 self-propelled anti-aircraft gun that kept firing at him, and the huge destructive power caused the steel to melt slightly. The anti-aircraft gun was directly detonated and eventually turned into a burning flame. Whoosh, whoosh. In behind the flying with the magician, Aelanxia rockets fell from the sky, covering the magic on the advancing army positions. A huge explosion spread through the magic barrier, and a thick black smoke rose into the air. Continue to move forward. Maintain the formation. A magic division officer held up full of magical energy shield, sword move a finger. loudly ordered soldiers behind. The soldiers of these real puppet empires, wearing heavy magic armors, kept their eyes on the magical barrier continuously charged by the magician, stepping neatly, forming a square formation and advancing calmly. Boulder Fall. The continuous progress of the infantry phalanx behind them. A group composed of an array of magicians is constantly waving his hands. In their singing below, Aelanxir first one sets the position of the military group. A cupola and a huge stone fall from the sky, hit in those trenches hastily constructed. Tanks were blasted. Rock part status, a road wheel rolling along the ground. In the rolling back of the road wheels, first one armored division Moor M4 tank car desperately opened fire. Attack hit. I continued to fire armor-piercing shells filled. And in tanks, long car screaming themselves hoarse for their own loader and gunner yelled. Loading good opened fire without waiting for my command. Boom. In the car M4 next to the tank side, another car M4 tank blasted a thunderous armor-piercing, 90mm caliber gun muzzle spitting out white smoke. Magic in front of the tank. A faint light shone in the white smoke. This armor-piercing projectile slammed into its target, leaving a hole in the thick magical defense barrier that was difficult to bridge. The cannonball smashed the magic shield behind the magic defense barrier, and then beat a soldier of the Puppet Empire into two pieces. In the back of the tank, carrying their own weapons, Aelanxir soldiers retreating backwards. He had bent the shuttle in the trenches. Behind the fireball fell from the sky is constantly exploding. There are other magic. The magician flying in the sky was still attacking unscrupulously. Behind him, a dragon nearly 50 meters long hovered in the sky. This giant dragon is more than twice the size of the giant dragon controlled by the largest dragon knight in the Holy Demon Empire, and this terrifying monster is actually faintly entwined with flames. Phew! It quickly swept through Aelanxir soldiers' stationed positions, opened its mouth and then spit out a high-temperature flame spray. Desperate. Where it passed, the defensive position of the Aelan Hill garrison was immediately quiet, and the silence was frightening. For the mortal empire, they saw the terrifying army of the real magic empire for the first time. These armies are much stronger than the puppet soldiers used to consume opponents. Oof! Over the place, on the ground everywhere burning flame, even entire defensive positions throughout the camp collapse, countless soldiers to become coke. Farther away, the second magician flying in the sky was pouring his magic on Aelan Hill's defensive position unscrupulously. The piece of the giant fire dragon. Stop it! Pointing as if to burn a loud command. Burning sky, a command. A desperate road. His body side, countless soldiers opened fire on the sky with rocket-propelled grenades and machine guns and other weapons. Dense tracer bullets hit the magical defense barrier beside the dragon, leaving ripples spreading like water ripples on it. High Dragon Magic Level Empire. The parallel is not as Trinity Imperial Dragon Knight. The dragon itself is a kind of magical creature. Although it is not a perverted existence like the Dragon Clan, the dragon of the Puppet Empire is still powerful and prohibitive. That giant dragonfly, turning away from most of its tracer, then flew on another piece of position, once again dive spraying spit hot fire. It was in a mess wherever it went, and the entire Aelan Hill defensive position let it destroy most of it. Light weapons can't help this monster at all. Most of the heavy weapons were suppressed by the flying magician. Woo! At this moment, a soldier carried a weapon similar to a rocket launcher and pulled the trigger at the dragon, and a rocket rushed towards the dragon in the sky. That giant dragon seems to have found this approach to its rockets. Shaking his enormous body, they changed their direction of flight. And as it changed its flight direction, the rocket that rushed towards it also followed an arc in the sky. Most end, it rocket saw hit the defensive barrier next to the magic dragon body, where the explosion into countless pieces. Many fragments broke through the magical defense barrier, leaving a row of wounds in the abdomen of the giant dragon. The blue dragon's blood was scattered in the sky, and the dragon roared in pain, and the whole sky seemed to reverberate with this dragon's roar. However, the dragon struggled twice, and instead of falling, it resumed its flying posture. Just as the deputy shooters behind the soldier helped him reload the Redeye air defense missile, a magician from the Puppet Empire descended from the sky and landed on the air defense position. The magic defensive barrier on him suddenly lit up, receiving countless tracer bullets from all directions. Then, in the horrified eyes of the air defense missile shooters, the fireball in the hand of the magician suddenly shot out, engulfing all the soldiers on this position. Cricket and his ants. In my eyes, you devil dogs and no different. Looked in flames struggling Alanxia soldiers, wearing the black robes of senior magic magician sneered quips. As a result, while he was taunting, a Scud missile that had fallen from the sky landed in the phalanx of magic soldiers behind him. The powerful explosion destroyed the surrounding magical defense barriers and lifted countless magic soldiers into the sky. More far, 155 homing pomegranate missile and artillery fire being kept to cover. On the whole position everywhere there is fire explosion. The sky, a huge volume of fire dragon flame and shuttling back and forth flying the smoke, as if the end of the world in general. 258 Too strong of war. Chug, chug. Yi Liang's Su-254 own anti-aircraft guns parked in it on the selected fire position. Because there are simple radar, so hit accuracy of this gun has been a qualitative leap. Denser, more piercing tracer bullet in the sky forming a rain of fire, enveloped the advanced magician fly just a puppet of the Empire. The magician propped up the magic defense barrier, and then felt the terrifying pressure brought by the opponent's shells. Damn. What is this? He sighed, dodged to the side, while enhancing their own magic defense barrier. But the tracer armor-piercing bullet that made him feel so uncomfortable moved with him like a bone gangrene. Yes, because to lock the target, this car is equipped with anti-aircraft gun fire control radar system. It has been pouring into the terror of ammunition magician Puppet Empire. The densely packed ammunition knocked on the magical defense barrier, making the magician feel painful and desperate. He tried his best to support his defense, but did not notice that in another corner, another Alan Hill soldier picked up a red-eyed anti-aircraft missile and opened the safety device against him. Ha! Woo! The soldier squeezed the trigger firmly, causing the anti-aircraft missile to rush towards his target. When the missile flew to the feet of the magician realized the huge threat behind him. Damn. The magician frowned. Puppet of the Empire, the separation of one hand wants to destroy the missile's hit, but was Su-254 calling on the anti-aircraft gun bullet penetrated the magical defensive barrier. Then, the next second clock, red-eyed anti-aircraft missile exploded at his feet to block magic defense barrier. A huge fireball leapt up in the sky, and then the magician fell from the sky. His body was wounded by anti-aircraft shell shrapnel, and there were also traces of explosion fragments. His wolf-tight corner fall to the ground, but did not die immediately. Through covered with blood he spit blood out, bitterly cursing loudly, "Kera, ant mortal, you give me waiting. Waiting." In his curse when a scolding, a 203mm caliber cannon shotgun shells skyfall from the sky, expanding rapidly in his eyes. He stared his eyes wide, and then barely reached out his hand to draw a magical defense barrier. Blink of an eye between shells, huge place where he crashed on the middle of the magic while this defensive barrier hastily formed, then hit his stomach, through his body, followed by an explosion together to form a huge black column of smoke. The place where the magician is now has become a huge crater, and there is still heat inside, steaming with a light blue magical atmosphere. Immediately afterwards, these magical auras began to dissipate, and eventually became impossible to find. On the front, our Lion's Bike's Su-254 own anti-aircraft artillery is still a violent shootout. Flames scattered countless flares in the sky. A giant dragon roaring anti-aircraft gun from the other side of the mouth of flame suddenly enveloped this an anti-aircraft gun that just made achievements. In the flames, the anti-aircraft gun exploded and the turret split into two halves and rolled to the sides of the car body. The ammunition and fuel in it exploded violently, and after a while, the anti-aircraft gun was completely unrecognizable. and only the twisted and charred shell remained. A UH-1 helicopter crashed into flames and exploded in the trenches. The propeller flew high with the explosion, and the entire 1st Armored Division's defense line was shaky. In the violent explosion, the soldiers of the Puppet Empire rushed into Alan Hill's defense line. The magic swords in their hands this time exerted the power they should have in hand-to-hand combat. Kaka. A GNP broken Alanxia soldiers carrying bayonets, wearing heavy armor overlooking Trinity Imperial soldiers in front of these mortals. He was still thinking about what kind of enemy could cause such huge casualties to them. Now he saw these mortal people who were nothing but ants. Poor mortal. With a faint smile on his face, without any mercy, his wrist was gently swayed, and the long sword in his hand pulled out a beautiful sword flower. In the dazzling, an Alan Hill soldier clutched his neck and fell. Several Alan Hill soldiers panicked holding bayonets and kept retreating. Like a man like you, is not you a little honor, not a little dignity? A bright armor of the Puppet Emperor soldier was carrying a sword to move forward, verbally ridiculed those with non-stop across the back of Alan Hill soldier. Sun Yan is not worth money. A middle-aged holding bayonet grenadier face suddenly gave a satisfied smile too. He wiped his nose and shouted loudly, I can replace you, I have lived for 42 years, it's worth it. Frowning, the soldier with his real name from the Puppet Empire decided to give the mortal who provoked him a little color. He took a violent step forward, but he heard the crunch of a metal crash under his feet. Your father out before the door. Did not tell you this stuff, mines have it. Veterans carrying bayonets suddenly forward, do not care, all sting out of the shot. The sharp Alan Hill army stab pierced straight into the heart of the Puppet Empire soldier who was distracted. It's a pity that his enemy is too strong, at least too strong in close hand-to-hand combat. I saw the other side backhand Yi Liao sword, magic sharp blade to cut off the hands of veteran Morza 98K steps guns. Then the soldier of the Puppet Empire slashed forward again, and the long sword immediately sank into the shoulder of the veteran. I'm sorry, you are too weak. When I finish dealing with all of you, you can study the things under your feet! Exclamation mark. The veteran smiled unabated, and he vomited blood and said cheerfully, you didn't move. But I did. It turned out that there were 2 landmines buried here. When the veteran rushed up, he stepped on the second landmine. He wanted to die together and didn't even want to go back. As soon as the voice fell, the veteran lost his life and fell straight down. Before he fell completely, the booby mines in the trenches exploded, and a huge explosion lifted up a cloud of dust, followed by the second mine, the mine at the feet of the soldiers of the Puppet Empire, also exploded. Fix bayonets. 1 on the block positions, all Alanxia soldiers' heads held high. Their officers calmly took the aide handed him a Morza 98K step gun, the long shanker inserted in the gun. Following his order, all the soldiers thrust their bayonets into their guns. Then faced the square formation of neat Puppet Imperial soldiers with firm expressions, and take their own steps. Long live Alan Hill. Alanxia Viva. In the face square when those bright armor, in the face of those burning flame, haunted lightning sword, consisting of mortals, shining bayonets as well as dense M42 helmets before they were cut down, they were all shouting in their throats that they suppressed the slogan of the previous year, mortals are never slaves. With this shout, another Scud missile rushed into the Puppet Empire's phalanx. Without any obstacle, the missile exploded in the crowd, once again flying many soldiers of the Puppet Empire. The 1st Armored Division and the 1st Air Cavalry Division used their flesh and blood to form a strong steel defense line 40 kilometers south of the Westward Railway. On the side of the line of defense, there is the high-level Magic Empire. On the side of the line of defense, is the Mortal Empire. Flat machine on the track field, a ground commanders are swinging his arm with a command of standard gestures. In front of him, a MiG-21 fighter jet was taxiing towards the center of the runway. Following this MiG-21 fighter is another MiG-21 fighter. They have made preparations, checked all their status and obtained the qualification to take off. Meteor 1 how request to take off. Meteor 2 how request to take off. barely dry interference of radio channels, the pilot's voice came clear. Officer on duty in the ground control tower quickly grabbed the intercom, ordered, "Approval from Fly Front waiting for you. Meteor 1 from the number, fly." After the pilot with an oxygen mask against the ground crew respect a military salute, push rod engine output, the MiG-21's rear engine, it emitted a hot flame. 2 onwards fly. No radio. The wingman's voice. 2 MiG-21 fighter jets quickly rushed to the end of the runway one after the other, where the 2 planes broke away from the shackles of gravity and rose into the sky. Further back, more in the distant airport, one next to a slender body, but the wingspan of a huge aircraft is taxiing to take off the same runway. These new bombers mounted with countless bombs are engraved with exquisite magical defensive barriers. B-52 bombers taking off in formation. Bastards. These Magic Empire. Try our Alanxia hammer of justice now. Headphones inside surface of the ground, said Command Center Officer Teeth. Let them know, Alan Hill is great. On a newly repaired missile launching position, one missile launching vehicle after another was moving into the position. In the woods not far away, a Scud missile was erected, and the tip of the missile's head was higher than the treetops. Boom. In the west on the railroad into the fork in the road, 10K5 columns of vehicles being shot roared. The crane has been prepared. Supplement charge ammunition. Artillery ejected when shrouded in smoke. The soldiers had already started for the ready to fire for the second time. Note the cloud layer below. There are 30 MEOW entered the battlefield. Aside propaganda, driving P-51 pilot fighter aircraft own side against the other side of the thumbs up. Another plane wild small horse fighter cockpit. The pilot is also a thumbs up. Quasi prepared to dive to see all kill. Long Ling will stay up all night again today, and we will see it tomorrow. Don't stay up late. After learning from Long Ling. 259 Puppet Spider. My god. It than before I should have seen huge. Is like a hill. Looked at the foot is hovering dragon puppet of the Empire. A pilot on the radio loudly exclaimed. He who is a puppet of the Empire was ordered to attack ground attack aircraft, mounted with heavy bomb, appeared in the first time on the battlefield. These EL-2 attack hit the machine hordes reached the battle circle, let the army puppet empire also fell into panic. 1 and 1 Iraqi Sol-2 attack hit machine in the fireball puppet empire in the shuttle, swept the battlefield. To mount the bomb, throw in a defensive barrier on the magic puppet empire. Aviation bomb hit on the magic defense barrier, has become a mass explosion, a mass of flames. Puppet Empire magician who holds up a wand, a former circle, like a rain of fireballs into the air. Those magic defense barrier how so thick? What those distant things? An Iraqi Sol-2 attack in the attack machine, the driver depressing the radio by pressing the intercom shouted. He swept through a phalanx puppet empire and saw the magician behind those spectacular puppet monster. These puppet monsters are almost as huge as a building, with 8 thick legs supporting its heavy body, which looks like a giant spider. These giant spiders are equipped with 30mm anti-aircraft guns controlled by puppets, and 2 130mm guns are also equipped. Compared to Alan Hill's tank, it seems to be a huge mobile fortress. He's back and has a huge spider monster. Careful, careful. Hid from the back of a spider after the installation of 30mm caliber anti-aircraft guns, which Ilosh into attack. Pilot of attack aircraft loud reminder one's own companion. The giant spider puppet lifted its huge legs and moved forward step by step, relying on its huge body. This kind of movement is not slow. Below these giant spider puppets, countless puppet soldiers are moving forward, densely packed with no end in sight. Damn it. They rely on the rain in the past few days. How many troops have they assembled? After seeing the soldiers of the puppet empire, the pilots of Alan Hill made an angry complaint. After flying over half of the puppet empire's position, they dropped all the bombs they had mounted. Those puppet imperial soldiers who can see the end have no tendency to decrease at all. Pull up, headphones which, from time to remind the pilot's tense voice, A Nihil 2 attack aircraft because the pull is not timely. Direct hit on a fireball explosion into a massive gorgeous flame. There are a Nihil 2 attack aircraft billows of smoke hit a giant spider puppet magic barrier above. A huge explosion was blocked. Greater magical barrier stops. Looks like a blast to be cut in half. The sky above, a follower Wild Horse P-51 fighter jets began the swoop. They are also responsible for supporting the aircraft on the ground. These days because of the rain relationship does not often appear in the sky. This time because of intense fighting regarded the above is out of the nest. Dozens of planes roared and dived down from the sky, and the 30mm caliber cannon shot flames, pouring thousands of shells into the positions of the puppet Imperial soldiers. A Wild Horse passing at low altitude fighter. Shells puppet soldiers rushed into the crowd, all of a sudden put a row of puppet soldiers hit into parts. While pulling up the end of the dive, the plane Mustang fighter dropped a bomb. Bombs explode in the middle of the puppet soldiers. Lift fly mutilated countless puppet. Another Mustang fighter in charge of cover avoided the bite of a giant dragon, facing the magic circle of the puppet Empire magician, and fired all the rockets mounted under the wings. A row of thick smoke rushed to the magic defensive barrier created by the puppet Empire magicians, and countless rockets hit the barrier, leaving ripples interspersed on it. A huge body of fire dragon in front of a Mustang fighter spewed a fireball. The fireball may range than the far too many Trinity Imperial Dragon Knights spit fire too much. That frame the Wild Horse fighter caught off guard by this sudden attack hit fireball exploded in the air off. Another Mustang fighter bypassed the explosion and fired a row of tracer bombs at the Magic Dragon. Artillery shells hit on this great Magic Dragon defensive barrier, causing no penetration effect. Obviously, the magical defensibility of this giant dragon is stronger than Vivian's magical defensibility. Not over this Mustang fighter did not turn directly to the ground attack rockets. Through all of this is the face of rushing behemoth. A dozen rockets dashed a line in the sky with thick smoke and rushed towards the dragon. That giant dragon suddenly becomes a line. Avoid these rockets. Enormous stature flexible rolling in the sky. And that Mustang fighter pass. The dragon near the Eye of Magic seems to be higher in intelligence than the defective products spawned by the Holy Demon Empire. Not ready, okay. On Alanxia defensive positions, an officer leaning his head on his hand helmet, loudly asked my colleagues before he, dragon who is killing our soldiers are ready just fire. I have been locked target. But here's a target too. His body side. An officer explained some helpless opening. Then try your luck. The officer at the head was unable to care about all kinds of problems, and ordered, radar locks on the target. Launch the missile. Lock the target. Launch the missile. In the launch vehicle, a sergeant pressed the missile launch button. Hawk missile launch. A huge tail flame lit up on the missile launcher. On a missile launch vehicle that was already ready for launch, the Hawker air defense missile, which was pointing diagonally to the sky, broke away from its restraints and rushed to the distant sky. The second missile launch. As the shooter pressed the second button and shouted the slogan for the second missile launch, another missile rose into the air and rushed towards the distant target. On the ground means the prayer of commanders in a missile lying a dragon is breathing flames. It quickly approached the dragon, and when the dragon climbed up, it slammed into the magical defense barrier beside the dragon. A huge explosion on that giant dragon roll around, missile shrapnel ripped dragon of defense, the giant dragon's body left a road wound. The dragon screamed, trying to struggle to raise the height, but was directly hit by the second Hawker missile. Boom! Another explosion burst out in the sky, and the giant hill-like dragon screamed and was engulfed by the explosion flames. Its wings were broken due to the explosion, and its bones and wings were bent into a scary angle, sprayed with blood, and fell into the air. Phew! The third Gold Hawk missiles from its flying around, then lose a goal explosion in the distant sky, almost tripping off near one of the P-51 Wild Horses fighter. The reliability of the first generation of air defense missiles is still not very high. At least there are certain defects in distinguishing targets, but the debut of this powerful air defense weapon has caused its opponents to be devastated. Ming looked at the piece of significant transfer out of the sky in a huge residual track angle. Magician puppet of the Empire could not help frown. A weapon that can track and strike a target is still a bit too unbelievable in his opinion. If you can't get rid of this kind of attack, you have to withstand this kind of attack. Even if it is a senior magician like him, or even a giant dragon, it will feel very troublesome. After all, although the magical defense barrier is powerful, it also consumes a lot of magical energy. Originally fly hail of bullets, but also to always keep the obsession defensive barrier method body care. Eating is a very tactical consumption. Now they have to face these new weapons of Alan Hill from time to time, and the pressure has increased exponentially. However, no matter how kind, or to continue the war, the senior magician turned sharply, avoided a flare bullet that was shot over, and rushed into the battle circle again. With his palm up, two huge fireballs appeared in front of him, and saw his arms swing forward, and the two fireballs smashed into Alan Hill's defensive position. Where the two flames exploded, the magic soldiers of the Puppet Empire had already breached another trench line of defense. More far away, two huge rockets off disintegration in the sky, all of a sudden cluster bombs covering an entire puppet soldier's square array. They didn't have the defensive barrier supported by the magicians, so they were covered by the explosion all at once. With just the coverage of these two cluster bombs, the puppets in this phalanx were almost wiped out. Most of the remaining puppets are already disabled, either they can only crawl on the ground, or they don't even have their arms. A giant spider puppet that caught up looked tall and big, and its thick feet stepped on the remains of the puppet, directly crushing the poor humanoid puppets. An M4 tank hit the armor-piercing bullet, hit the leg above the root, penetrated the above-coated iron, which broke giant tree structure. However, just a hole did not affect the continued advancement of this huge war machine. The anti-aircraft guns and cannons on the spider's back continued to fire, and they still looked majestic. With the pace of its progress, a M4 tank fuel burn explosion remaining wreckage was easily crushed. Not too soon, a 203mm artillery shells crashed directly magical defensive barrier, hit in this giant spider's body. The probability would have been directly hit by gunfire is not great, but unfortunately in this guy the volume is too huge. Artillery shells at once through a giant spider's body, in the top left of terror hole. Then the shell exploded under the spider, and the giant spider that had been split apart was torn apart by the airwave. After making up the change, Long Ling is no longer in debt. 260 I have not admitted. An emergency combat meeting for the Puppet Empire's counterattack is being held in Ceres Castle. Everyone participating in the meeting is a well-known authority in the high level of the Aelan Hill Empire. If possible, then the use of nuclear weapons is the best choice. In good lighting will be meeting room. Aelan Xia General Staff Chief of Staff Luo Kai rubbed his chin up, frowning began. A huge map was placed in front of him, detailing the location of the own troops along the westward railway. The enemy's position is still relatively vague. Only in the counterattack area there are some temporary arrows attached. Not too high level for Aelan Xia. The situation has been very clear. The Puppet Empire senior magician troops are fighting back, quite ferocious counterattack degree. These forces caused considerable trouble to Aelan Hill's forces, and even some defense lines were on the verge of collapse. Yes, you're right. This may be the highest consumption than a nuclear strike. Is estimated that an attack can destroy each other at least 30 Ming high-grade magician. Guofang Buchang Luo nodded, cast a case point of view. But I had to consider other issues. Foreign Minister Long Manchester Reed, looking heavy opening, reminds us. He glanced at Chris, who had not spoken, and expressed his opinion. Custer, satisfied, similarly nodded and said, the same kind. Yes, we really need to consider other issues. Attitudes. Drew Area is still. Secondly, we need to consider is the idea of our own people. Luo Kai glanced at the Minister of Defense, who was swaying on both sides. and rubbed the pen in his hand vigorously. He thought about the wording in his heart, hoping to persuade His Majesty the Emperor to use nuclear strikes to turn the tide of the war. Nuclear playing hit frontline army soldiers will lose more than half of the rest of the people do not have any good results. Familiar with the power of nuclear weapons, Ministry Smith touches on their side of things long feared. He looked at Chris with worry, and put forward his own views. This level of attack will affect our morale. Maybe this is the sinister purpose of the Puppet Empire to gather such a large army. Yes, nuclear hit after hit, our soldiers will leave a shadow of fear. We push them to the front, and enemy Liu Kai also worried that happens. This is not directly urge him to use Chris the main reason for nuclear weapons. If this happened, it would be a heavy blow to Alan Hill's military spirit. This kind of indiscriminate attack on one's own people in order to combat the enemy is a very taboo thing in any era. Although the hero's order to fire at himself is praised by many people, if there are about as many soldiers in one's position as the enemy's soldiers, covering the position with artillery is a ruthless choice. That is not possible in the Magical Empire using nuclear weapons behind the attack force. This will not affect the military personnel. Side of Dean C. Sudden strange idea, he asked. But this also does not affect the high-level magicians of the Puppet Empire. They are all fighting on the front line, mixing with our soldiers, and the relatively safe distance for our army is the same for them. Air Forces Commander Butolia shook his head. Professional answer to this question. Those damn magicians seem to be more resistant to nuclear radiation, and nuclear radiation, which is not a threat to normal mortals, is even more insignificant for these magicians. Even more exasperating it is, if not the body at the center of the explosion, the magician's defense is enough to allow them to survive on the edge of a nuclear strike. And if they were to drop bombs at the center of a nuclear strike, the Alan Hill forces affected by the nuclear weapons would suffer heavy losses. Can at least destroy part of the follow-up forces of the enemy, right? De Purcell somewhere unwilling Mozuoxiba, watching Buto Elijah asked. No mistake, this is certain. However, in order to eliminate some of the puppet doll, caught our offensive nuclear radiation direction unwise, right? Buto Elijah before they ask to explain. Kastner on the side of the helpless replied. For at least 1 month, our offensive will be hindered, which may be longer than the subsequent puppet soldiers can hinder us. Liu Kai also shook his head, feeling that nuclear weapons would be used to attack those subsequent puppet soldiers. Debut compensation loss. In addition, the Corplay strike is also possible to upset the balance of nuclear deterrence. The other party may have to restart the assassination of His Majesty the Emperor's plan responsible for the safety of His Majesty the Emperor. Luther looked at everyone around the long table. Opening cautioned! This is the biggest problem. His Majesty's safety must be to ensure that the job Liu Kai followed added, there is no line of action higher than His Majesty the Emperor. He glanced at Chris, who had not spoken all the time, and continued, moreover, Gricken's attitude will also be affected. If we consider attacking the Puppet Empire's high-level magician army, we can ignore Gricken's attitude, but used to bomb a group of follow-up puppet troops with little combat effectiveness. It is not worth it at the price of irritating Gricken. Okay, stop struggling. Transport the small tactical nuclear weapon in the experiment to the front line. Prepare to carry out a limited nuclear attack on the troops of the Puppet Empire. Chris finally spoke and slowly ordered. Your Majesty, for your safety, De Purcell Chris' safety concerns, verbally persuade said, even if the first one set group army to fight the light, your consolation. Rest assured, I have not admit it. Anyway, the power of nuclear weapons has always been to the other big guess, and now we lost a little, they would even suspect what we put new means of attack. He cut off his advice and spoke out a secret weapon plan. Anyway, I would be tempted by negative radiation monitoring means you do not have it. The new tactical nuclear weapons have any large-scale radiation contamination. Troops can explode at any time to enter the combat area. It is a very sophisticated nuclear weapons. Alan Hill also worked overtime recently to design this new type of nuclear weapon. The entire weapon system is in the laboratory stage, and there is even no way to achieve mass production. When Chris took out this weapon, his main thought was that when the current situation occurs, he can quickly destroy the enemy's frontline troops without causing large-scale nuclear radiation. Not too limited because of technical conditions, the progress of manufacture of such weapons after all, slightly behind the fighting. The front line of the problem has already broken out, have been fighting the fight. This weapon is still in the experimental stage yet. So, the last resort, only Chris Command Unit Team first laboratory experiments using the product took effect. Do not know how exactly, but Chris felt that in order to use, since it is developed, there is no need to tangle. This new weapon is called a shockwave bomb, which is a small-power nuclear weapon that weakens nuclear radiation. Using this thing to bomb the frontline troops of the Puppet Empire will not have much impact on the environment, due to the explosive power is not too big. So Alan Xie cannot admit the use of nuclear weapons. This way even Druican aspects, there is no way to put any comments. As for the Puppet Empire, because the Magician Corps on the front line has not been directly hit, the loss will not be too great, so that it will not jump the wall and assassinate Chris again. Also, when their troops face the main forces of the Empire of Magic, combat effectiveness is demonstrated remarkable. It also shows that our technology and magic can compete. Chris looked at the crowd in front of opening said, so there is nothing to worry about, along I have to go on the road in front just fine. Yes, sir. Save the Queen 1 years old. Everyone stood up and loudly called road. A little later, the heavily guarded lab technicians and military equipment warranty soldiers guard wild tactical nuclear weapons together. The painting has not had time to nuclear radiation danger signs of a nuclear bomb. It launched the laboratory. He had gingerly, careful while the bomb installed in a newly produced within the new Scud warhead soon, and then loaded onto a special transport valuables armored car. In numerous steam under escort vehicles and helicopters, armored car drove this car to a laboratory within the periphery of the combat readiness airport, where there is a standby C-130 transport plane was waiting, ready to take off. After about half an hour of preparation for loading, the transport plane loaded with the latest shockwave bombs that was still in the experimental stage took off from this little unknown field airport and flew to the front line under the escort of 4 MiG-21 fighters. At this time, the frontline battle was still going on fiercely. The senior magicians of the Puppet Empire are trying their best to defeat the troubled Alan Hill troops in front of them. Battered not only the first one-set group of army headquarters, as well as senior commanders Puppet Empire. In him they view, since the use of the main force, and that the enemy's line of defense must be swift breakthrough. But they didn't know that what they had hit was the best equipped and most tenacious unit within the Alan Hill Empire. Can let General Walter troops are beginning to worry about their collapse. In a sense, it is also worth a commendable success. At least, a magic empire like the Holy Demon Empire does not have the ability to do such a thing. The same kind of never looked down on the Empire. Walter, General Magic, this time also really understand exactly how powerful Empire senior magic of fighting. Such a terrifying army, even under the attack of advanced Alan Hill's new weapons and equipment, is still powerful. 261 Bloody Sky. MiG-21 seat cabin. Hunter's Force pilots with a heavy new helmet, looking at the radar screen on the dashboard. Those spots are Danse Macabre. Quasi-prepared missile. Locked target. Open the insurance. 2 inside fighter pilot program confirmed a series of password. And then open the transparent flip on the joystick. His fingers press the launch button at the top. The nose pointed at the front of the dragon is raging, targeting those most likely to hit the target first. Get rid of the dragon. Radar system. Guide the Sparrow missiles to deal with the huge volume of dragon. Flight speed is not fast, indeed a very appropriate choice. Find those reflective mask huge dragon on the radar screen, but also a very easy thing. Head standard lock. Missile. Holding radar illumination. Holding radar illumination is pressed after the launch button. 2 MiG-S1 after the passing of a theater. 2 Sparrow. The radar guided missiles are rushing towards the target with extremely fast speed. Giant Dragon also found these straight over to find it troublesome little sparrow. It suddenly changed the direction of flight in the sky. It went straight to want to escape these missiles. As a result, it sadly discovered that these missiles actually adjusted their flight tracks following its flight direction. Around a tiny arc in the sky, 2 missiles hit the dragon's magic barrier one after another. The huge explosion pierced these magic barriers, leaving a piece of hard steel on the dragon's body. Wound. With the blood scattered into the sky with these wounds, the dragon screamed and dropped its height. The 2 MiG-21 fighters once again turned their heads back and locked the wounded dragon. For fighter pilots, it is better to break one finger than to break one finger. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him is the basic combat principle. Shooting down such a huge fire dragon is a great honor for everyone, and it can also quickly reduce the pressure on the front line. The 2 fighters rushed towards the target again one after the other. As a result, a huge fireball flew from the side of a MiG-21 fighter. Found dangerous swingman immediately drove MiG-21 horizontal roll lane change, the fireball touching the wing which flew MiG fighter. A senior magician puppet empire rapidly killed from a distance. It seems to be protect this injured dragon. Hand-carrying missiles. MiG-21 did not give up chasing the opportunity to kill the dragon. The lead plane pilot did not bother to be wingman attack, but once again fired a Sparrow missile. The missile still accurately hit the poor dragon that had fallen in height. Captain Pilot, there is a magician behind you. He is trying to attack you. He is trying to attack you. The wingman's prompt sounded, and the pilot of the pilot also felt the threat behind him, and immediately began to accelerate and climb. The magic behind his teacher pursued. Speed is also a little bit of improvement. However, the distance between the 2 sides was opened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even if the MiG-21 fighter did not use afterburner, it was much faster than the speed of the magician. How do these damn mortals fly so fast? The magician who bit the MiG-21 fighter tightly gritted his teeth while watching the enemy plane he was chasing flying further and further. He waved his hand and used a fireball technique, and he found that for the fighter, the speed of the fireball technique was really too slow. The opponent calmly avoided his attack and pulled the distance to the point where he couldn't attack. Purely flying in the sky, he was already the faster one among many magicians. But when faced with the flying machines developed by these mortals, he still found that he was unable to do what he wanted. Not just chasing a Lanxier fighter when, even in the most chase puppet empire created by the electric shock fighter, he is also a sense of powerless feel. Relying solely on his own body, he still couldn't compete with these machines. In another piece of airspace, the 2 MiG-21 fighters that arrived also fired air-to-air missiles, but their luck was not so good. The hit rate of the Sparrow missile is actually not very high. The 2 missiles failed to hit the dragon due to malfunctions. The 2 missiles fired for the second time flew towards the dragon, but the dragon's breath spit out from the dragon, destroyed in the distance. Some of the giant dragon is hit with a feeling of escape air missiles, some of the dragon is more irritable temper, and they will attack against its own missile breathing fire. This time on the shortcomings of AM exposed. Compared to anti-aircraft artillery shells, air-to-air missiles more slowly, and could easily be destroyed. The advantages are not absent. In comparison, the missile's hit rate is still very high, and the damage capability is also quite strong. You come and go on the air battlefield, and the ground battlefield is equally fierce. When the soldiers of the Puppet Empire thought they were about to penetrate the opponent's line of defense, the 1st Armored Division's reserve team came up. Dozens of tanks braved all kinds of magic and artillery, lined up behind Dalen Hill's position. These M4 tanks have been in front by magic lit up the defensive barrier. Slender Barrel commanding a phalanx of soldiers pointing Puppet Empire is advancing composed. Ye Geek tank gun spitting out white smoke. Cannonballs directly penetrated the defensive barrier. Magic Puppet Empire hit the soldiers wearing heavy body armor. With just one salvo, the soldiers' phalanx of the Puppet Empire became slightly messy. Then, These tanks rolled their tracks and began to move forward a little bit. Behind these tanks, countless Alan Hill soldiers with bayonets, shouting slogans, step by step towards their enemy. Among the crowds full of mountains and plains, there's Su-254 anti-aircraft vehicle raised its barrel and poured ammunition at the Puppet Empire's high-level magician who kept dodge in the sky. There are more Su-572 artillery, which are also strafing desperately. With the infantry rushed the front, as well as dozens of vehicles loaded armor vehicles, overhead countless soldiers. B-17 bombers carpet bomb dense formations swept the battlefield. The 20mm caliber cannons they are equipped with are strafing at all visible targets, and the places where enemies exist on the ground where they pass by, immediately become a mess. One by one, the bomb was thrown at the soldiers on the front magical Puppet Empire. In a huge explosion, those who have heavy magic defense barrier is trembling, shaking is being collapse. In the thick smoke and explosion, countless magic empire soldiers fell in a pool of blood, and countless puppet soldiers became broken parts. A huge aerial bomb exploded in the crowd, and the black smoke raised up enveloped the entire battlefield. Magic division of air throw fireballs surgery hit a B-17 bomber. The magic moment of defensive barrier on the plane breakdown, the entire aircraft also burn immediately became a fireball. This huge bomber with 4 engines fell from the sky, and then crashed into the crowd of puppet soldiers, like a lawnmower, knocking out an open space in a puppet phalanx. Then, at the end of this open space, the B-17 bomber exploded, blasting all the surrounding puppets into the sky. A magic Puppet Empire division in droves B-17 bomber interspersed, many fire escaped to his tracer, waving 2 huge stones thrown directly crashing to B-17 bomber. He was like a god descending to the earth, and then he drew out a huge magic circle, ejected countless fireballs, and shot down several B-17 bombers by himself. However, among nearly 100 bombers, his efforts still seemed too small. More B-17 bombers appeared in the sky. These strategic bombers opened their bomb bays and threw the aerial bombs contained in them on the heads of the follow-up units of the Puppet Empire. Former Flying with the Line magician who had raised his head, looking up at them all fly not fly height. Although there can be low altitude sweep of B-17 bombers bombing fleet, but to take on those meters altitude enemies, we do not have the slightest way. This puppet magician clenched his fists, staring at the hordes of bombers, and loudly ordered, "Let the seismic fighter unit take off to fight." Where are they? Why are they not here yet? He was from far away. A magician heard his cry. Rapid flyover, hovering at his side, said, "I have the airport." Was they destroyed their very powerful bombers. Fighter escort 2. It is stronger than our plane, so most of the airports on the front line have been bombed for several days, and did not fix it. Worried about being so consumed by his own troops, this magician asked, "Repaired part, can play fly the aircraft is not much. Wait it. Too many of our aircraft soon appeared." All right. Know that they worry. No use of magic Puppet Empire division lenging a cry, opening orders and said, "No matter who, bombers concentrate our efforts on the ground to tear each other's defense." In place of his eyesight, there is a magic division was hit anti-aircraft missile, with a magical defensive barrier falling down from the sky. Father, a giant dragon struggling to fall in the fire, hit the ground directly, and it seemed that there was no possibility of living anymore. His body stood. Magician side open mouth back replied, "I are working. But the enemy's anti-aircraft artillery too violent. Then we are also quasi. Should we have heard, but not stolen radar technology? How can these damn mortals come up with so many weird names?" A wave, with the magic defensive barrier blocking the tracer in a row, has just issued a command led by magician snapped clamor said, "To say that I am, vapid loss of 100 high-grade magician. Also should put that damn Alanxia kill the Emperor first." 262 Snake. There are mouth cannons at all times, and the Grand Magister of Travis has already ordered the Puppet Empire's senior magician to once again dispatch the god puppet to assassinate Chris. So the poor magician in front of him is just a helpless mouth cannon. After seeing Bellevue's tragic situation, no one would think that the terrible technology that mortals have mastered is just the existence of casual molesting. Even after seeing the tragic destruction of Bellevue, the senior magicians of the Puppet Empire discussed this new weapon of the Mortal Empire. They believed that the magician's forbidden attack was not even comparable to mortals in terms of damage. The nuclear weapons of the Empire, more so that they are depressed, this is not beyond a little bit. There is clearly improved technology. Mortal Empire of their own nuclear weapons. Magic Jinzu may want to enhance the power of magic. The magician only uses more involved in Jinzu attack. But the problem is that the backlash of forbidden magic is irreversible, and the magicians participating in the forbidden curse will die. This is the price of the forbidden magic. But the magic forbidden curse of the Mortal Empire does not require a price, which is more than the magic of the Puppet Empire. Forbidden spell cash is too much. To some meaning righteousness, we are doing now. All until Dervis Mage decided if he will not be talking about the future, that we've actually lost the battle. Hovering at his side the magician said. This lead magician clenched his fists. Unlimited depressed ultimately turned into a sigh. Alas, Commander. Continue to attack Crypt the defense team. To regain West Railway demons ready to Alenxia. It's not so easy now. Is he who two people talking all the time? The sky above. More Alenxia MiG-21 fighter carries Sparrow missile, reached to the war among the circle. These fighter forces began to attack the dragon with missiles, and used speed and large caliber cannons to deal with difficult low-altitude targets. The fighting between the two sides became more and more fierce. Some fighters were shot down, and some dragons were hit by missiles. As more fighters joined the battle, the situation in the sky began to change. The high-level magicians and dragons of the Puppet Empire that had previously flaunted their might have begun to be unable to suppress ground targets. He had numerous their Mustang's EL-2 attack barely support the cracks hit machine. The tube has no energy to go Alenxia those troops on the ground. But the Alan Hill troops on the ground were using their weapons to fire at targets in the sky. Katusha rocket launcher and an intensive artillery shells fell on the ground among the Puppet Empire of the crowd. Shrapnel raised by the explosion splashed around, piercing everything that passed by, leaving bloody holes. Beside the bodies of the soldiers Puppet Empire side, a huge shadow rapidly threw its body almost 30 mi long, covered with scales like a great general interfax. Rapid twisting motion of the body turned out to be a monster 32 mi long python. It rapidly while wandering in the edge of the bodies, while forward rapidly move forward. The giant snake rushed forward, and uttered in the magic soldier's phalanx, and laughed loudly. This is a really good place. A good place. Avoid a hit bomb. This snake's body on also beneath the magical defensive barrier. Apparently it is a World of Warcraft, like Vivian Peace dueling Borkin around the same. This strange snake with a mouth full of fangs and teeth not only utters words, but also sticks out its head from time to time, opens its mouth wide, and condenses into a magical circle in its mouth, casting a mighty force on the Alan Hill troops in the distance. Magic. In behind, there are many of this snake. They rely on the low profile, as well as great speed, quickly rushed into defensive positions Alenxia of soldiers. Boom! A giant snake pressed against the anti-tank mine planted in front of the Alan Hill position, and was blown off by the mine before 2/3 of its belly could be defended. The giant snake uttered a scream of human beings, and the blood spurted from its mouth all over the trenches. In the trenches, human soldiers who had been terrified by these monsters were holding their weapons and pouring their ammunition desperately at the severely wounded snake. The giant snake was struggling violently. His body was covered with barbed wire, and the blood spluttered down in front of the battlefield. Before the Alan Hill soldiers in the battlefield cheered, behind the giant snake's body, another giant snake raised its head, with a pair of cold eyes staring at the mortals in the trenches, as thick as arms. Cinzi vomited and vomited, His ferocity was extreme. While the giant snake attacked, a tank in the distance pierced the magical defense barrier of a giant snake with a tank gun. The armor-piercing bullet pierced the scales of the giant snake, leaving a hole in the snake's body that constantly spouted blood. The blood with the blue magic breath flowed into the soil, and the giant snake was tossing its huge body before dying, leaving traces on the ground like a whip. While the giant snake was killed by the tank, in the trench on the other side, a giant snake opened its blood basin and swallowed several Alan Hill soldiers. It slid forward quickly along the trenches, much faster than human running speed. Not too bad the serpent, when accompanied by a phalanx of soldiers Puppet Empire to move forward. It was heaven. Shells hit. The huge explosion blew the giant snake into two pieces, and the blood splashed into the distance, scattered on the shields and armors of every Puppet Empire soldier. The fierce battle continued. Alan Hill's entire camp was defeated, and the loss of the Puppet Empire was also rising. Just looking at the dragons and snakes that died in battle was enough to make people distressed. In the war zone, the appearance of these magical snakes brought unprecedented pressure to the entire Alan Hill defensive position. They overturned Alan Hill's tanks, destroyed many air defense positions, and swallowed them directly. Many soldiers. The battle has reached its current level, and the two sides are no longer attacking each other. In everyone's eyes, this is a game of killing each other's lives. They have been forgotten their original purpose, but in a simple massacre opponents, each piece of each trench positions in fierce fighting with, before killing as many enemies killed. In terms of sense of accomplishment, the sense of accomplishment experienced by the soldiers of Alan Hill is relatively low. They can only withstand the enemy's attack, and then rely on long-range firepower to consume their opponents, while their opponents can directly kill these Alan Hill soldiers. The two sides fought desperately on the battlefield. As soon as the rain-like shells here fell, the dazzling fireball technique over the rose into the air. Numerous magicians flew in the sky, shuttled between dense rain of fire and missiles. Serpents out now. The two armies at war after the lot. Shortly Alan Xia, the new bomber B-52, also out now. A war zone. These bombers, carrying a large number of bombs and also carrying Super Dog air-launched ground-to-surface missiles, joined the battle in their own way. These bombers from the main battlefield in 30 local kilometer put a super-class Dog ground missiles. These missiles, under the guidance of, crashed into the square among the soldiers of the Puppet Empire. Almost know how to operate intensive Puppet Imperial soldiers square array. These missiles has become a perfect target. Although the hit accuracy of this early missile was very poor, it was not a problem to fall into the front of the Puppet Empire's offensive, which was several kilometers wide. A huge number, probably dozens of Super Dog missiles, crashed into the queue of puppet soldiers at a super high speed that the Puppet Empire's magical defense barrier could not effectively defend. The huge explosion caused countless soldiers of the Puppet Empire to die instantly. The addition of B-52 bombers made this massacre even more cruel. After the anti-surface missiles destroyed many puppets, these B-52 bombers quickly rushed through this position. They flew across the battlefield at a speed that the magician could not keep up with, and then dropped all the bombs they carried. Heavy bombing bombs explode in the crowd. A lot of square Puppet Empire by these intensive bomb was defeated. There was blood everywhere in the whole battlefield, and it is not an overstatement to describe it as a river of blood flowing together. This battle fought from morning to evening, and finally stopped after the sunset. After all, most of the troops in the Puppet Empire could not fight at night, and Alan Hill's night fighting ability was also very limited. Not over, the fight has not ended. With a night vision tanks, cover the same Alan Xia-equipped infantry night vision, the position occupied by the Puppet Empire launched a surprise attack. This is the first time that humans have used night vision devices to fight at night. In the dark night, Alan Hill soldiers equipped with silencers and firearms were only discovered after they wiped out dozens of Puppet Empire checkpoints. And then the two sides fought together in the night. A group. Just the line when the soldiers kept crossfire. Dark night. The one with the escort fighter C-130 transport unit, flashing green and red night lights, 2 rows in the ground indicating lights, landing on the front line of the field airport runway, searchlight intensive lights, countless people ground staff waiting on both sides of the runway. After they parked, transport planes swarmed into the open door of the C-130 transport aircraft. In the cabin of this aircraft, they began to unload important and unique new weapons. These soldiers pushed the new type of bombs that had been transported from inside Alan Hill out of the cabin, and then pushed them to the carrier that had been waiting on the side of the airport a long time ago. On the carrier vehicle, the technician who had been waiting for a long time lifted the canvas covering the new bomb, and pointed the tail of the transport vehicle at the Scud missile launch vehicle and crane equipment over there. Doomed no sleep tonight. Dense sound of weapons fire has been holding from the night continued into the next day's dawn. On a battlefield full of gunpowder, Alan Hill's Scud missile kicked off the counterattack the next day. 263 Why didn't you steal it? All night, we used so many small fish and shrimps, which made us exhausted. We started attacking this early in the morning. The commander on Alan Hill's side would only play this kind of disgusting little trick. Right stood a corpse Alanxia soldiers. The name of the magician puppet empire lost a broken hand of the night, as the instrument bitterly began. Yesterday his ministry team suffered heavy losses, and even 2 magic divisions were Alanxia's sneak troops killed at close range with a special bullet. These nighttime assault troops that broke into the magic empire's fortress really brought a lot of trouble to the puppet empire. Finally, the battle even rise to the point where the use of tanks, installed infrared searchlight M4 retrofit tanks, sudden attack of a puppet camp empire, which destroyed at least 100 Ming magic soldiers, and thousands of puppet. Indeed, he had also destroyed a giant spider puppet. This kind of battle lasted from midnight to early morning, leaving many magicians without rest all night, and naturally their current state was not very good. Have to say that these mortal assault squads still very effective fighting. They can fight at night. With that kind of equipment, you can see very far away. A magical said depressed division. He had also used all low lighting magic fireball and the like, but in the face of sudden attack time, or not used to the state will appear. The battle between the two sides is naturally the mortal side dominates at first, and then the magician can reluctantly launch a counterattack and win some initiative. However, the whole night of fighting still gave Alan Hill's troops a lot of advantage. The B-52 bomber also carried out more than 3 large-scale attacks last night, destroying many puppet spiders and puppet tanks, causing heavy losses to the follow-up troops of the puppet empire. What's even more depressing is that last night, the incendiary bombs thrown by Alan Hill destroyed many camps, causing the magicians of the puppet empire to be devastated. Although the flames can't help these magicians, they lost their tents and supplies. Many magic supplements were also destroyed, and these things made the magicians very annoyed. Let troops take some time off, as much as possible, to the statistics of loss. Let the dragon troops ready to attack. Yesterday we wasted too much time, and today the middle to break the wings detour. Do not waste time. Led by magician watching the foot that was broken split the M42 helmet, language gas dignified said. He also felt that entanglement with Alan Hill's troops here would have no good results for him and his troops. Although he didn't mention it, as a commander, he was still very worried about Alan Hill's direct use of nuclear weapons against them. This is also the main reason why he used the main magic force when he came up to get entangled with Alan Hill's troops. In his view, entanglement with the opponent is an effective way to prevent the opponent from using weapons of mass destruction. The opponent will not be too impulsive if he throws a rat avoidance device. As long as the other party hesitation, it would give him the time of the attack. He never thought the other would give up the attack with nuclear weapons, but as long as the other hesitated, he had confidence. Commanding magic masters break down Alanxia defense. It is a pity that now his troops have not penetrated the enemy's defense line quickly, but are entangled with the opponent's troops in a very chaotic manner. The two sides are almost like me in you and you in me. and their teeth are intertwined. Under such circumstances, it is obviously troublesome to use nuclear weapons first, so Alan Hill has not used nuclear weapons until now. But all Puppet Empire refers to commanders who are aware that if they continue in this onslaught, and cannot break down the defense, then Alan Xie will have a great chance, moving from the use of the mind cleared of nuclear weapons. This is human nature, so they dare not try. It is precisely because of this that the commander of the magician at the head would think of speeding up the attack at this time today, penetrating the Alan Hill line of defense as soon as possible, and regaining control of a certain section of the Westward Railway. His plan is simple. Now use the Alan Hill troops in front of him as a shield and prevent Alan Hill from using nuclear weapons. Later use the Westward Railway as a talisman to prevent Alan Hill from using nuclear weapons to attack his troops. Ministry team is very tired, and we fight each other for a night, a magic division opening complained. The complaint obviously had no effect. Alan Hill's shelling continued, and from time to time a Scud missile crashed into the position where the puppet Imperial soldiers were stationed. The huge explosions, one after another, are really annoying. Large E-caliber artillery, including the amazing power of K5 column of cars guns, are pouring their own ammunition to troops. Puppet Empire. One explosion after another caused the Puppet Empire soldiers who had fought with the Alan Hill night raid forces all night to collapse. They wanted to rest, but they couldn't find a chance to rest in such a noisy environment. Ming has been in the earth that the suspected soldiers of dollars, while Alan Xie are playing now. It may be the most expensive in the history of the suspected soldiers of dollars. In this overnight attack, not only aircraft such as B-52 and MiG-21 were dispatched, but also countless cannons and Scud ballistic missiles were used. Whole night, Puppet Empire of high-class magician who did not how to rest. Even many people now look very trance. But seeing Alan Xie shelling more and more intensive, more and more reckless, he had also not really have time to find a place to rest. Suddenly in place behind them, a white mushroom cloud into the sky. The earth was moving. All the magic dragon, snake there are restless. What followed was a strong wind, hitting everyone's face with a dull pain. One can imagine how powerful the explosion just now is. Even standing so far away, you can feel the strong wind after the strong shockwave fades away. The leading Puppet Empire mage frowned, and then heard a deafening explosion from a distance, dull and huge, making people feel a sense of palpitation after hearing it. That was my direction. Their follow-up units were a magic horror of watching the huge mushroom-shaped clouds division, anxious to take a step forward. Opening cautioned. I know. The same kind of looked at the huge white mushroom cloud, led by the magician's face does not look good. Depending on the scale, the bomb that exploded in the distance must be a very powerful bomb. Judging from its power alone, this bomb resembles a nuclear weapon. However, over the sinking of nuclear weapons than from Bly explosion, the explosion in front while nuclear weapons, apparently did not Bly rocket powerful nuclear weapon. Is it these Alan Xie or NPC mercy? They intend to let these enemies. Do idiots think so? Thinking of this, the headed magician didn't even believe that there would be such a good thing in the world. But having said that, why would the other party choose a less powerful nuclear weapon? Is it to not break the balance of nuclear deterrence? Thinking of this, he felt very likely to know not only the nuclear deterrent to their powerful Magic Empire pressure, Magic Empire also seems to Alan Xie of pressure. In this case, we have great pressure, do not want to break the existing balance, see it's human nature to get up. Thus, the name, led by magician, withdrew his eyes from the flower mushroom cloud rising constantly churning. Opening told, opportunity has been gone. Pause it to go behind the attack. Look to see how much damage! Exclamation mark. Having said that, his body was floating in the air, swiping rapidly towards the direction of the explosion of the shockwave bomb in the distance. Several magic teacher looked at each other, then also fly up, followed behind him. After flying for about a few kilometers, they saw the huge crater that was blown out by the bomb. This terrible huge crater is still steaming, and the bodies of countless puppet soldiers are scattered around. Instantaneous explosion between you destroy all the puppet troops nearby, including more than a dozen giant spider puppet, hundreds of cars gathered in this neighborhood puppet tanks, and at least 20,000 puppet soldiers crowded together. Now, these puppet soldiers have strained into stumps and broken arms. The puppet tanks have become finely divided parts and twisted steel plates, and the large puppet spiders have also been paralyzed in place. Huge red shockwave cracked these puppet spider face stout legs on one side of the explosion, as well as the temporary withdrawal of the 3 rear magician supplies. Also was killed instantly while a nuclear bomb. Several of the first to arrive magic teacher lit a magical defensive barrier, cut off from the kind of once in Beely Y inexplicably killed a lot of people. Invisible terrible thing quality. He who hover in the air, do not want to drop the height to the center of the explosion risk. And before nuclear weapons are not the same Beely Y use possibility of it being developed, with a special bomb the front line. A magic apparently studied Alanxia division, opening to tell their own views. Yes, from the power point of view, obviously the bomb then sinking in Beely Y throwing much smaller. Another magic division news, said, Xin Losai were far enough away, or is likely to have just has been affected. When the time you stole Alanxia drawings, when the drawings of how no such weapons stolen, production of such bombs, tanks, aircraft than the production of those useless much stronger. Led by Magician Bao looking at the huge crater, complained angrily, his words no one can answer, or that only those involved in stealing technology Alanxia magician who they know, what they Alanxia action in the ring how often neglected students. Under the pursuit and interception of Alan Hill's intelligence agency, there is indeed no way to get close to Alan Hill's core secrets. No matter how hard they tried, no news about nuclear weapons was discovered. It was not until Alan Hill experimented with nuclear weapons that the senior magicians of the Puppet Empire felt that a new weapon appeared in a distant place. 264 Follow me. Suddenly among all the Puppet Empire here we have a kind of magician who he had in Boshan, eventually missed the most precious treasures of the kind of absurd feeling. He who had organized a large-scale theft of Alanxia Action Empire technology. It is also that time of action. Let puppet troops broke through the shackles of empire, embarked on a more powerful way. But it is also time to take that risk. So Alanxia increased vigilance. To all of their R&D projects are hidden deeper. The most terrible is that, because of actions that are large-scale theft of technology anxious, and Trinity Puppet Empire in the territory Alanxia arrangement intelligence network, the temptation to rely on those mortals, or other means to establish a mortal threat the intelligence network was completely removed. Now for the mortal empire, although they cannot be described with 2 eyes and a smear, there is no way to organize a large-scale operation. Because for the moment the Alanxia and most countries on the border are in a state of war, some people want to mix into the mission, almost prohibitively difficult. Immediately retreat now. Frontline dispersion retreat. Cannon fodder to those positions to Trinity Empire as well as the rest of the puppet soldiers. Most end of this empire headed by puppet magician or accept their fate. He was worried that Alanxia still had such a weapon, and he worried that Alanxia would continue to use such a weapon. Although such weapons cannot cause immediate destruction and fatal damage to the Puppet Empire's troops, it can block subsequent reinforcements of the Puppet Empire. The loss is simply unbearable, and the commander of the Puppet Empire is very depressed if the battle cannot be ended quickly even with a loss. In the loss lost so much after the case continued forces. The main forces also suffered heavy losses in the front line. Continue to attack will only make the battle a stalemate. If Alanxia do not want to consume it, they entirely possible to continue to use similar weapons, continue to fight against the follow-up troops of the Puppet Empire. The situation was worse than he had imagined. He endured the loss and was consumed on the front line. The Puppet Empire could not resist the consumption. Once more troops were assembled and attacked actively. Alan Hill would use nuclear weapons. It's an endless loop, more so that he was scared. Once this new weapon, or that once this small beginning large-scale use of nuclear weapons in the front line, that all attacks against Alanxia will fall into a passive. Since then, even then sets not puppet ministry team, we must be very careful. As long as Alanxia the scouts found traces of puppet troop concentrations, it is likely to be directly in front of such a strike similar to today. The devastating follow-up is that over time, Alan Hill's investigative methods have become more and more advanced. Maybe within a few days, they will be able to take off the plane on rainy days, and they will be able to conduct large-scale investigations at night. At that time, whether the Puppet Empire used the weather to covertly advance, or used the night to build forces, it would have become a joke. Alan Hill's plane will keep hovering over their heads, like vultures in groups for a long time. It's real. He does not know where they now stand. They cannot see the head. Yeek satellites Alanxia just launched, just passing through, is the first transmission of image signals to the ground. Although this satellite cannot accurately guide and clearly see the target on the ground, it can help correct the map and compare the changes in the entire area. Long-distance image transmission technology has matured day by day in Alan Hill. With the development of this technology, more advanced reconnaissance satellites will soon be put into service. At that time, Alan Hill seemed to have opened the eyes of God and completely lifted the fog of war in front of him. I do not continue to attack. Here, opening his boss orders to retreat, a magic somewhat reluctant teacher asked. You know, since yesterday morning, until this morning, the Battle Puppet Empire has invested at least 5 puppet soldiers, as well as 1 magic soldiers and dozens of high-level magician. If you count the giant troops Dragon, Snake also composed of troops where they have actually lost enough to make any magic distressed the Empire. Just such a battle. There are 7 bits of magician fall, 30 more than the giant dragon and 20 pieces of magic snake was killed. This is a valuable high-end combat power puppet of the Empire. A loss must be distressed for a long time. Who could have imagined that a magician of the same level as Vivienne would be killed in one battle? In fact, the combat power displayed by Alan Hill was so horrible that magicians were jealous. Having lost so many troops and killed a large number of puppet troops with a small nuclear weapon, who can swallow this bad breath? There are many people who hope to continue fighting. On the contrary, there are many. In him they view vapid loss. Here also breakdown of mortal line of defense, to prove the superiority of the magician, was killed in revenge. Here companions, or even should continue to attack. We have been hit. Alanxia capital says go with. Of course, there are more people with normal brains, at least not everyone thinks they have the ability to kill Ceres all the way. It's real reason a little bit. I know that they now consider is not whether to go Ceres' immediate concern, but to consider that they will not kill people all the way to Bely. For the frontline troops of the Puppet Empire, the good news is that their commander, the senior magician headed by them, is still sober. He did not imagine that his troops could win the battle, but was thinking about whether his troops would be wiped out here. This time he shook his head at the moment. Open, explains, again. So crushed no meaning Alanxia weapon of war has come to the front. Do not you stay here to die. I have now in how to do. Have we lost the war yet? He heard himself refers to the interpretation of the commanders. Some of the more radical magician who distressed said, in him they view such a losing battle. Puppet Empire is to say that the war is lost their sense of superiority since the year before mortals. Their superiority low magic country will collapse with it a failure. This is more terrifying than death. Compared to retreat, he had more in here wants to continue to fight. They are sorry for not capable of penetrating enemy lines, as they cannot achieve their goals and sad. After all, they had come over aggressively before and never thought of their failure. It is a pity that the reality is cruel. No matter how hard they work, Alan Hill's defense line composed of ordinary mortals is as unbreakable as forged by steel, and those terrifying weapons emerge in an endless stream, letting the magicians see what is called there is a mountain beyond the mountain. Yes, there are mountains outside the mountains. It is time to discuss not retreat. Far Alanxia shelling began. 155 mm caliber pomegranate shells. Roar of guns issued in the horizon, the deep and rhythmic, followed by 203 mm caliber cannon as well as 283 mm railway artillery also joined into play. All of a sudden noisy positions on a puppet of the Empire. Just yet quiet morning, seeing it boil. Then, raindrops of countless rocket bombs of various types generally covered the puppet Empire's camp, and the MiG-21 fighter jets patrolling in the sky roared past, as if patrolling their own territory. That's the beginning of a lively day, and the entire battlefield, as you can see, begins to smoke again. Alan Hill's steel offensive has just begun, and the opponent being attacked feels a little unstoppable. It seems that the script has been written. Yesterday it was the puppet Empire's offensive, but starting today, it will be Alan Hill's counterattack. From the recovery of a distant explosion in his eyes, commander of the puppet Empire of the opening of his men were excited and said, "I am. At least we have not lost the war. The group is preparing the devil's plan. It will give us a chance. Now, let's give the scorched earth of Bellevue to Alan Hill." There is no need to entangle it anymore. Yes, everyone looked at the explosion, turned a lingering fear of black smoke rolling. Look at those who have not seen the true colors of positions, down to be a cry, trapped by their own ready to retreat matters go. Still a Trinity outskirts of the capital BLY Empire in ruins. Still wearing a black robe, magic fingers, slightly hard man, so note the hands of burning up. His expression was gloomy, and his face was ugly to the extreme. He stroked the giant dragon next to him who was in charge of delivering the letter with his hand, and he walked up to the Grand Archon who had been watching him not far away. Other side did not speak. He would say on the contents of the note, "I have lost the battle." What big consul, almost hard to imagine, stared at Italian consciousness shocked and said, "You are the troops lost the battle, but how is it possible that the real magic corps are?" There is nothing impossible. Look at this ruin. The man in black sneered and continued, "Now, we have to fulfill our promise to you. Come with me, and see your new teacher, the big devil, your mentor Travis." That here we have Bugu and Bagu. Happiness came too suddenly. A little big consul did not react. He looked at the magicians and officers waiting for his decision in the distance, and asked subconsciously, "Everything here has nothing to do with you." In other words, it has nothing to do with the puppet empire. Leave the rest to the source of magic. The man in black replied coldly. He pointed to a giant piece of the dragon, spoke and said, "So, now, when you are left to your big consuls, and I was left with." Without delay for even a second, the great Archon went straight to the dragon that seemed to him incomparably powerful, and cautiously climbed onto the dragon's back. Plus, there will be more in the evening. Longling is no longer in debt this time. Can you give a shout? Ask for a monthly ticket recommendation. Ask for a reward. Bookmark and subscribe. For Alan Hill. 265 expensive war. On the frontal battlefield, the troops of the puppet empire scattered and retreated, leaving behind a bunch of worthless puppets to defend against Alan Hill's pursuit. Many defenders of the Holy Demon Empire did not know about this. These abandoned soldiers stayed in their positions waiting for Alan Hill to be devastated. In just one morning, their defense line was breached by Alan Hill. After repeated battles, Alan Hill pushed the defense line to the south. 70 kilometers. Not over. After that, Alanxia also gave up the chase, stopped in place, began to break supplement. The reason is nothing else, because after a fierce battle, Alan Hill's frontline troops have suffered huge losses. If they were not backed by the West into the railway, but for the supplement to reduce rejection of 9 set part of military supplies group, possibly the first 1 set group of army counterattack on the next day will not stand. Now they stopped to rest, which was a relief to General Walter. At first a set group of army stopped south when Sayre's wartime economic conference held on time. All senior officials in charge of production and the army staying in Sarras attended the meeting. After all, the issues discussed in this meeting were left over after the fierce battle of the Puppet Empire. Go Fang Bulong, Higgs Archduke Kastner published laments in the meeting. This could be our mortal from history since, playing the best game of our war to defeat a powerful magical empire, even the enemy we haven't broken through our defense line. He was right. From the perspective of scale and results, the battle between Alan Hill and the Puppet Empire was absolutely unprecedented. Both sides participated in the battle with so many troops, the battle process was fierce, and the results of the mortal empire surpassed any previous battle. Yes, but I'm sure that this is also the most expensive war we have fought so far, Gerlo said with a pale face, looking at the rough statistics. To engage the puppet of the empire they strive battle. Yesterday the first Alanxia most main of the set group of army suffered heavy losses. The ammunition consumed is countless, and the cost is really touching. Germany Purcell did not make much of a conflict for money. He first witnessed the rise of Alanxia, so in his subconscious, he is convinced that Chris has to spend, and God's miraculous power. But even so, he was surprised by yesterday's consumption. Endorsed Guerluo opening statement. No mistake, the consumption of the day yesterday. We throw out the coins, and almost all the wars waged in the past of human history combined, it's almost the cost. You know, just before more than 4 years, says year's revenue, it was only 1,000 gold round coins. At the time Chris was still worrying about his taxes, and a country to start a war was nothing more than spending tens of thousands of gold coins, or hundreds of thousands of gold coins. But now, in a battle, the total value of air-to-air missiles consumed by Alan Hill has far exceeded the amount of 100,000 gold coins. Now you know why so many modern air-to-air missiles use infrared combat missiles, right? Because radar-guided missiles are more expensive. From the analysis of the Seeker, infrared-guided missiles are really very cheap, and many technologies can even be extended to the civilian field. Our radar system guides the missile Seeker is very expensive, both substantially not in the same horizontal line. Therefore, even in the most wealthy countries, the seekers of air-to-air missiles are mixed. The radar seekers for long-range air-to-air missiles beyond the visual range highlight their ability to be ignored after launch. The short-range air-to-air missiles use infrared guidance. Leading cost control also has more reasonable performance indicators. Of course, the wider locking range of the infrared seeker is also one of the main reasons why most combat missiles use infrared seekers. However, the low price is indeed a reference reason. The Miko air-to-air missile is a counterexample. The price is scary. For special reasons, the cheap infrared seeker cannot be used by Alan Hill, so it can only use the expensive radar seeker, which is also a very deceptive choice for combat missiles. After all, the infrared seeker is smaller, the missile can be made smaller. The maneuverability is better, and it is easy to hit a target of the size of the Magician. Having said that, if Alan Hill enters the technical field of the second generation of infrared air-to-air missiles, these problems can be easily solved. Thermal imaging infrared guidance technology is much more reliable and resistant to interference than the earlier pure thermal induction guidance technology. If we count other system auxiliary guide mode, the new infrared missiles are not fighting, cannot be used, on the contrary will be added to the air-to-air missile camp, strengthen Alanxia Air Force guided weapons. At least, when using infrared guidance, the locking area is very large, which is an unparalleled advantage when launching air-to-air missiles at close range and large angles. No radar seeker can replace this advantage. After all these words, and now the situation is basic, air-to-air missile guidance radar is still expensive, the price is still high, and yesterday's battle, the MiG-21 total to the various projects launched standard 190 fired several Sparrow missiles, the hit rate is less than half. Even so, the missile also has demonstrated its strong potential for the future, less than 100 mHz hit the target missile to kill a dragon, including the several dozens goal mark. The damage effect is very good. There are so terrible. Here German Purcell spending are feeling amazing. Curious Chief of Staff Liu Kai subconsciously asked. I have yesterday and today played a total of 72 Scud ballistic missiles, of which more than half is the latest model of solid rocket motors, glanced Liu Kai. Look, the newly established Strategic Missile Army generals introduced the opening. This can be said to be quite a huge cost. One must know that a Scud missile is very expensive, and dozens of them are sold in one breath. The price is also very touching. Hearing this news, Liu Kai immediately closed his mouth. He Ginseng Seek directing the battle. Okay, let him consider these costs, which made him feel a headache. Yesterday he only considered winning this sudden encounter, but did not consider the cost issue. In this thinking, yesterday's first 1 sets group army and 11 sets regiment army that is able to find anything to use what is essentially the latest and most expensive weapon Alan Xie now could find, both used it. Not just a Scud, ordinary rockets, including Katyusha. There are more models. We have day and night consumed a total 600 rounds of cluster bomb shells are also used a lot. Another officer opening adds. Air-launched superclass missile retriever. We played 39 pieces. There is a fault crash. Know how much those missiles it? Another empty army generals saw Elijah. General Buto did not speak, and Self-Care Zidi added. Just yesterday, we have 1,700 multi-shelf aircraft. It took off a total of 4,000 or more sorties, of all the places we were able to fight, pouring a full 8,000 duodun fried bombs and cannon shells. But you only Asia this time. Then he added, do you know how expensive these bombs are? There are expensive armor-piercing bombs, as well as napalm bombs and cloud blast bombs, which are relatively cheap compared to ordinary bombs. In modern warfare, what is fought is banknotes. Not to mention such high-intensity large-scale operations, even for small-scale counter-guerrilla operations. The military expenditures consumed by the US military in the 21st century are enough to make people stunned. Rolled in front of the record, Desire looked sitting at the head of Chris' ministry team yesterday, pouring a total of at least 2 billion rounds of ammunition, 21 about large caliber artillery shells. Artillery had scrapped the 27 doors. Among the 3 bomb chambers, more than 100 cannons need to be replaced before they can continue to be used. What is this concept? 2 shells fell on the position of the puppet empire in about a second. In one day, the shells kept falling twice in 1 second. And there was no pause for 1 second. More than half of the land in the entire war zone has been covered by craters, the soil has been loosened, and even some small highlands have been blasted into small basins. Casually flip through the soil near the debris is not able to find a puppet, it is to find the blood of a block, of course, the metal dome, and time to pick up falling to the foot of the recovered shell. Forward line to add such a huge consumption. The train would use quite a lot of trips, not including manufacturing issues. Competent railway officials say opening up their own difficulties. I have been cutting back to the first 9 set group of military supplies, and may first want to make a set group of army return to the levels of the day before yesterday. It needs at least 50 resupply trips of the job. I just give an example. Yesterday we consume in terms of ammunition enough 4 years ago. Yal anti-empire bankrupt. Official member closed the report in front of him, shook his head and said. His body other side of the officials sneered. Breaking capacity. They do not bring so much money to you yesterday, not counting fuel consumption. Not counting soldiers yesterday killed. God knows how much money we spend yesterday. It is estimated that we can build another Ceres. Every fighter taking off is expensive. Until the 1990s, Chinese fighter pilots had very few hours of flight training each year. The purpose was to save fuel in strategic reserves and reduce training costs for troops. A jet fighter took off to fight once, and it was almost enough to buy a Nissan car. Yesterday, the MiG-21 fighter took off in desperate battle, and even was shot down more than a dozen, which shows how huge their fuel consumption is. In order to support the war, Higgs oil exploration scale has been expanded tenfold. Our oil fields in the Dothan Empire are also producing crude oil. This is good news. There are also oil fields in the Jesno Empire. The official responsible for oil production report. It seems still south of Korea. General to make money. A competent official finance heard here only Lusagas, shook his head and sighed softly. Fourth, there will be more in a while. 266 Fragile empire. Hearing the saying that going south to make money, the faces of many officials have become much better. They did get unprecedented benefits in the south, and the rich resources in the south really made everyone ecstatic. Jess Promise Empire has many minerals, ores and gems as well as many other precious minerals. What makes Alan Hill more ecstatic is that oil has been discovered here, and the reserves are still quite huge. If you count the land acquired and other benefits, Alan Hill's southward troops have made a lot of money in the Jasno Empire area, which makes many troops very envious, because for the discovery of oil fields, Imperial Oil's stock has gone up a lot. An official member of the very satisfied nod, agree with the official opening of the mouth. Competent financial muttering words. I built after recommendations we should fully occupy Jisinuo Empire, continue to advance southward, to attack Baymexia Empire. A charge of economy minister stood up and suggested, Surge 10-11 Baymizai Empire. I agree, we should subsidize the north line of the war, at least we should focus part, invested in various countries to the south. There is also a theater, is not it? Another minister of his mouth, while watching the side of the ancient Erlo. Expansion of the war for us are no good. Gentlemen, do not just look at the immediate benefits. Is always easier than to destroy the building. We won so many places, we must build so many places. You have thought it was a good thing? Chris said finally spoke up, interrupted the quarrel. Everyone, I know everyone wants to gain benefits in the south quickly, and I really want to do it too. But we can't be anxious, we must steadily win. If we win a place, we must have a firm foothold there. He slowly said, yes, everyone emphasized. Send qualified officials to manage the Jasno area and turn it into our granary. This is what we should do now. As for continuing to go south, we can discuss it another day. Now we have to think about is, what will become after the war look like? Chris stood up, face serious. Come to the front of the map. Behind his own, the latest news, the Ministry of Puppet Empire dispersed retreat team scattered more. It's on. He beat the map, look at the sweep to sweep everyone's face. Before I had and they want to destroy the opponent with a decisive battle, this massive war situation. In fact, for those of us who are favorable, we are good at collective combat, this is our advantage. His words were a bit cold, and all the officials who had been enthusiastically discussing the southward offensive just now couldn't help but swallow spit. Someone took out a handkerchief from his arms and tremblingly wiped the sweat left on his forehead. Just now, they were too smug, thinking about how they and the chaebols they represented would make money. But they forgot, this empire is Alan Hill. This empire also has an emperor who is countless times stronger than any emperor. No theory is to make money or just the development of industry, or everyone here must rely on Chris' breath job. Their strength is only a paper tiger, and Chris' strength is really strong. In Alan Hill, the emperor's golden words said that if he ordered the eradication of which family, other ministers would not even ask the reason, and would execute the emperor's order. This is dominance. This is Chris' reputation in Alan Hill. Although he does not often express their meaning, and even sometimes hesitant, but when he spoke, no one dared to question anything. Chris' hand yesterday to pay painted in the area of the circle of war, before Puppet Empire or Trinity Empire strike, they all think we can win the war on the front. So our tactics are the same. Concentrate your forces and look for the opponent's main force to wait for an opportunity to fight a decisive battle. After speaking, he paused and continued, but now, our enemies have realized their mistakes. They dare not gather forces because they are afraid of our weapons of mass destruction. The results that they may allow them to find new tactics against us. I call guerrilla warfare. Advanced magician magic empire or snake magic forces or, even giant dragon included, are very suitable for small-scale operations. Speaking here, he looked at the chief of staff Liu Kai, opening ordered, you referred to. Introduce it. retaliatory action. Puppet Empire might expand the next. Yes. Liu Kai stood up from his position and walked to the map with his chin held high. He pointed to the enemy forces near Blaiwai, spoke and said, once he had spread out and began harassing our military forces with a small-scale, local conflicts and then to consume our military, then we will fall into a very passive situation. Even that, he had to penetrate if the army-controlled area, or some of the more in-depth, arrived in our core industrial area, then we will have to pay a heavy price. Then, Liu Kai stood up. Chris around, waiting for the Emperor, His Majesty the Emperor opening. Before he had just put a target on my body, my calculation is how to kill the man. If they want to see the attack on the city, then we will face what you think? Giris asked. After his questioning, everyone suddenly discovered that the technological empire of Alan Hill, which was invincible on the frontal battlefield, had not become stronger when fighting the enemy's attack, but had become fragile. Compared to 4 years ago, Alan Hill can now be said to be full of high-value targets. The situation that once abandoned half of the country can continue to fight is now unlikely to continue. Before, strategically important places were nothing more than some castles and some cities. Even large cities are very convenient to rebuild. As long as the people are still or as long as enough people can be filled, these cities will be able to recover soon. In such an era, losing a city is nothing more than losing some population and part of the minerals. For a vast empire, it is far from a painful one. But now, such a good thing is gone forever. At strong tone, now everything has changed. The large cities of Aland Hill require water and electricity, a powerful underground sewage treatment system, and prohibitively expensive infrastructure. Nowadays, as long as one power station is blown up in a city, it may affect many nearby power plants. Once the transformer is destroyed, the long-distance power grid will be paralyzed, power supply will be lost in many places, and people's lives will become a mess. And if the water plant is destroyed, then a city will be paralyzed, people will lose the ability to live, and the entire city will collapse within a few days. At that time, the city will be stinking, and just countless toilets will become a big problem that is difficult to solve. Inside the city, there are numerous important facilities: soil fort, Alanxia steel smelting plant. The city has the largest ferry dock and port. Plug-in Sri Lanka research doors abundance. Anyone may not give up. Nauru, Fallen Dragon City, Volavo, Maine, North County, Hanhai, Buddansk, Atlanticus, Farad, Dosnell, Higsna, Ozar, and many other cities. Each has countless factories, all supporting the development of the empire. Higgs has oil, the Dothan Empire has rubber, Aranti has iron ore, and Valenza has magic apprentices. Numerous resources are serving Alan Hill. Which link is destroyed is all for this empire. The disaster of extinction. In order to cope with the possible attacks of the Magic Empire, Alan Hill deployed a large number of anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft missiles. But while these things were defensive, they also became a heavy burden on Alan Hill. How can 1,000 days anti-thief truth? In order to protect these important facilities, Alan Hill has worked very hard, but there will be more such facilities in the future. Aberdeen Fine Think. In times of peace seems Valent Unlimited Nuclear Power Plant can provide virtually unlimited power transmission for the surrounding city. But in a state of war, this thing is a large dirty bomb on one's own territory. If the other party does attack the nuclear power plant, the consequences may be even more terrifying than direct use of atomic bombs. There may not even be a single inch of grass growing for thousands of years, until the death of mankind. Radiation will exist. More popular as well as chemical plants, Alanxia but has its own chemical weapons production facility. Once such a facility was attacked, which fearful of VX gas will leak out immediately, while life-threatening everyone around. With the wind drift of gas spread out even a few dozen kilometers away, shrouded in a village just inside, everything will be extinct breathing. To take a step back, just an ordinary chemical factory, a large ethylene production container of hundreds of thousands of tons or even millions of tons, A casual explosion is estimated to be the destructive power of a nuclear weapon. Toxic danger. Dangerous chemicals are the basis of modern industry. Alanxia looked natural in the production of these things. These chemical products that support industry are irreplaceable in life, but in the manufacturing process they are really dangerous and terrifying. Even if the supervision is not strict, there will be explosion accidents, let alone being assaulted. Therefore, even if a magician opens fire unscrupulously in the city, it will cause terrible consequences. You must know that chemical factories are not paramilitary facilities. The factories that actually produce weapons are more dangerous. Rocket launch bases, missile production bases, and explosives factories deployed in the inland areas need to be safe. Otherwise problems will change into a disaster. I have not become more powerful, we are becoming more vulnerable, gentlemen. Chris looked at him in front of these aides, opening slowly said, "You who think we can win the first choice? Which piece of fat did you eat?" "No, gentlemen. In fact, we are far from winning this war. There is even a danger of losing." 267 The desperate sacred demon empire. Rulers will not easily use nuclear weapons, because mature people must consider the consequences of doing so. Frequent use of nuclear weapons will only make the enemy even more frenzied. Revenge. War is only a means to solve problems. Any reasonable person will try his best to avoid going on the road of death. Chris is a ruler. What he wants to think about is to occupy the land as much as possible, expand his empire, use nuclear weapons desperately, and turn all places into scorched earth. This is not a choice that normal people can make. As a city destroyed off the war between the Empire and Alanxia, magic may be the final winner, Chris. But hell only get the world in ruins. Bale. As long as you win, it doesn't matter if the world turns into ruins and wreckage. Just think about it and you will know how terrible it is. So Chris did not intend to really wash the world with nuclear weapons. I have now. There is a tacit understanding. As long as they do not attack our cities, we will not use strategic nuclear weapons. Chris looked at his men who speak the word of his idea, but if he had attacked our city, kill innocent civilians, and I will order a nuclear counterattack. But if they do not attack the city, not the assassination of our officials, and that this understanding will not take the initiative to break, Chris ordered. So I can only think of some other way to deal with guerrilla warfare than the magician. These magicians are much more powerful than terrorists. They do not need to carry weapons, or even rely on individuals, to launch powerful attacks. For Alanxia, they are really very frightening. Humanoid nuclear bomb. When Chris reminded his ministers to guard against arrogance and rashness, and carefully deal with the possible guerrilla warfare of the puppet empire, in the city of Foz in the Holy Demon Empire, the magician Belalair was staring anxiously at his hand and walking back and forth, like hot. The ants on the pot are just like. What is not be contacted on the big console? Enemy tanks from Mahfuz left with less than 20 of kilometers. I have been able to hear the guns outside the city. I want to support it. He angry shouted in the meeting hall in the city. Consul adult. I do not know what happened. Lost contact with the large consuls, everyone looking for him. His start standing to the side of an officer pressing the sword, distressed report said. Without his command, many troops were unable to mobilize support. Your department team is now parked in the vicinity of Camille Nishimura, but they do not get further instructions, not arbitrarily move toward us. This is what the hell? I do not how to stop Alanxia reinforcements of troops. I'm going to be surrounded. Does he know that? Do you know? Balalai sold. Shortness of breath. Corrupt picked up each other's neck, questioned loudly. He was ordered to hold on to Foz, and now this is almost the last line of defense of the Holy Demon Empire. But under this circumstance, the great Archon who started the war without authorization and dragged the Holy Demon Empire into the abyss, unexpectedly disappeared. Bly still ruins. Reconstruction difficult. Ripped off the posterior. Surrounded Lutheran canal still struggling. In this case, the leader is gone, leaving in the course only it's a mess. The westward railway has been opened up by Alan Hill, and our defense in the north is collapsing, an officer said, looking at the map hanging in the city hall. with some depression. Reinforcements. Puppet of the Empire did not stop Alanxia advance. The first 2 sets regiment army is attacking the Fez region, are promoting a day out just the right 50 or so kilometers. This proves Trinity Empire did not stop each other's advance. The first 12 sets regiment army was rounding mountainous south. Once they arrived in position, Mahfuz will be encircled again. Position now. Who is going to stop Alanxia? First 12 sets regiment army are still unknown yet. I find him. Let him mobilize the troops as soon as possible. So down. Holy Magic Empire would be finished. Balalai Sol, as for the city of Fez, consul, was responsible for the operational command of a whole slice of theater work. He now felt his own troops are collapsing, so he wants to know the next plan of the Grand Archon. No theory is to give up. Mahfuz continued to retreat, or stick Mahfuz fight to the death in the end. Trinity Empire of hundreds of thousands of troops. There must be a target, is not it? The previous order was to hold on to Foz and prevent the Alan-Hill army from breaking through the central area. But now, this order has been executed for more than 10 days. Seeing that the encirclement is getting smaller and smaller, the Foz area will soon be unable to hold it. As the chief consul of the Holy Demon Empire, you have to give a word anyway. I have already finished. Puppet. Few days without reinforcements too? Tell me. Few days. He caught after an officer around, loudly asked. Probably. I haven't arrived in about 2 days. The officer thought for a while in a panic, and gave a rough answer. Seems to have started yesterday. The Ministry of Puppet Empire team no longer appear in the rear. The puppet soldiers who have been reinforced to fill the line of defense are still fighting, but the subsequent supplementary troops are gone. He were also weak. Follow-up. They are no more the puppet soldiers. How to do? How do we go? Balalai Sol desperate smiled together, go back to the front of his chair. He sat down, Yang Ten sighed. And Alanxia fight consumption. Trinity Empire is clearly not enough, and only rely puppet imperial puppet troops can barely a fight. The results are now no reinforcements puppet troops, and that the puppet troops wiped out a few days later. He took what will stop Alan-Hill's offense. Thinking of this, he straightened up again excitedly and ordered loudly, send another telegram to Bellevue. Quick! Send another telegram over. Ask them if they have found the Grand Archon. Did they find it? Then he interrupted his command, from the words from and whispered. Telegraph did not make use. Dragon Knight personally went to ask. But the consul, sir, we do not have air superiority. Dragonfly Knight, most probably going to be shot down. His body officer side whispered, cautioned. No way, although Foz has not been bombed on a large scale now. Everyone knows how badly the surrounding area has been bombed. Alan-Hill's Air Force has already taken control of the sky. Wherever the Dragon Knights dared to take off and fight, even if they were hiding on the ground, they could be attacked. Those fighters with eagle emblems painted on their wings were unscrupulous, like entering the land of no one in Foz. Hovering above. Bastard. You are here to refute me. Interesting. I let you go as soon as possible. Contact Pili Y direction. As soon as possible. What are you? Lift the bar. Roll. Balalai Sol. This coming to Nest to stomach anger. Here when the subordinates said so, it broke out immediately. Large. Everyone in the hall to see him angry, were quickly pulled out of the hall. Around the suddenly quiet down. This huge, normally used to hold the banquet hall suddenly becomes open up. Mom, I'm hungry. Escape difficult. Trinity Empire civilians stationed camp. A little girl cried and tell their own suffering. She hasn't eaten for more than a day, which is really a very serious matter for a little girl. Her cries made the people around them irritable again. They fled here and waited for relief from their homeland, thinking that everything would be fine. As a result, everything changed since yesterday. The soldiers responsible for maintaining order here and their chief confirmed a terrible fact that no one will come to give them supplies, and no one will care about their small refugee camp. Due to a state of war, we have already implemented a food rationing system. The entire refugee camp no surplus, so there is no after external aid. There will be no any food immediately! Executive. This trend continues. We have to starve to death here. a pushed move out of the refugee representatives standing in front of officers, and cry pleaded, "You do not let us leave, not to eat." In the end what happened? Would have to be allocated to our food, was transported to Beeley. Why went to being repeatedly chasing asked. The officer finally told the truth. Big Arjun missing, the whole country is in turmoil, no one tube we are. What's the joke? Wrong luck? If the luck is wrong, send us another batch of grain. The representative was taken aback for a while, then frowned and asked, who can care about this kind of thing now? Food is needed everywhere, and the army that is short of food directly grabs it. What can we do? I have also grab our anyway is dead. To try is good too. Representatives have been trying everything was desperately, and suggested opening. People that are positive gauge army. Magic dragon knights and soldiers. You go, not die in vain. Led by officers shake their heads. Shit positive regulation army. They do not and Alanxia those mortals desperately, rob our food. These people, is not a man, behind representative, a woman came with snapped. Her words made everyone agree. Many civilians have begun to spontaneously search for weapons, ready to try their luck in nearby towns. When someone incited, it was natural that the followers gathered. For a time, everyone was angry and shouted, wrapped up the officers and soldiers, and rushed towards the town. Mom, I want my mother. In the chaos, the little girl who had just cried and said that she was hungry was standing by the side of the road, wiping her tears, and her mother had no idea where she was crowded into by the crowd. On the second day, the third day after the Arjun's disappearance, similar things happened more and more throughout the Holy Demon Empire. Many places were in chaos, and the civilians were killed and injured. Longling is going to stay up all night again. Yes, add more monthly tickets, recommended tickets, rewards, subscriptions, and collections. Everyone can get up and watch tomorrow morning. Long live Alan Hill. 268 stores. Standing home in the electrical store, a shopping accompanied his fiancée to a man staring at a discount slogans filled with rainbow brand TV counter. Stared open, exclaimed, "My God, now TV as long as 25 gold coins. Is it still in color?" Yes. Customers. Our side activities is very large. 25-inch color Dianshiji now, but the most popular items of the marriage room. Selling salesman see customers come naturally fluent in the face with a smile introduced. Recent household appliances cannot sell. The price is not that expensive. The problem is called a phase-out speed very fast. You know. This is only Nauru, and it's still using the TV tower signal station. Sears, I heard that it has been wired for transmission. Not to mention the stability of the signal, there are more channels to choose. Technical surgery replacement for Alanxia is too frequent. The country's farmers may not yet have heard the radio. The city's rich family first bought the color television has begun to date. Yes. It's out of date. 19-inch TV just listed 1 month, 25-inch TV has already begun to spread. Black and white TV did not spend a long time, it had been cheap to color TV 25 gold coins of 1. What's even more frightening is that this speed of updating does not mean to stop at all. This is a pain for the salespeople in these malls. They have just figured out what a TV is, and they have to deal with more advanced and fancy styles. Rainbow TV has just launched a new series of 25-inch superLED screen TVs, and the Duo My TV over there has developed a flat screen display technology. The screens of several TV factories are getting bigger and bigger, and now you can buy 40-inch flat screen TVs. Therefore, in Alan Hill, discounts and promotions are carried out every day. The poor can pick up cheap black and white TVs and watch wonderful TV shows. The nobles can also prove their worth through such consumption. Due to being under the state of war, so the steel is controlled materials. The TV shell basically wood and plastic. A small number of aluminium alloys are already very luxurious. Don't buy it. This thing will be cheaper next month. The boy's fiancée is not pretty, with some freckles on her face, and Yuan-Ian's face is full of big words about how to live a life. She is not the kind of girl who is willing to splurge, and she is very considerate of her future husband. After all, This kind of luxury appliances will start to depreciate when they are brought home. It is more appropriate to wait until they get married before buying them into their new home. Sir, buy now, then, gave elegant gifts so sold by the auditor to look bad. Flicker sister. Sister began to flicker from the men around them. She has not finished her performance this month, so she has to work harder. Business on the other side of the field. Advanced Alanxia appliance industry brand, excellent quality technology, only drawback is expensive TV Symphony brand counters. A new aristocracy is to choose their own TV. The area of his villa in Nauru City is quite big, and he feels shameful if he doesn't decorate it well. What's more, the new production line he invested recently started to operate, and he also felt that he should spend a good amount of money to reward himself. You are the best here. How much TV? That nobility followed behind his housekeeper. He looks handsome, a mouth reveals a generous taste. The salesperson at the dazzling TV counter is like buying or not. Generally speaking, people who look for this counter for consumption can tell at a glance whether or not to buy something. So naturally they will not waste their expressions only to see that the salesman stood up, walked in front of that nobility, erect, chin opening introduction said, "This is just the day before yesterday we sent a 50-inch home theater. Buy this back, you can enjoy the thrill of cinema at home." His mouth pointed to the side of the TV screen following a device, opening introduction said, "No, what is it? This is the latest videotape player, can play the recorded movie at home." Introduction after show over function. The salesman gently pat a couple of the TV, was very proud to show off the opening said, "This is the latest television technology, naturally not cheap, price 5,700 gold coins." How much? Even then deep pockets heard the price. The nobility also help independent stared. You know, the 5,700 gold coins, in the early years, which was the sum of Babel, huge sum of money. There is a legend that Clark, the prime minister of the Arrant Empire, was greedy, and he would spend thousands of gold coins when he saw him. But that is only 1,000 gold coins only, in front of a television set. But to a full 5,700 gold coins are 5,700 gold coins. That salesman sneered. Opening persuade said, "You if too expensive, do not worry, next month I heard the latest multi-channel TV on the market, and then this TV on the cheap, and it is estimated up to 3,500 gold." About money. In the remote far, Alanxia represents the most advanced technology development. Trend has begun to have this, says television, where you can watch the aristocratic home to 40 channel. You can also automatically search, you can watch up to 52 channels. This is the latest technology, and it sounds tall. Anyway, as for the Symphony, also worry about selling brand of TV, the people do not buy. The next truly noble will not hesitate to buy down, show off their wealth and fashion to friends around. That nobility finally ruthless under the heart. The battle in the end for their own self-esteem. But after looking at the price that was not cheap for him, he finally compromised with reality. Forget it. It's so expensive. I don't want it. I will buy it again next month, which can save a lot of money. The face is small, but the purse is big. People under the eaves of low head, side nobility, hands behind went to another brand of TV counter. The salesperson was not surprised, and turned around to greet another pair of ladies who were watching the colorful TV. In his opinion, this pair of ladies seemed willing to spend money, and it was worth his more enthusiasm. And behind him, away from the counter at the far Rainbow brand of TV, waitress and still sell a pair of lovers in front of the slow-moving 25-inch KI electricity. Mr. 20 gold coins is very cheap. I spent a personal relationship, was going to give you a discount. Dresses servant's earnest persuasion road. She has said almost fast 10 minutes like a bell, or the other party did not want to pay a little bit. This, so she had to come up with killer came. She persuaded one side, while praise of men inspire each other's self-esteem. You are now at this age, not recruitment office came to the door, indicating also have the ability of people. 20 gold coins does not sound cheap, but your work must be good. Make it 20 gold coins, certainly not difficult. This sentence scratched the itch of the man. He has a very good job and is a promising engineer in the research institute. Alanxia Next Generation Fighter. He is part of the result of their own secondary teachers. Verify out. It is because his work is very important. So Alanxia several times in the course of conscription. He is lucky to be exempted from military service personnel. In this era of war, it is obviously a very fortunate thing to not have to go to the front line to fight. You know, in the best hospital in Nara City, there is also an inpatient building, which is specially prepared for the wounded sent back from the front line. I heard that the wounded who were able to return were considered lucky. Many of them died in the battle directly. That's the truth of what you said. In fact, the boy wanted to boast about his work and income, but he felt a sharp pain in his waist. His fiancée obviously didn't want to let him be so fascinated anymore, so she gave him a hard pinch on the waist with her finger. The boy had a pain, and he woke up immediately, dispelled the desire to shop impulsively, and hurriedly left with his fiancée. Women's wear servants see their customer again to leave. With a sigh, some envy looked bright side of the TV counter lively scene. Some helpless shook his head. This is her 30th guest today, but she hasn't had such a bleak performance to sell a TV set, and her bonus this month is estimated to be ruined again. Do not sigh, friends. Colorful salesperson TV do not know when standing behind the female salesperson, handing me a steaming cup of milk. Now fuck me. Who this line? It is not easy, but it need not be discouraged. Just come on. The female salesperson took the milk handed over by the other party and showed a touched expression. I am not as good as you. I can sell at least one bright color a day. Who doesn't know that you are the sales champion? Dozens of gold coins in commission. It's okay. The man shrugged his shoulders and said, you know, I just started early in the industry and I have been selling colorful TVs. The routines are more familiar. I really hope I can also sell dazzling. I heard that they are super good. The girl said with envy. I give you my position. The boy naturally took up the words. I will talk to the supervisor this afternoon and give you the position. He will agree. My personal relationship with him is pretty good. I have been playing since childhood. Big buddy. Then, what are you going to do? The girl stared at the boy with her eyes widened, flushed for a long time before she came up with such a problem. Boy revealing a silky smile. From his pocket a nice card. There are even a semi-sled is pushed out of the tank. Mobilization order sent in the morning. Tomorrow I'm going to the 201st Armored Division is here. Huh? The girl was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to say. The boy is actually very open-minded. Laughed row of teeth. Nice to meet you, goodbye, and then see thank you. Girl holding milk, low head not see facial expressions. 269 New discovery. DA in the quiet corridor early in the morning, a man in a white coat but a military cap was carrying a huge photographic paper and hurried to the office of his boss. His heel hit the mirror like marble floor, making a nice sound. He sounded a hurry room door, was then allowed to immediately push the door, opening it out of the hands of the paper goes on. Tense report said, the army, I'm sorry to disturb your rest, but you'd better look this. In the morning, when His Majesty the Emperor had just had breakfast, Luther hurriedly walked in and said an important message to Chris. Small half later when Chris frowned before looking at some great photos that ambiguous, one hand propped his chin, squinting into the side of the intelligence Herman satellite once again confirm this photo. How long will it take? In the photo, the black cracks are blurry but easy to distinguish. This photo is an image sent back by a reconnaissance satellite. The resolution is very low, but it is of great intelligence value. You know, this is the first time that humans can overlook their own planet, and it is also the first time that humans have systematically monitored the surface of this planet. At the same time, this is also the popular application of remote image transmission technology, which is a great progress. 3 days after, it can return to the photo location. Intelligence Director of the Bureau reported that Herman Cautious spoke and said, they immediately launch a new satellite, may be able to advance some of the time. This is the first time we have confirmed that there is another magic eye in this world, and the location of this magic eye is very worrying. Chris muttered. Before long Sardley I Mage have been saying, Drew Icon suspected ocular another magic in this world. There is no way he can confirm this kind of thing, or that he even confirmed. Just listen to the news is all. Now, Alan Hill has found definite evidence through man-made reconnaissance satellites. The second magic eye does exist. The position of the eye of the second magic, even on the map, can be on the marked out. Who could have imagined that the reconnaissance satellite launched a moment before Alan Hill unexpectedly discovered a magical eye while depicting the world map? Who would have thought that this magic eye is not in the position where it might appear? This position is not Drew Icon available to our location precisely. Drew Icon presumed magic eye. This may not be standing empty. Military Commander Butu Elijah said, opening. He looked at Chris and was very worried. This distance has exceeded the range of the Dongfeng HM5 missile. That is to say, we have nothing to do with this newly discovered magic eye for the time being. Do not expect a long-range bombers. B-52 Voyage did not enough. Range ballistic missiles is not enough. They can only use an increasing number of satellites to monitor the magic eye to see if it really is what state. Notification Drew Icon, let them send someone to look at this thing. Chris fingers head pounding on the desktop, opening told, prepare for the worst, look like, perhaps we can in this month, found the third eye of magic. He judged the path of the satellite, as well as the position of the second eye on magic. Magic eye might think there is a third. The news is enough to make Drew Icon shocked, enough to make Evelyn's eye consider many problems with the eye of magic. Gricken, an officer guarding the telegraph machine, frowned, and then recorded some strange sequences. He passed these sequences to the superior who was responsible for translating the cipher telegrams, and then returned to his post. The Griken low-level magician who received the secret electricity rubbed his dim sleepy eyes, poured himself a cup of refreshing warm tea, and placed it on the edge of the table. He took out a bag of compressed biscuits wrapped in greased paper with Jessica's smiling face from the drawer, and he began to translate the electricity. The word eye of magic. He spread out a thick code book, searching for the corresponding vocabulary on it. When he turned when translated to the second row, shrouded body of sleepiness on all dissipated gone. He stared. Aberdeen Fine consulted his translation, and then carefully checked again. That piece ripped pieces of paper, ran to the direction of the telegraph office is located. Table's cup of warm tea sides still steaming, but no one has been destined to taste its delicious. The bag of compressed biscuits lay alone on the side of the missing page, and Jessica on it was still the beautiful and innocent smiling face. Are you sure your record is correct? In the telegraph room, the magician translating the telegram asked. Hey, I said, I worked here almost 6 months, it has never been wrong. That is responsible for recording the electrical opening, magician himself argued. To see the content of this above, you still sure you record? Turned decipher the magician hands of power and gave it to the other side. Opening sneered. Well, I guess I thought I had asked about Alanxia should call back. Hope they do not send the wrong message. Looked after electrical content. This also little doubt about the magician. He didn't think he had made a mistake, but the content on the telegram was really incredible. After the second telegram confirmed the content, the faces of the two people became more ugly. They hurriedly sent the telegrams in their hands to the senior level of Gricken, and then the magicians who could almost speak were summoned up. Do you think this is true? Gricken's General Sapphira looked at the Lansadra Grand Magister in disbelief and asked, squeezing the electricity in his hand. Alanxia invited us to send someone to see that picture, so I think they do not need to lie. Longsardley I've seen for a long time just goes blurry photos, and it was his conclusion. Vivian recent mood is not wrong. The first 9 sets regiment after army resumed supplies. Drew Icon flank pressure is reduced a lot. Coupled with the fact that the devil has not actively provoked recently, the battle has been very stable. She can eat canned fish from Alan Hill from time to time. and enjoyed the delicacies from Alan Hill from time to time. This is more important to her than many things. He had always how things can come up with a number of shocking. Eyebrow head wrinkled. As a general Drew icon, the attitude of Alanxia Sharfeel has been not good. Now, Alan Hill has come up with another toy that shocked Gricken, which made him a little jealous and envious. Compared to this, it put the equipment to them how this height is more interested. If we can go up, maybe you can push the boundaries. A magic teacher touched his chin, opening on long Sadla said, Well, investigate. And His Majesty the Emperor Alanxia, who learned after these problems, we now say, is a photograph of Magic Eye alongside Lay Mage seen the first 9 sets group army, the photos taken by war reporters, so he is very familiar with the term photo. He looked at the Sharfeel owl, spoke and said, according to his electricity was sent. The magic is not in the eye of the dragon. Elf also told our direction. This is strange. If that is the case, then we in fact are the 3 magic eyes that I have been facing all the time. It was a terrible message if the resurrection with 3 magic eye, is it not the devil could easily occupy the whole world? A magic teacher exclaimed, shaking his head. Sapphirel was more sensible, and said to Longsadra, there is also a possibility that there are elves or dragons blocking the eyes of those demons. No matter how that power invites us to go Alanxia. Anyway, west into the railway has been opened up, with the Boeing 707 airliner. I have not too difficult to Alanxia, sent someone to look at, is to be have meaning. Longsard I made a decision. He originally wanted to see it in person, but he later discovered that he might not be able to see anything useful after seeing it. Forget it, it's just one photo. If you want to see it, can you just develop another one and bring it back to Gricken? So Longsard I feel, with the other apprentices to go Alanxia, it is better to give yourself the opportunity. Disciples. The election of a little unknown, along with Vivian. Good to see the world. But then he remembered the food of Alan Hill again. God knew how such an old man became a great magister. In the end, he was shaken anyway, and decided not to give up such a trip to Alan Hill to other people. Vivienne, you accompany me to Alan Hill. Anyway, you have nothing to do recently, he said. The faces of the magicians who went to Alan Hill with him last time became wonderful. Up. The big magic to you. I want to apply. Go along. After all, I would like to look at Alanxia rocket project. Stood Vivian, body of middle-aged magician, side of the first to react, said sounding opening. His words opened up another magician, and he immediately said, I also think that the last time I went to Alan Hill gave me a lot of inspiration. Can I follow along? Immediately afterwards, these magicians couldn't help taking a sip of water after talking about their reasons for going to Alan Hill. They know. They really are to study magic, or to study Alanxia of food. Vivienne was more honest at this time. She didn't say anything. She just swallowed her own saliva. Longling hadn't rested all night and kept updating. Now the efficiency is very low. The 8th offer. I went to sleep for a while. 270 negotiation. In his own sword, Oli man feel the overflow of his own palm sweat. His involuntary swallowing all the way, every step seems to have run out of body force gas. General. He wanted to maintain his graceful posture, but became a little stiff because of being too nervous. Through his visor, he could feel the curiosity and hatred and disdain in the eyes from all sides. The flag held high a number. I want to die in this hell. Aside, walk forward, without looking back, while Oli-man attendants to remind ourselves of the official road. I can feel to someone aiming at me. With the aide behind him are scared to mess up the pace. Catch tight to the hands of the white flag lifted higher. He yelled loudly as he walked, and his voice was a bit sharp. Don't shoot. We are here to negotiate. Don't shoot. We are here to negotiate. In this way, they walked all the way to the trench dug by the Alan Hill soldiers, staring at the muzzle of the countless black holes aimed at them, and stopped in front of an Alan Hill Grenadier Company commander. Footsteps. I will Oli-man Army, temporary commander of the defense forces near the Canal Luther. I ask to meet with your commanding officer, as much as possible to make their voice to maintain calm. Some Olyman opening of men in front of the word said in one sentence. It is really not easy for him to stand here. For hundreds of years, there has never been a senior commander of the Magic Empire standing in front of a mortal and speaking in such a low voice. It was a miracle that Olyman could adjust his emotions. You know, not everyone can suddenly recognize reality and accept the cruel reality. Olyman was once a very proud wizard and commander, even in the Holy Demon Empire. He was also a respected senior general. But now, he can only stand here honestly, preparing to surrender to a group of soldiers of the Mortal Empire. More let him feel incredible is that he is not a man to surrender. He represents the whole city behind Canal Luthor himself, stationed here representing millions of residents of at least 31 various types of troops. Although 31 troops, including some moisture, this figure includes only recently conscripted at least 10 million civilians, as well as combat is not high. Almost another 10 million ordinary Trinity Empire civilian firearms forces composed. From the beginning of the founding of the Empire magic, it is not out now too. Led by 31 the army surrendered to the mortal strange things. Even for a magician, surrendering to civilians is a shame. So, even this time at the moment, Olyman also feels shame. His heart was full of unwillingness and bitterness. But there is no way, he dare not show it. Because mortals are so strong now, too strong to make him afraid. You have come to surrender. That Alanxia company commander attention seemed to be on that side Olyman behind a white flag. He looked at the face of a white flag, and looked at Olyman's face. Will you have both? I'm here to negotiate, not to surrender. Although he was here to surrender, Olyman was still unwilling to confess his humiliating decision in front of a small enemy officer. Negotiation not surrender. That commander is clearly not understand modesty Magic Empire of high-ranking officers. He sneered, then spoke and said, today is my deadlines were issued, and what you do not surrender. He even wants to turn around to go back. The result was Olyman stopped to speak out, etc. etc. They are the talk of surrender. Olyman feel to his heart was the other around his waist hung a bayonet to be a bit harsh. He felt like a clown. The two armies sounding shame perform a variety of ways to have come. If we let him without success, then he would really want to Kusi. Now that he took the first step on his way, Olyman felt that his self-esteem and pride had been cruelly crushed by reality. What are the conditions for surrender? The company commander was stunned for a moment, and then frowned. I said, do you want to surrender or continue to fight us? What's the problem with this kind of thing? In the eyes of this company commander, the surrender of the current Saint Demon Empire army is a matter of course. There is nothing to be ashamed of. They have already lost the war, and there is no room for struggle. If they don't surrender, can they all go to death? Stop it. There are people who fight to the end, but it's definitely not the majority. Most people will choose to surrender and end the war decently. You see, back then, the Mortal Empire accepted the cruel reality, knowing that he would never be able to defeat the Magic Empire. How happy the monarchs of the Mortal Empires knelt. They didn't bargain. So they just thumped and knelt down. He had only to kneel, and knelt quickly, kneeling decent. Their knees are stiff, and they are expensive and have a sense of rhythm. Olyman felt that he had been humiliated today. He really wanted to walk up to the damn little officer on the opposite side, reach out and grab the opponent's collar, then pick him up and grab him close to him, and tell him, well, what do you mean by decent surrender? Now behind him. But there are a full 31 troops and millions of civilians. If the lives of these troops cannot be guaranteed, and the survival of these civilians who are about to run out of food, what is the point of his surrender? Of course, after all this was negotiated face-to-face, the two sides held a handover ceremony. Olyman handed over his flag and armor. The other side allowed him to keep his sword and enjoyed the prisoner treatment that the nobles deserve. This is surrender. Right? Olyman is right or wrong. Luthor Canal Santo, is Consul Trinity Empire, is only inferior to the big senior officials consular. Don't save face, even if it is dead. He can't surrender to a company commander of Alan Hill. If this spreads, he might as well die. It's a pity that he couldn't talk to the damn Alan Hill in front of him, the grassroots officer who hated him. He is here to negotiate, but he is not here to negotiate with a company commander. I have many things to discuss with your chief. Resettlement of civilians, security of these soldiers have to talk about, so you'd better inform your superiors. Let him come to receive us. A person shall not under the eaves not low head. Olai man had to have patience, to come up with some decent excuses about. Finally, his words made the other party feel a touch of truth. That company commander nodded his head sideways to get out of the position. You say there's still some truth. Come with me, I'll take you to our battalion commander. Hearing the official title of the battalion commander, Oleman almost vomited a mouthful of old blood. He had fought with Alan Hill for such a long time anyway, and of course he knew how big a battalion commander was. Suddenly the room, Olai man, there is an impulse to want to cry. He felt he must be busy today, and busy meaningless. While he was going to see Alanxia battalion commander, followed by the head, and then further on perhaps a teacher, there may be a commander, he could finally see a larger officer. He heard said his opponent is called Wilkes name, then heard in the desert sure of the army onslaught Alanxia day. Oleman didn't understand why a general who surrendered after a day's fierce attack on Alan Hill's army had any qualifications to be called a famous general. He also didn't understand why he also surrendered to Alan Hill. He was now humiliated like this. The other party has become a high-ranking official in Alan Hill. For a moment between Olai man and even a little regret, it is not their surrender earlier, and then some of the firm, and then some of the initiative 2 years I could and this Wilkes, become decent Alanxia magic. The consultant of the Legion, back to the head holding a white flag, looked at his aide. Olai man dispelled those illusions, mind unrealistic, helpless sigh, taking the pace stepping stone going forward. Under the curious gaze of the Alan Hill soldiers, Oleman stepped across the not-so-wide trench, and also looked at the soldiers who were resting holding weapons, holding water glasses or holding compressed biscuits. The fortifications here are very simple. Because Alan Hill's troops are attacking, they are likely to abandon here and move on in a few hours, so there is no need to arrange a complete fortification. Who can make the Holy Demon Empire not have the ability to fight back, even if it can't even stick to its defenses for a long time? This may be a kind of irony, the most pungent, opponent's irony. It is these mortals who look a little sloppy, these mortals with backpacks and grenades slung on their bodies, squatting on the ground covered with dust, and even with gunpowder and black mud on their faces, driving the Holy Demon Empire to where it is today. Oleman walked forward step by step, past the mortar position, past the howitzer position, past the ammunition supply truck and the anti-aircraft artillery. Then he saw a Katyusha rocket launcher and see the huge volume of 203mm caliber pomegranate missile and artillery. We saw the Hawk anti-aircraft missiles. Along the way, he didn't even remember how many people had changed by his side. At first he was accompanied by a company commander, then a battalion commander, then a regimental commander, and then a division commander. Anyway, in the end, he finally saw a high-ranking general who claimed to be a military commander, and walked into a tent with a map hung on it and piled with documents, more like the office of a civilian official. Welcome, General Oleman. I'm the chief military officer here. You can. The other party is gentle, indistinguishable from being the commander of the 3rd Armored Corps, the main force of Alan Hill. Along the way, earlier lost something of Olai man, this time without hesitation and pause, fluent to tell their own purpose, not have got a haughty, I have come to surrender, the army sir. Get up and write another chapter, asking for recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, rewards, collections, and subscriptions. Dragon Spirit is here to negotiate. Negotiate. 271. A certain law. Lined up team. Lined up. I said you people. Do a little discipline, are not you? Know what line? An annual light soldier patiently pushing the crowd, shouting loudly to shout to go. In front of him, The civilians of the Holy Demon Empire in ragged clothes were crowded together, and they couldn't see at all. They were once rich and high above them. Half a year of war has left them all lost. The fertile land has been turned into scorched earth by bombs, and the peaceful homeland has been ruined under the roar of cannons. Not over them who it is no wonder, after all, is the Trinity Empire first provoked the war. After all, they have unbridled enslaved mortal who looks naked force. Now, with karma and rebirth, the oppressed mortals are now holding steel guns and dominating their own destiny. This group of hungry refugees don't know what order is called. Let them be so messy, and soon other teams will follow suit. An officer looked at his comrades around him and complained with some dissatisfaction. He was ordered to save the economy of these refugees have been desperate, but he did not want to do such a thing to break. Mortals are starving, no one relief, now reversed. Hungry people, the magic of the Empire, and why he is so active. It stretched out his helping hand. Heard the officer's words, his side of the non-commissioned officers picked up their STG-44 sudden strike rifle. Against the sky will buckle under the trigger. Suddenly, dense gunfire rang out. Everyone stopped pushing, and the chaotic team suddenly fell silent. Everyone didn't know what had happened, and they didn't know what the sudden gunfire meant. Riots are impossible to riot, and it is impossible to riot in this life. With such a large crowd of people who are hungry, there is no capital for riots at all. They are just fish that can be slaughtered, and there is no room to fight back. I'll give you 1 minute. If your team is still so chaotic, the bullet from my next magazine will be swept into your faces. The non-commissioned officer holding the gun held his chin up to the sky, looking down at the crowd under his feet. Coldly ordered, a while talking, while he pressed the 10 next, so that the heavy magazine himself fall to the ground, and then he calmly took out a new bag ammunition magazine in his chest, inserted himself assault rifle. See, the crowd has not yet begun action. He reached out to pull the bolt. He sent a crashed quick siang. You are still 55 seconds. Terrified crowd began to move up. We are beginning to find each other their place. Just over 20 duo seconds. A whole chi out of the team on the arrangement. You still have a way. The officer threw the cigarette butt in his mouth to the ground and stamped it out with his foot. This thing is addictive if you smoke it. It's really a good thing. There was no such thing as cigarettes in Alan Hill before, but some of the nobles in Ranti liked to smoke tobacco leaves. With the development of technology, cigarettes began to flourish. Eventually, with the continuous expansion of the scale of the war, they became strategic materials and sought-after goods in the hands of officers and soldiers. More and more soldiers and officers began to enjoy this fashionable thing. Anyway, they had money and subsidies, so cigarettes soon became a special gift within the army. Together with sweets and drinks, they became soldiers. One of the most welcome supplies. The crowd gradually became tidy, and the efficiency of providing food to these refugees also began to increase significantly. In the distance is the surging water of the street Munoz River, and Ludwig has become a city in Alan Hill. In terms of population size, Ludwig could be called a big city in Alan Hill, but in the eyes of the officers and soldiers of Alan Hill, this big city has a somewhat misnomer. Before he had heard, but here is the second largest city in Trinity Empire, but also the population of millions of Yizhuo Fulei magnificent magic metropolis. But now, when the city was occupied by them, they realized that there was a slight gap between this place and what they had imagined. Well, this may be a slightly more polite way of saying, the gap is actually quite obvious. You should know that the big cities of Alan Hill have basically begun to modernize and develop. The city of Ceres already has new things like subways, light telephones have been popularized in thousands of households, and televisions have been produced for several generations up. But the so-called magic metropolis in front of me, not to mention the high-end goods like televisions, even the pitiful few electric lights. There is only one power plant built by Alan Hill. The scale and equipment are still very low. My God! What is that? A surrendered soldier looked at the black spots flying in the distance, and shouted in surprise. His body sighed, Many of the soldiers looked up, followed the roar of the engine sound looked. I saw a strange look of the aircraft is flying toward them. It is a new CH-47 transport helicopter. It's hanging below a portion of the bracket-welded steel bridge. Following this helicopter, there is another helicopter of the same model. As time went by, the refugees of the Holy Demon Empire and the soldiers who surrendered here were surprised to find that there were dozens of such helicopters. They do not know where to fly. Each aircraft following are hoisting a huge part of the bridge. Then again, hordes of one helicopter out now the horizon, shipped a large number of engineering and technical personnel. Immediately after that, the cranes of the tank chassis and the bulldozers all gathered, and the anti-aircraft gun barrels for air defense were also raised nearby. The entire river beach area began to lively. In the eyes of everyone's surprise, a bridge began to be welded little by little. In the afternoon, the Holy Demon's Empire refugees who were receiving food were still lining up, curiously waiting while watching Alan Hill's bridge construction. He had never dreamed, build bridges Alanxia speed can be approaching the point. In just 2 hours, about an 1/8 of a bridge was welded. While most of the parts are prefabricated, but able to perform in front of many people too small repair a miracle when a bridgehead speed. These achievements Corps of Engineers is full. These soldiers' hard work, their task is before tomorrow morning, road repair through this bridge. So the first 3 sets Group Army quickly crossed the river Shenglan Uoc, detour to the south of the city of Fez. Fez threat defenders flank. At this stage of the war, the Holy Demon Empire has actually collapsed, and there are chaotic refugees and vulnerable troops everywhere. Losing the resistance of the organization basically poses no threat to Alan Hill. Look, Mom, look! A boy wiped his nose and pointed at the steel bridge in the distance, exclaiming in surprise, another iron frame is installed. So fast. That flying thing is good. It's great, and I have more strength than Long Giant Dragon as a creature. There is no way to carry 2 heavy things in the sky. Therefore, these Dragon Knights could not be used as transport troops, and their current position became more and more embarrassing. The Dragon Knights of the Holy Demon Empire can barely be counted as arms, and the Dragon Knights of Alan Hill basically belong to the category of the police force. Most of the time they are used as guards of honor in military parades, occasionally taking part in patrol missions to maintain local security, basically, just like the mounted police in modern cities. That is why to this, the Dragon catalytic amount of territory Wheelong saw straight decline, except for a small supplement to the Mounties outside. There are some exclusive to the nobility directly, or as a pet food. After all, Wheelong Sa, the status of Dragon Knight decreased significantly. Might as well be honest to the factory to find a magic ball of knowledge production workers. Stanjin posted higher. Do not say, leave more than better is not to worry about there. What a danger. Body Boy's side, it touches on a middle-aged man in front of all dismissed. His eyes glanced to get a neighbor voracious eating the food home, his face is an air of contempt. Cut, these mortal food, you could eat in this way, shame. His heart is pregnant with disgruntled whisper. Aside muttered, while he felt his stomach acid is dramatic tumble. This is a protest, a body instinct of starvation state. He clutched his stomach, swallowed a sip, and saw the mother and son in front of him, taking 2 bags of instant noodles and a packet of squares with beautiful advertisements from the hands of the Alan Hill soldiers. It's hardtack, cannot eat. Eat a little, drink some water. There is a satiety. The soldier has been patiently explained one afternoon, at this moment pointed thirsty next to the team, to that side to pick up clean water next. When the mother and son left the team, this man named Trum was at the top of the line. He clutched his groaning belly, lowered his head and stood in front of a stack of cardboard boxes. The next second clock, a pair of hands holding a packet of instant noodles and a packet of biscuits handed out in front of him. Grab your eating, to that side to pick up clean water. Men under Italian awareness of Pengo those things and see the fine print on top of Jessica's smile, almost nervous to put things thrown on the ground. So the temptation of beautiful women, so spoil in the packaging paper. Is Alan Hill crazy? Is he crazy too? He bitterly staring at the side of beauty advertising vent their dissatisfaction, while playfully continued muttered, I am special. Lamb is to starve to death, die outside, this jump. Will not you eat a little something? Clean water around to receive the tail, smell the biscuit's faint smell of oil, and he was subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then carefully opened the wrapping paper as Jessica smiled, bitter bite hardtack delicious. Longling got up and wrote another chapter. Well, 10 more will be served. I hope everyone enjoys it. My Empire 272 Geometry. Longsardley Mage stepped off the plane in time. Only Foreign Minister Manchester Reid keep waiting for him at the airport. This is not an official visit in itself, so the reception specifications have been reduced a lot. Contrary to the last time, Alan Hill used fighter escorts throughout this time. The MiG-21 fighters have been accompanied by the Boeing 707 aircraft, which is a lot of peace of mind. Dom mentor you visit Alanxia welcome you again. Lancaster Reid stepped forward, and Longsardley affectionately shook hands. If he is not Alanxia, the Foreign Secretary's remarks, maybe there is no chance to touch the palm of the Grand Magister in this life. Do not mention it, I have this time come, mainly to look at that picture. Longsardley'd get along very well. He was also counting on Manchester Reid to raise his goodies so there is not the slightest the meaning of arrogant children. Chris has left Ceres temporarily. As the Emperor of Alan Hill, he actually has another identity as a humanoid self-propelled plotter. No. A backbone of science and technology. The main reason he left Ceres was because Alan Hill's new weapon had reached a critical moment. Photos I have been ready. In fact, because you come late at time, we have confirmed the authenticity and the true position of these photos. Manchester Reid made a gesture. Please, began. Longsardley Mage nodded his head, made a gesture invited, then took Vivian to wait their cars together. Unlike the last time I came, the car that received them has changed again. This time it looked more luxurious, and the pattern composed of the magical defense barrier runes carved on it was also updated. This kind of rune was improved by the Grand Magister Lonsadora, so he was very familiar with it. After sitting in the car, he felt more surprises. The latest car is more comfortable and the engine noise is also smaller. Steam car flew all the way along the road, and finally arrived Ceres Castle. Longsardley Mage tend to rest. Duke Vivian came to the meeting room specially prepared for them. An Air Force general from Alan Hill has been waiting here as an escort, and there are some technical personnel related to the spy satellite, who are here to answer some technical questions about Lonsadora. This image is still very vague, but I can confirm that it is definitely the Eye of Magic. Seeing the huge black pit on the ground and the light blue magic light, Lonsadley said affirmatively. He hit a magic eye dealing's life. So can recognize this familiar terrain, and Jeruikenxi magic eye side of exactly the same size makes no difference. Yes, this is the magic eye on the west side of Gurikan we took. You can compare it. An officer pulled out a photo from a stack of photos and placed it in front of Lonsadora. Then he spoke. Longsardley I contrast a bit in front of two photos. His face wonderfully well. You are actually overlooking the ground from this height. Amazing. Really amazing. Vivienne was interested in the photos in front of her. She was just standing next to the Grand Magister Lonsadora, waiting for the welcome banquet for a while. If I want to know if give you some time, you have no way to put a man. Better place to go? Longsardley I looked to the engineer in charge of technology. He asked. Sir, I cannot answer your question. That skill artisan very reluctantly smiled, and then refused to answer questions raised by Longsardley. You ask something, and these photos does not matter. Longsardley face some stiff. He really rarely rejected person may just this bespectacled nerd, even on such naturally rejected him. If it were placed 5 years ago, this kind of thing would not happen in the myth. But now, Such a high-ranking magister like Lance Sadler no longer has the nature of entangled with his status. Gaining the respect of others does not necessarily depend on strength, it may also depend on self-cultivation. Lansadru's cultivation is still very high, or that Grikan itself is a country that pays great attention to cultivation. In addition, yesterday, I have discovered the satellites you said that the magic eye, confirmed on the planet, does have 3 magic eye exist. Eyes on the bridge of the nose-pushed mirror. The technical staff introduced the opening. The head of the Air Force representative handed another photo to Lansadra, and added, "The position of the magic eye is indeed not much different from the position you described. Because of the orbital issue, we only shot it." Lansadle I did not know. Reconnaissance satellites already launched. In fact, Alanxia 5 pieces of their now offers to like the satellite, is only the first generation of reconnaissance satellites technology. The newly launched satellite can take clearer pictures. According to the design, Alan Hill's best technology, which is still on the drawings, can actually distinguish buildings and heavy equipment on the ground. According to plan, will begin soon. Alanxia form on this planet GPS system. To the time Alanxia missiles to hit accuracy can be raised to the level of the meter. It's real. We also found this. Put another pictures and handed Lansadle, led by Air Force general's face was very solemn. Capital of the Puppet Empire, that has been shifted. Moving target. In the photo, a huge city has 2 rows of uneven long legs. These legs support the movement of the city. From a distance, it looks like a huge spider covered with legs. On the back of this huge spider is a towering magic tower, which can be vaguely distinguished, as well as some strange magic arrays. Because close to magic eye, and underwent temptations intraocular magic of magic origin, so they get almost inexhaustible energy. Time to go on time, now that the city has not scale. Great, really very great. Lansadle I stroking the picture on the table, opening gasped in admiration. Chris also made a similar admiration when he saw this photo for the first time. Can produce saddled with a huge puppet of the city, really real. It is a very great thing. Chris is watching over the city swallowed this kind of movie. So to make a city in motion technology, there is a visual impression. He really envied the kind of mobile city like Macross. If given the opportunity, he even wanted to build a similar mobile fortress for himself. I are working through multiple observations, calculate the specific laws of this mobile urban travel. If possible, we hope that through an effective nuclear strike, off the end of the war. This Air Force generals said, while watching Lansadra's expression. Lansadle I did not make objections, but he persuaded the opening said, "I do not know. This is considered a good idea if there is a chance, can try." Speaking here after he changed the subject, highlighted another danger. Notmd like to remind you that once a nuclear strike began, the Puppet Empire would not think twice of what nuclear deterrence. He who will bring the hatred kills Alan Hill. And you will also pay a tragic price. Projections need time, so we cannot immediately carry out the attack plan. Empty army generals non-committal changed the subject, introduced from the opening on the front of the battlefield situation. It seems big magic after Mentor Lansadle not oppose direct use nuclear weapons against the Puppet Empire, got the commitment. Purpose before talking about nuclear attack. Puppet Imperial capital has reached. As long as Lansadle I is not strongly opposed, and that this matter is theoretically capable of operating, although the use of nuclear weapons do not siege I can face, but can get each other's understanding and support, certainly better than their own bent. On the southern route, Alan Hill is in a state of failure. They have won the northern Gisinuo Empire. The main force is advancing towards the south. Courier attack quickly, to a large extent also because his little decent resistance by Normu Empire finally able to survive, began to shrink their defense. The middle of the battlefield situation changes somewhat, the specific circumstances there is no conclusion. Alanxia also just let the army enter Boolean Jose Norma, should be no problem. After the brutal battle on the northern front, the situation has probably stabilized. The Holy Demon's empire has collapsed and is being defeated to the southwest under the cover of the puppet troops. A large number of Saint Demon Empire personnel surrendered, and the situation where the two sides were evenly matched within the Saint Demon Empire was completely broken. There is one more thing, Your Excellency the Great Magus Lansadora. In the corner, a man who was slightly fat and who was wearing spectacles whose thickness was exaggerated than the bottom of the bottle suddenly spoke. He hadn't spoken before, so he was ignored by most people. You geometry know about? He looked at Longsard Lei, a little nervous asked. Geometry. Longsard Lei frowned. Repeat this for a moment. He was not familiar with the vocabulary, then replied, I do not know Alanxia knowledge. Geometric I have heard, but no depth studied. Well, you can tell me, what are you trying to say? His Majesty the Emperor, and explore before the discussion about this conjecture. His Majesty the Emperor ordered him to see the Longsard Lei. So he took out all his courage and showed the superiority of a mortal to the Grand Magister. I want to say is, if you know the most basic foundation of geometry, then combine these photos, you can figure it out. A little fat man that His Majesty the Emperor gave him endless courage, so he stared at Lansadressa's eyes. I have probably in big trouble. 273 equal parts. This is a sphere, we see it as our planet. The fat man took a ball as his teaching tool, and then marked the 3 magic eyes whose positions had been found on the sphere. The known eyes of magic are here, here, and here. After he marked it, he looked at the Grand Magister Lansadora. Did you find it? The location is very regular. Long range Watsard Lei Big Magister said, he talking to itself, and said, I have not even put on a 3-point line. You can find the law more clearly, the Great Mr. Magister. The 4 points of, if you connect between them, you can equally divide the surface area of this sphere. Now, it's still a little bit. Hearing this, Lansador's eyes widened, and he seemed to realize what the fat man was talking about. In here, Mage Lord, if it is assumed here there is a magic eye, then that entire planet, they are covered with a magic atmosphere. This time, the fat man in the endless sea pen point a bit, to tell their own speculation. My God, after watching this fat man's explanation, the face behind Vivienne Musk changed color. This was tantamount to telling her that the entire planet's forbidden domain will follow the 4th eye of magic. Out now disappeared. I speculate that if the first does occur for Yan magic, the magic of the world's rich will enhance the degree, or promise, can exceed a threshold value. This may be the origin of magic, has been brewing something. Fat man. This is all speculation, and we can't confirm it, but we are worried that this speculation is true. I don't know how to refute you, because now your research on the Eye of Magic has its own characteristics. This is the first time that I have discussed the Eye of Magic with a mortal in such a depth, and it is also the first time in a new direction. It is the study of big magic, Mentor Longsard Lei said, embarrassing. I have studied this thing for thousands of years, but still remain in the magical aspects of breath and so on. And you have. You have research, we never considered. This is called, what is called the geometric, and I am grateful interest. Longsard Lei very frank to admit his own shortcomings. Magic Division also studied geometry. You can beat on a plane geometry. I have discussed with a magician, rune arrangement meets certain law, which is geometric, and I also studied in depth in this area. Fat man shrugging his shoulders, Lansadora praised him with a backhand. In the field of mathematics, he is a super talent with extraordinary talents, and he is also one of the top high-tech backbones in Alan Hill. It is precisely because of talents like him that Alan Hill has developed so quickly with the help of Chris. In his field, he can be said to be the first person under Chris. Unlike Chris, a traverser who cheats using the knowledge tree's golden fingers, he is a native mathematical genius. In Use the Knowledge After Knowledge Moneyball, his talent suddenly opened, and then demonstrated unparalleled tough. In his field, he is the real Great Magister, the pinnacle existence that is not lost to anyone. So, in his field, he can really despise anyone, because he is strong enough. So strong that Chris is a little unbelievable. Hixing no you. Reintroduction. I was Longsadlai, Druikan Big Magister. According to Druikan highest ritual instrument, Longsadlai spread by hand at chest. Slightly he bowed his head and said solemnly, "Ah." Fat man, a sense of field to talk once again coming out of his familiar areas of mathematics. So he once again shy and uneasy up. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, realized I was so stupid standing seems impolite. He also caught tight bow down, an unnatural introduced himself, that my name is Sandy. Turned out to be a mortal. No, I am now also immortal. You're not immortal, or, I think the definition of the mortal world, has become obsolete. Longsadlai laments, very high. Sing, shan him Mr. Knowledge of the ocean, master the most advanced knowledge in any one area. People have not mortal, they are gods in their field. We have more power than others. At least Longsadlai mage thinks so, although he's still mortal concept, but has convinced the consent of many people who will not magic, nor can this general concept to call immortal. For example, say in front of this, at least he called in there. Called the geometry of the field, was enough to make Longsadlai the teacher. Another example is that the armed forces to mortal knowledge gives mortals empire. Empire contend magic power of Chris. Can you say where he was just a man? From a certain perspective, Chris is indeed immortal. Until now, he does not know how to magic, so according to the previous perspective, he is just a mortal. But he created an empire, a mortal empire stronger than even the most powerful magic empire. He did what the great magister could not do, so Longsadlai believed that such a person could no longer be described as a mortal. If I want to know, if you push the test is correct, it would be what kind of situation the worst happens. The worst case there are many, such as saying their eyes of magic, in the endless sea, which is likely to cause a tsunami, and even endanger the safety of our coastal cities of Alanxia. With the help of a computer, it can be predicted that this large-scale meteorological disaster is quite fast. Although there is no mathematical model to support it, it is still possible to speculate in a serious direction. It is not possible to accurately estimate the loss, but at least it can play a part in the preventive effect. These things are the response work that Alan Hill is doing, and Chris also thinks that this situation will happen, so he will let the mathematician Sandy stay here and tell Longsadlai the speculation. Therefore, its corresponding countermeasures reality had begun to prepare. An officer spoke and said, "The emergency plan has been launched, but fortunately we have a lot of coastal mountains. The loss of part of the tsunami will be reduced. I have closed the nuclear power plant near the ferry town, fearing a tsunami-destroyed nuclear power plant caused by nuclear contamination." A technical artisan pointed laid on the table mapped along Sadlai Road. "The same people we are to build flood control dams, divert part of the city." The official member pointed to several coastal cities in northern Alanxia. He said, "In fact, there are not many coastal cities in the north of Alan Hill, and there was only one ferry city before. Further south, the entire coastline is covered with mountains, and the port city closest to the ferry is already in the Arrant region. This makes Alan Hill's migration defense work simple. If there are too many coastal cities, it will be really miserable." There is also good news that most of the nuclear power plants have been repaired in the south due to safety considerations. There is only one in the north, and it is relatively easy to shut down. Even so, Alanxia preparatory work is also very large. A matter of officials responsible for Longsadlai said aloud, "Engineering is very large. I have put 4,000 ye gold, used to reduce possible loss." See military commander this time be proud of, because the problem appeared in the endless sea, so of course they sent their warships. Although compared to Air Force and Army to his their equipment is simply behind the times, but they are still on their own or be able to show some pleased at least. He has had the opportunity to play, is not it? So Admiral Field pointing to the map talking about their responses, the tone is more heroic. 3 points. 2 submarines and intrepid battleship fleet has led out. They will monitor the patch of dangerous waters, Any changes pass it back in time. Deployed in the city's ferry nuclear anti-aircraft missiles have been withdrawn. All factories in main and ferry transfers, as well as Yalhanti region. Empty army generals took over the topic. Who are trying to modify the 52 bomber hopes to increase its range and be able to take off on land and detect that sea area. I have been mapping the coordinates of a map of the neighborhood. If necessary, we have prepared more than 2 nuclear weapons. Can be 2 small nuclear strike on the inside when the patch of sea. He pointed to deliberate on the table, leaving files to alongside lie, and began. Dom Mentor grandfather looked at the document on the table. Find Alan Xier actually developed the 1001 Dun level of nuclear weapons, not the only one. He really wanted to ask in front of these bloody hell, does this weapon have no upper limit of power? Such an endless increase in the power of nuclear weapons, no one can predict where it will eventually go. If it reaches 100 million or more power, even if this weapon detonates in situ, it will be enough to cause changes in the Earth's crust. Longsard Lai frowned, pinching his beard, questioned, just a guess, ready for so much? He knew that whether he mentioned nuclear anti-aircraft missiles before, or showing him nuclear weapons, he was declaring his power to him, the great magister of Grukan. This is a deterrent and a warning. Anyway, for whatever reason, Longsard Lai hear the Alan Xier of narrating. We are not afraid of Drew Icon, we just respect you nothing. Yes, because to speculate if this was established, and that subsequent changes that may harm the national security of Alan Xier. Sure enough, the next second clock, Air Force generals rank as the highest executive presence, say Alan Xier attitude, Ren Hui threat Alan Xier National Security Act, we must know in advance, to eradicate. The second one is on offer. And there will be. Longling is selling Qt for support. Various tickets, collections, subscriptions, evaluations. Longling needs it! 274 resonance. It's real Alan Xier. There is still a lot of fear of problems. For example, if there was a magic eye in the endless sea, then along with the birth of the eye magic, this world will not exist any piece of forbidden magic field. To place all the filling is full of magic atmosphere. Then the magician will expand their scope of activities. If the calculation is correct, even the concentration of magical aura at the time can directly support the high-level magicians doing evil in the territory of Alan Hill. What is even more depressing is that without the forbidden domain, demons can also enter Alan Hill, which makes Alan Hill even more unable to stay out of the matter. I fear that the devil will attack us, and attack our way is not clear from the sea. See military aspects of the general's opening notes. There are countless people in Alan Hill who are making suggestions for the Empire. Everyone has thought of any question. If the eyes of the devil appear on the sea, will the devil also appear on the sea? In the land, demon, an evil dog, kind of low-level branches of the military. What kind of demon will appear in the sea? Devilfish. If it is a kind of demon such as marine life, then these demons live on the bottom of the sea, and Alan Hill's navy will focus on anti-submarine warfare. And if these demons are attacking on the sea, then Alan Hill's naval operations will strengthen its own design for combat against ships. If the devil uses the Air Force, the Navy must strengthen its anti-air defense capabilities. But the problem is that these things can only be determined after the magic eye appears, so now Alan Hill can only wait, passively wait. As for the emergency plan, Ozar relatively safe harbor dock has been requisitioned. All 10 large general-purpose cruiser ship under construction, the use of all accumulated out of the latest technology, fighting ability to be much higher than the old battleship. These artillery cruisers are equipped with large E-caliber artillery, a sufficient number of air defense systems, anti-submarine torpedoes and sonars, the best radars, and some missile systems. Because to not know what will have to face the enemy, so many ships have not yet begun manufacturing. But these days, Alan Hill's naval shipbuilding plan has made all Navy leaders ecstatic. Never seen the magic eye of the sea, so Drew Icon in this regard is no experience to help you up. Longsard Lai Mage unfortunately slightly shook his head, spoke and said, "You have done, I have been, I think it's better." The modern state apparatus has a better response mechanism when dealing with a possible large-scale crisis, whether it's local mobilization, dispatching or command. The action mode of teamwork is definitely more comprehensive and more appropriate than the high-level decision-making of the ancient empire. Not to face the devil is a very terrible thing, requires courage and wisdom. Long Sardley, I sincere, he said. I hope we also have the ability to face things that people fear. Thank you. Sandy and the others nodded, expressing their gratitude to Lansadra for their blessings. Pryor has been under the tutelage of William Frundsberg's apprentice. After Frundsberg defected to the fore, within Alanxia Empire became more powerful magic researchers staff. He recently developed a weapon that made the mortal engineers of Alan Hill stunned. According to his words, the weapon he developed was specially developed to restrain magicians. After research, William found that if a processed magic spar is installed in the missile will have a certain degree of magic resonance during the explosion. This phenomenon is very common and can affect nearby magical defense barriers. If you can make good use of this phenomenon, then studying a magical resonance bomb that can break through the magician's defense barrier can easily achieve the purpose of damaging the people behind the magical barrier. At present, Alan Hill's main method of attacking the magical defense barrier is still relying on strength and speed. Both of these situations have some limitations, so there is a way to supplement these two schemes. In fact, it couldn't be better. We can say, William after the study, developed a specific sorcerer's arm or piercing bomb. As long as the missile explodes within a reasonable range, it is no longer difficult to penetrate the magical defense barrier. From this perspective, you can divert your thinking and add your own thinking. It is easy to add this result to the cannonball. In this way, Alan Hill's ammunition can immediately increase the lethality of the magician. William's research has now entered the most critical combat experiment stage. Chris personally went to the laboratory. If this weapon is successfully developed, the mortal empire will have another weapon aimed at magicians. In the test field more than 500 kilometers away from Ceres, Chris was watching the process of the magical defense barrier being weakened due to resonance. In the experiment, a .30 caliber gun can explode installed after the warhead. The damage effect of magic defense barrier enhance the full double. Your Majesty, if I were now to start mass production of these weapons, then we break down the opponent's defense magic barrier will be faster, consume less ammunition. Will William Chris standing body side, opening road. Since Vladimir after Lensberg defection, William remained silent. Painstaking research on fusion of magic and technology, in the absence achieved today's results. He even related technical meetings refused to participate. In fact, Alan Hill's security department is also focusing on monitoring William's every move. Until today he took out this result. Facts have proved his loyalty to Alan Hill. But I remember when he followed Frederick Lensberger reluctantly came Alan Xiakin, who would have thought he followed the Frundsberg defected, but instead he stays here. Is a good idea, I can try it, mass production of such missiles as well as some of the shells, and then sent to the front to experiment. Chris checked the operation rules, did not find any problems. Opening said. After much talking, he looked at William. Open asked, "Your old Alanxia division betrayed you, as a student, but to stay in here, what is for what? Do not misunderstand, I'm just chatting with you. It seems we haven't chatted like this in a long time." Old teacher never allegiance to any country, he has been loyal, but their road to strong nothing. After William Smiler cry, looked at Chris and said, I am different kind, I prefer to choose a direction. One way down. His mouth pointed to his side. From came after Alanxia, familiar with everything here, I think. Here is a good place. Now I am engaged in theoretical work, which is more suitable for me if I practice magic. Probably I was a Mofaxuity level. William his mouth while self-deprecating smile. I am Trinity Empire. There may be a lifetime are just a Mofaxuity, available here. I think I found my way forward. People who are at the forefront of any field see different scenery. William happened to be the one who was in the forefront, so he saw a wonderful view that no one else could see. He knows that only in Alan Hill can you see such a scene, and he also knows that people like him will become the successors in the eyes of others in Alan Hill. I'm more suitable to study these, and I found that I can't be a magician. But I am very good at destroying a magician. He pointed to the weapon named Magic Resonance Bomb on the drawing. After completing this design, I will start research on magical levitation. This research is also the most cutting-edge magic talisman in Griken. The takeoff of the magician, and the mobile city of the puppet empire. It's based on this magic talisman. William is already speaking like an old scholar. Chris William patted the shoulder. I have also considered an old acquaintance. In fact, you and your teacher is the earliest I know of magician. Now, there are countless magician in his work, and some even for his war fighting, but these are the newcomers. Chris knew the first magician. There is William Frundsberg. I said, my teacher has never been loyal to any country. He is just pursuing the promotion of magic. William smiled bitterly again. That's why he just came to Alan Hill. Just the reason for your allegiance to your majesty. He paused and continued. So, when he was serving Alan Hill, as soon as the puppet empire came to him, he chose the puppet empire. I can say that he is in the puppet empire. It will push puppet technology to an unprecedented new level. Speaking here, William looked to Chris. That is why as such, if Alan Xia defeated the puppet empire, showing a more powerful force, with his kind will not hesitate to sell puppet empire, once again choose stand on your side. I or promise not need such a fickle traitor. Chris did not conceal his attitude, even I have been thought well, how to dispose of the traitor, or promise, that I can use my merit, for my teacher a life of kindness of his majesty. William opening said, he taught me many things, I should thank him, help him. You have your old teacher is not quality. William. Chris once again hand patted William on the shoulder. Come on, roll division of the things I am going to write down, but you, I will not ill-treated. The people of Alan Hill remember you. Your research is destined to save the lives of many soldiers. 275 all beings are equal. Veronza, a girl sat in front of him with a worried look on her face. Doctor. What's wrong with me? The doctor looked up from the blood report. The expression on his face was also very complicated. His hand tapped twice on the report, and then he said, in fact, your problem is not very common. Remortal, family conditions are very favorable. The doctor looked at the beautiful girls wearing a hand-tooled set of tailored dress, spoke and said, 10 months ago, you and your father Pro-Wilongsar factory was opened in the area, and the family moved here. The 5 months before you begin to feel to dizziness, nausea, when some candidates will be some illusion. Conveniently rolled the girl's case, doctors pondered the wording, recently the more obvious symptoms. Blood test report I have read, almost can be diagnosed your problems, your body began to mutate, you have become a magician. The doctor faced toward the girl's father. This situation there have been several cases in Veronza recently, with similar symptoms. My God, that is to say, my daughter. She even became a magic teacher. The girl's father parents' faces filling the joy. After all, when a mortal too long, the family can be a magician. It is a very exciting thing. Dad, I was magic teacher of. The girl cannot believe looking at his hands, as if they had been dreaming a kind. I know, my family's blood is very good. My ancestors must have been very powerful magic teacher. Middle-aged people are also very excited. I began to imagine that his family did not have a glorious history from. In fact, people who know him know that he is actually a blacksmith ancestors, and later accumulated some money, invested in the project a Dragon Gear 8 family, the most recent year only because of massive orders for financial success, to become a real rich of, not similar to the rich, upstart in the traditional sense, in fact, are willing to stick his face a little gold. And as a mortal, the best way to claiming credit for, is to prove their family has a lineage magician. I have to remind the two of you, the doctor was not in the mood to care so much. He knocked on the table twice and looked up at the two people. What's the excitement? Go to the window to get their medicine. What greasy food has NT been eaten recently? Something. Next. There are many mortal immigrants in Voronezh, and magicians are not unusual people. The doctor is so knowledgeable here, he doesn't put any magician in his eyes at all. What's more, Alanxia magician is nothing more than his ordinary identity card, no special treatment. Got a superior, not a plus exam. The candidate is not a priority, not what special populations. A new style of painting mixed together on top, not over the. No matter how the painting, above the wing aircraft a pair of eagles is never changed before. This symbolizes the unyielding courage of the Aaron Hill Air Force, and their glorious history since their birth. He had in fact when they are not immune, as long as you look closely you can see that their movement still has some rules to follow. Standing on the ramp, said Pilot seriously. Standing under the ramp, pilots joked. I tried to lock the magician is a very difficult thing with Sparrow missiles. Missile speed is definitely enough. No excessive flexibility or worse. Just below the cockpit canopy of this MiG-21 fighter, on each row of enemy aircraft outlines are drawn. 4 seismoelectric fighters and 2 lifelike dragons. This marked that this MiG-21 fighter jet shot down 4 seismoelectric fighters of the Puppet Empire and also shot down 2 Dragon Knights of the Holy Demon Empire in previous battles. This can be said to be a very good record. After all, the MiG fighters have not been equipped for frontline troops for a long time. The pilot under the gangway paused, and then continued, I understand what you said, but didn't you still use a missile to knock him down? Standing on the gangway, pilot nodded. He smiled and replied, yes, I'm sure. Real fighters with missiles, but my luck was touched. He was just some of cannon shells stopped his path. Anyway, you are a lucky person. The pilot standing below waved his hand to end the small chat, turned and walked to the lounge. Thank you. I think so too. The pilot standing on the gangway started his work again. He poked the white paint can in his hand with a thin brush, and then carefully began to draw the pattern of the 2 dragon heads. Right below, another thing was drawn. He was very cautious, sketching out the periphery of the logo little by little, and soon the shape of the logo appeared in front of him. In his pen, a magician's hat with a pointed top can already be seen clearly. After confirmation, in the melee with the main force of the Puppet Empire, the pilot piloted the MiG-21 fighter jet and used a Sparrow missile to shoot down a senior magician hovering in the air. Through too many photographs to prove there are witnesses, Rocket Sparrow missile did hit the target, and killed the magician. This Air Force pilot was also confirmed, the first to launch a missile and kill the senior magician. His name will go down in history, for all his actions will be firmly in mind. In the remote far Wheelong figured out all the nobles looked at his daughter awakened magical talent, helpless standing in a long queue in front of the end of hospital drugs window. He really wanted to understand along the way, his daughter is nothing special in Ellen Hill, and even going to school to fight, she may not be much better than other children. You know, children who go to school in the Voronezh area have magic. The proportion of talents is quite high. Dad, Emma magic division up. I can learn from these cool magic. You can let the flame wound on my arm. In light of his daughter seems very excited, also possible to manipulate for their own high and be proud of cool magic. But her father parent has no interest. No, Anne. Hold up your teddy bear, do not lose it. Hope that after you learn the magic flame, do not put this bear burn drop it. It's my birthday present for you. Longling has to rest. There is no update today, so do NT wait. 276 This is war. According to the map, we have advanced to the Blywye, but now I do not know what to describe what I see. Sir, clutching his steps phones. The advance party of the battalion commander stays in the other hand on the belt, he said to the phone. His tone of some excitement, as all sight of his eyes, had let his emotions lingered in the collapse of the edge. There. Yes, I saw a lot of dent, as well as soldiers, surround the tent. They have laid down their arms. Everything is chaotic. I do not know what to say. Yes, I did not encounter resistance. The situation is not what you think. He moved slightly, moving his feet. He took 2 steps in front of the rubble around, listening to the phone side people's words. Then he stopped and replied seriously, "If you let me say it, I think everything here is weird. People here see that we don't speak much, and there is hatred in their eyes, as well as despair and relief." This name battalion commander looked at the front of their own are not far away, curious at his Trinity Empire soldiers, civilians as well as soldiers behind Ragged. There is some impatience, said, because not to know that there is no danger. There is no command troops advancing into the city. Yes, I'm in the tent approximate distance Peely Y peripheral area 100 stopped in front of local rice into. On the one hand, I am afraid the locals suddenly launched an attack. On the other hand, I think the locals need a lot of relief. When he saw the child being at Trinity Empire mother parent's arms, drowsy, thin body because nutrition when the ribs were vaguely visible, he said to the phone. The entire refugee camp was strange, because the former chief consul suddenly disappeared, and everything here was plunged into a desperate situation that was more chaotic than chaos. This is the suburb of Bellevue, this is the edge of hell. Yes, I got the aerial photos this morning. I know this place is in ruins, but when I saw the ruins, I realized how big it really is. The battalion commander continued to talk to himself on the phone of knowledge. In the morning, all the battalion commanders and regiment leaders who arrived at Bellevue got the aerial photos of Bellevue at the meeting. Some were taken before, and some were taken just a few days ago, and some comparisons were made. The comparison shows that Bellevue was slowly rebuilding before, and some large ruins and some uncollapsed houses were being cleared out. In the last 10 days, this kind of work has been suspended for some reason. The entire Holy Demon Empire was in a state of disorder, and many captives explained the fact that the Grand Archon suddenly disappeared, so the Holy Demon Empire also fell into chaos. The war with Alan Hill expanded this chaos and made Bellevue, a nuclear-struck city, even more miserable. The supplies were cut off and the command fell into chaos, which made the entire Bellevue worse, and the fatality rate of the wounded had reached an astonishing 70%. No one cares what is going on here, no one knows what is going through here. All the time, the troops of Alan Hill drove into Bellevue and witnessed how terrifying their nuclear weapons were. I can see, I took Hope Limit telescope. Can see, are the ruins left by the collapse of houses. Battalion commander's hand clutching the phone, on the back of the hand veins fly. You absolutely cannot imagine how big it is. I think Cornea is more like a city than here. Really, everything here has been destroyed. There is nothing to describe. Bellevue is over, it is completely destroyed. How would you describe it? What adjective? This is the fucking jerk hell. He paced back and forth anxiously again, and then used his feet opened a crushed rock. Into the phone complained. The vocabulary I have learned in my life can't describe everything I see. I stand on the edge of the ruins of a damn bastard who can see the boundary at a glance, full of refugees with dull expressions who can't even speak. He began to mouthful swear word, because he really didn't know how to describe everything he saw. He saw the corpse of the other party outside the camp, which had been rancid but had no time to deal with, and saw a large swath of ruins that had not been cleaned up. Even before he came here, he had watched a movie organized by the army and saw the retaken city of Alan, which was occupied by the devil. In front of the black and white camera, Alan's ruined walls, none of the sights in front of them make people desperate. I always felt that these damn bastards deserved their sins, but when I saw everything in front of me, I realized that I felt it was wrong to completely destroy a city like this. He said what he was saying, and he couldn't regret it. Just venting his inner depressed emotions. He walked all the way, with his own troops, and even when faced with the large-scale counterattack of the Puppet Empire, he never flinched. But looking at everything in front of him, he felt that his strong heart didn't seem to be tough enough. I know what I'm talking about, sir. If you stand by my side, you know what the hell I'm talking about. What the hell is it? After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone angrily. A soldier carrying a sudden strike rifle walked over, standing at attention. Sir, we would want to carry food, and give these civilians in need to maintain law and order here. Trinity Imperial soldiers willing to continue to maintain order for us, but they said they really need help. The battalion commander looked at the civilians and soldiers of the Holy Demon Empire who were watching them in the distance, and said, let the soldiers keep the rations for the day, and then separate the rest. Be careful not to cause confusion, and let the soldiers who dispense food wear gas masks. Observe your orders, sir. The soldier nodded slightly, and then added before stepping back, thank you, sir. Everyone who comes here feels that they should do their best to help these people, because the experience of these people is simply intolerable by any civilization. Even if it had been the enemy of life and death, even if it had not a nation species, it should not be so oppressive with the means to destroy each other. Everything. Sir, your phone. Carrying a step signalman came over the phone, had just returned to his walkie-talkie and gave it to his battalion commander. The battalion commander answered the phone, silently listening to the people on the phone. Then he replied, responsible for maintaining order. Soldiers, about 2 million people, have some of the bodies have not yet had time to deal with my fear of outbreak of plague, which is another reason I did not enter the BLEY. Yes, sir. I will protect my soldiers as much as possible and wait for the follow-up reinforcements to arrive. Yes, thank you, sir. Sorry, sir. I'm sorry just now. Sorry. Yes. I will execute the order. Yes, command. The phone in his hand was handed back to the signal soldier again. This time the battalion commander's face looked much better. He beckoned a soldier and ordered, let Company 1 establish a safe position on the flank. It's on the high ground over there. Did you see it? Let the soldiers of the 2nd Company wear gas masks, preferably wearing gloves, entered the refugee camp, and count the number of refugees. 1 infantry squad. Do not disperse, get out immediately when the situation occurs. He looked at the second one. Soldier, ordered very well. 3 even a row, just as I have now this place, and establish a distribution station, to carry our seed collected in a pylon here. 2 rows responsible for unloading the car for a while to come. He finished after it to distant 3 even 3 in a row. Long beckoned. Roll over Tom. Called Thomas Carr on his face. Long lines, carrying a tall STG-44 Sudden Strike rifle. It looks majestic. He heard the battalion commander calling himself, and confessed to his subordinates, and ran over quickly. Come and negotiate with me. Let the group of people from the Holy Demon Empire cooperate with us and divide the food first. The battalion commander changed his name, turned and walked towards the refugee camp of the Holy Demon Empire. 3 rows. Come with me. Come on. You are a woman? Called Tom. Platoon behind the battalion commander. He greeted some of his soldiers. So we went to the camp entrance. Refugee camps. Who is the person in charge here? The battalion commander stood less than 3 meters away from the door, looking at the survivors of the Holy Demon Empire who were like walking corpses, and asked, dead? An officer with a saber but not wearing the iconic armor of the Holy Demon Empire was dirty, standing in front of everyone, and replied, exclamation mark, that's you? Battalion commander actually did not care, directly spoke and said, I have to boil take over the relief work here for a while, began to distribute food. You are willing to do some people with? Of course. The officer of the Holy Demon Empire didn't expect the other party to come here. The first thing was to help them. Thank you very much. He himself back between the hanging sword belt solution down, handed the adjutant around. Then he walked in front of the battalion commander. Alanxia, you? Why should they help us? Because as we are human beings, is a human, there should be compassion. Battalion commander leaned Sunlet out of the way, while the back side replied, I who fight for freedom, but not barbarians. Then you have ruined BLEY with such brutal way that the name of the officer to keep up with the pace of the battalion commander, subconscious with desperation and pain, asked. Reason for this is war. Battalion commander did not head back and said, damn. Bitch war. 277 Xu Anquin, the 1st 1 Armored Division commander in his headquarters in the watch helplessly fertile Stuart will be the military, opening replied, These photos are frontline troops shot back, and I personally have seen some positions. The city has almost been completely destroyed. To be honest, anyone who has a bit of conscience, the sight will not be too uncomfortable. The 1st One Armored Division commander, he said, some depressed. He was 2 weeks ago, with the main part Puppet Empire when fierce fighting team, not even half a step back to. At the most dangerous time, a unit of the Puppet Empire was only a few hundred meters away from his headquarters. He hadn't been so shaken at that time. When he saw the ruins of Bellevue with his own eyes, it really shaken civilization. The reason why civilization is called civilization is because civilization has its own morality and its own bottom line. If someone can remain indifferent or gloat after seeing a city completely destroyed, then his human nature has undoubtedly been distorted. Is he who first provoked the war? My friend, we do not want to do. But this is war. War technology looked at each front of their own kind photos. Those photos in hand strumming. Each sheet is almost in ruins. Some are not completely collapsed. Mage Tower. Some walls have been completely destroyed. Just from these ruins, we can see how magnificent the city was before it was destroyed. The more beautiful here, it shows the year of our ancestors, the more thorough exploitation. Every magician of the city, it can be said, is built on top of the mortal body count. War technology word sentence said, so am firm to perform the task and I will firmly implement down. The 1st One Armored Division commander erect, chin and said, do as a soldier, I have the responsibility to obey orders. He never wavered. Unasked good soldier emotions. After all, we just ruined a Beely. Why? Similar things will not be too much. His Majesty the Emperor is merciful. No doubt. War Steward nodded his head and said, of course, any choice made by His Majesty the Emperor is correct. If His Majesty the Emperor orders, I will not question it and implement it resolutely. The commander of the 1st Armored Division immediately replied. Val Stewart off the table and picked up a photo about the refugees. Dean C. Ministry of Long Calls, close to the people we elect. Some photos send back to propaganda, not on how the immediate disaster is big. Consul Trinity Empire's sudden disappearance caused their suffering, but also because of unfavorable relief, and our attack has nothing to do. Got it? Wo Stewart put the sheets. Refugees. We scrambled to receive photos of Alan Hill's food and pushed them to the commander of the 1st Armored Division. The commander picked up the photo from the table, looked at the thin faces on it, nodded and replied, understood. I will order the war reporters to take some photos again to ensure that Minister Deans is satisfied. I am. They are the savior. It is to help all people suffering from the fertile Stewart summary said. War is suffering. We are here. Is to forever end this war. Yes. The commander of the 1st Armored Division stood tall and stood up to respond. Exclamation mark. Do not misunderstand. I'm not saying what I was gloating. Emphasize our attitude. War Steward stood up, walked in front of his men. I will give you more trucks. Trucks full of food. Don't let me down with a truck full of tents. Yes, sir. The commander of the 1st Armored Division stood at attention once again and replied. Ye trucks parked in a vacant lot. A group of soldiers not carrying firearms swarm, opened a rear compartment of the truck and began to pile up neatly inside the fortified biscuits and instant noodles unloaded. Hurry, hurry. That while waiting to use it, a class alongside to help, while urging his soldiers. Several soldiers from the Holy Demon Empire are also enthusiastically helping. Because they wear armor for a long time, they are in better physical condition and carry more. Why don't you let the people from Company 1 come to help? Damn it. A soldier piled a box of instant noodles on another, and complained while wiping his sweat. He had stationed one high ground. We can cover here to safety. Remove the shoulder of a soldier panting head. Hard tack boxes, out of breath replied. He had been busy for a long time. 3 part of the soldiers even had to help. And the lack of available supplies and materials. Trinity Empire civilians, or still more people crash. I heard that another camp also opened a food collection point, and it was the same hot scene over there. No one is making trouble. At least this is a good phenomenon. A soldier sitting on a box rested, unscrewed a kettle on his waist, sipping the water inside, and said vaguely, "This is indeed a good phenomenon." Although many people look at Alan Hill soldiers with hatred in their eyes, until now, there has not been any trouble making Holy Demon Empire magician. Most civilians were restrained, and many even said thank you after they got the food. But most of the time, the atmosphere is dull and terrible. The soldiers of Alan Hill here kept sending things, while the civilians of the Holy Demon Empire and the soldiers who surrendered kept getting things. No one spoke, just silently doing each other's own things. Several little girls were holding compressed biscuits, squatting by the side of a stream that was not clear, bowing their heads and drinking water like small animals. He need cups, bowls. Equipment can boil water, soap, medicines, tents, quilts, clothes. A recorder is recorded on the book. He found the problem, the side responsible for protecting the safety of his soldiers carrying weapons. Sneer added, "He who need cars, tanks, it is best to give them an atomic bomb." Throne says, "Good revenge." "You seem to hate magicians," the recorder asked the soldiers who were following him without looking up. "He who attacks through Minsk, when my sister just down the street." "Treachery of these bastards, too much time, so I think they should all be destroyed and exterminate together." Soldier replied coldly, "Not everyone is willing to sympathize with these Holy Demons Empire refugees who have actually been miserable to the extreme. Mortal hatred than magic hate division, in fact, a little less. Everyone has blood and deep revenge, but the people who are now capable of revenge are mortals who have been oppressed, exploited and persecuted. If the roles are reversed, there will also be magicians who sympathize with mortals. Didn't the mortals of the past rely on the sympathy and compassion of others to survive until today? Well, I hope. Finally, we cannot repeat history before it. Recorder looked up, soothing soldiers patted on the shoulder, continued down to right, cleaning equipment as well as doctors, many doctors. On a ventilated, huge field tent in the distance, the Red Cross looks very eye-catching. Inside the tent, a Red Cross armband wrapped around the upper arm of a middle-aged man is checking the wound of a woman on his arm. "Infected have been no way, look at the label, amputation of it," the doctor woman said desperately, her voice hoarsely uncomfortable. "My arm can't keep it." The doctor handed a simple diagnosis and treatment plan to a soldier next to him. "Take her to the infection ward. You have to wear a mask. Arrange to be sawed off tomorrow." This morning, most people do have very serious infection. Many people need amputation. If the drug is adequate, many people are likely to protect his arm down. Regrettably, he does not have so many drugs in his hands. Although the troops have urgently allocated some medicines, because the war is far from over, most of the road transportation capacity must be ensured to transport the troops to supply ammunition. The capacity squeezed out in this way naturally does not support the reconstruction of Bellevue, but in order to make a superficial effort, a lot of precious capacity has been wasted. For example, say, in the ruins of several lots Bellevue, reconstruction work has begun. And this is obviously a thrill to reporters. There are other people. See Vanity Project. Excavators are hard to work with, there are a lot of heavy machinery and trucks in and out, it's so lively. But such action is to squeeze capacity, including fueled vehicles, as well as the devices themselves. Diverted road transport force. Another example is that within a few model camps, hot water bath with a car has been good. The dining car is also already in place. Some good-looking tents have also been set up. But there is still not much food or medicine in these places. Because to put this kind of image you want to project, but it is really needed. Items remain in short supply. Although after Alan Hill took over, the refugees around Bellevue saw hope and were indeed much better than before, but their suffering was far from end. A war correspondent was facing the camera, interviewing a local refugee. The other apparently been singled out. "It seems quiet and polite. My body side stands one good attitude locals." He presented us with a number of requests, including food and water, as well as more tents. Thanks to the Alan Hill government, thanks to the great Emperor Alan Hill for saving us. Yes, I think we should all be grateful for Alan his help. Some shy men faced the camera and wept bitterly. The true feelings are revealed. The reconstruction of Bellevue, which was destroyed by the war, has already begun locally. We will work hard to rebuild this once glorious magical city. Alan Hill National Television. The reporter Eliza will report for you from the front line. Female reporter Dignified Generous. Final submission. 278. Alan Hill's puppet technique. This is what the damn thing. One worker used some boring looking at the face of a constantly repeating myself being a manipulator process and watched it crawl parts, then processed later. The skilled parts lost on the conveyor belt. In his eyes, this mechanical arm has been working, not knowing that he is tired and has never stopped for a second. It has always insisted on using a standard movement to produce parts, and there is no extra movement. What's more frightening is that this robotic arm hasn't even manufactured a scrapped part for the entire morning, and its parts processing success rate is close to 100%. Something that humans must not be able to do. In the past, this situation would never happen at all. Except for the perversion of the puppet empire, it is impossible to have such a tireless production worker, and there is no such a dedicated production worker. It replaces the position of several workers, and not out of a morning now had any problems. Technically, this product should be feasible. A technical art staff while watching robotic arm has been rotated, while opening on the side, said the person. Not only is the study of William Magic of progress has been made, other parallel research department of the puppet book actually progress very rapidly. Chris seems, at least, with the robotics surgery as well as mechanical technology blessings, come up with a mechanical production automation equipment, is actually not too difficult. Thus, was born in 1974 in robot-born production equipment. On this day of the year appeared in a factory where the says. To cope with this plant, some factories even use the old methods of production of these robots assembled group of pieces. The performance of the new robot equipment on the production line is very powerful, which also made many workers who saw the experiment appear uneasy. Once the robot from moving production line began to appear massive, so now Alanxia massive workers will have had to leave part of their love once fighting for the job. The temperature is normal and there is no overheating phenomenon. Our chip is still very successful. A mortal in charge of the chips said. The chips he is responsible for have achieved success in many fields. In fact, he is also a very powerful researcher. The chips he developed are sturdy and durable, and are heavily purchased by the military. This is a brand new technology. It can make our production line run by itself. A technician not far away repeated. Recent days, he had really mad is developing this new equipment. It now appears, indeed, gratifying achievements. With this new type of production robot, Alan Hill's troops will be stronger. Many previous weapons and equipment are very dependent on this kind of mass production. Not only before these workers to the original production line, they soon lose their profession. Even if many employers will later come to power and hire these workers directly, their wages will not be much less than they are now. They still prefer stable jobs, such as some factories under the Alan Hill Empire Group. The treatment is good and scary. Waterline, that Taiwan is still a robotic arm, still worked tirelessly with its meticulous with every processing parts. These parts produced according to the most qualified standard. With this, we can learn a puppet of the empire, to produce our army of robots. An engineering division pushed aside that huge glasses on your nose while opening Fantasy Road. In fact, after seeing puppets, many senior engineers and technicians in Alan Hill, as well as scholars, set their goals in the general direction of combining science with puppets. We must know that the peculiar energy of this world, that is, the magical energy installed in the puppet empire, is actually very abundant. Even if it can only be used in the field of magic, this kind of robot is definitely a technological leap. As long as enough to develop a real puppet gets the job done independent of the puppet, that Alanxia almost be truly known. Chris walked in front of the next to go. These people whispered, and then closed their mouths when the group entered the factory building. Because of that pedestrian is too scary, led by His Majesty the Emperor, around full alert guards escort. Reconstruction of Bleiwei. We must seize the time. This is a political task and our responsibility. Chris looked at the machine, opening to follow in their performances behind the minister said, I know the first line there are some difficulties, but I still think that the reconstruction of all cities should be accelerated as much as possible without affecting the frontline operations. He said that if there are many curved around, for example, on the last sentence, he was in front as much as possible to speed up the reconstruction of the city, with the phrase does not affect the former premise fronts. This scale is left to the relevant responsible people to weigh the trade-offs. In short, if you want fast, you can quickly and soon, if the above decided to slow down the BLE reconstruction dimension, and that this is likely to continue to work after 10 years, even 20 years later. And as to His Majesty the Emperor Alanxia, he said, so no doubt make many people happy, and at least let the local representative of the magician believe Alanxia genuinely want to help Empire Trinity out of the woods. No matter if you really believe it or pretend to believe. The magician resistance of the Holy Demon Empire is collapsing anyway, and a large number of troops have already surrendered. Several armies under Chris are in the Holy Demon Empire. It is simply invincible. When Chris said these words, the reporters around him hurriedly bowed their heads to write the Emperor's speech. They want to record the Emperor's speech, and then publish it in almost all newspapers. Recently, due to tight TV, newspaper sales stalled. After all, for ordinary people, watching TV directly enjoys the picture. In any case, it is more entertaining than reading the newspaper. Not before. Now Alanxia, still far from reaching the age of information explosion so the newspaper is still cannot give up the propaganda front, and has begun to decline slightly. Radio stations are great efforts to control the information Chris channel. His Majesty Emperor Chris is dealing with the reporters next to him, and the Great Magister Lansadora of Grukken, who is not far behind him, still didn't plan to give Chris any chance to pretend to be X alone. On behalf of the magic teacher to express my sincere thanks to you. Accompanied by Chris with reference concept Mage Factory Automation Longsadlai, leaning on his long fine Flanagan's staff, staring at the distance of that work automatically robotic arm replied. Longsadlai thoughtfully, and then taking advantage of the propaganda department of the staff of those reporters are invited after this he began to ask Chris walking in his side and said, you know, magic created puppet, is subjected to can't help the temptation of the source of magic. Yes, that they would be irrational, inexplicable happened, I know Chris is not with as natural nodded, opening replied. Then you now developed these puppets. What exactly for? Do not think just let puppet can be avoided in the production mad defection, and they paralyzed your production line, you will be more depressing. Longsadlai open cautioned. Chris nodded, then motioned to a technician who was following him to introduce to Lansadlet what exactly the mechanical arm they saw was working on. It does not rely on extracting human memory works. In fact, it had nothing to do and a little magic. Engineering division opening answered, his voice gentle but let Longsadlai shocked to be added. Alan Hill's computer has begun to be miniaturized, and it can do a lot of things. Although the program is still complicated, the computer may have been capable enough to cope with simple programming technology. After hard work, the chip developed by Alan Hill was installed on this robotic arm to manage the various actions of this robotic arm. Realizing the puppet technique of the mortal empire. You are saying, and it does not matter puppet technique? Longsadlai looked at the distance that is constantly working. She has been busy for more than an hour manipulator. Opening softly whisper. Nor is it has nothing to do. I have a reference puppet empire of magic puppet design of their joints in the joint design, does still have some accumulation. Watched flexible robotic arm. The relevant person in charge of Triumphant Road. No, I mean to ask this kind of thing. It relies not on puppet art technology in the control and operation. Longsadlai a sense of feel myself getting really do not understand this Alanxia empire. When he came last time, he already felt that this country was strong enough and mysterious enough. But now, he found that he was simply a frog at the bottom of the well. and the things that amazed him last time were not the most terrifying things in Alan Hill. And what he sees now is more powerful than what he saw the previous time, and is more interesting to him as a magician. No, I have used is something called a program. Skill Artisan opening replied, very detailed explanation, only a vocabulary. Long sidelined all the inquiry. The more I called interested in the development of science and technology to you, if I'm not a big Drew I can magister, I think he'll study what you have technology, I think, maybe your technology, and our magic fusion it is the future. Long sadly I looked at Chris, sincere said. Chris smiled and replied, there is a named Vladimir Lensberg magician, feel the same way, but he learned some of our technology, chose to betray, seeking refuge with the puppet empire. That really sorry, long sadly I Chris hear the meaning of words. I know Chris for what Alan Xie technology research magician deep grudges, will give up some of the ideas, not before, it is absolutely feasible to cooperate in more fields. Right. Chris nodded, and then continued walking forward with the crowd. He walked through the workshop where the robotic arm was located, and then walked to the door of another working plant. Domed Mr. Tutor, he suddenly workshop main entrance stopped, looking back to the long Sadlai, puppet empire for the first time God sent Stab to kill me, to see me say shining? Do you know what's going on? Today, Dragon Spirit is in a very bad state, only one chapter is more, and I owe more to make up tomorrow. Sorry everyone. 279 Light? Hearing Chris' question, Lon Sadley was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Chris and frowned. Hitsai Fine looked at Chris, then open asked, are you? Say, puppet God said so. Chris recently the hair feel uncomfortable, he even doubted, the transition is not to use their own mind's tree huge tech tree, giving his body had a negative impact. After all, he always felt that using his own brain, or fragile body, to carry the technology of the entire world was an incredible thing. If there is a problem with your body, it is obviously easy to explain. However, what makes him puzzled is that his body has not shown any discomfort before, but some strange changes have begun to appear recently. For example, said recently that he has been dreaming. It's not anything strange dream, but often dream of things before their crossing. The dream he saw that he encountered a ghost, dreaming of his parents in short, are some of the unusual dreamland, but dreaming itself is a very confusing thing. Moreover, as the number of dreams increased, his head began to ache. Before, he thought it was a pathological reaction caused by his dreams that affected his rest. But then when his head became more and more uncomfortable, he realized that his physical condition had deteriorated. As for the emperor, it is affecting the health of a major event in the country. What's more, the young emperor has not married a wife and had children, and his physical condition will become a fundamental and serious problem that shakes a country. Because as he himself is a master of all the super doctors of modern medical technology, so he himself carried out a series of checks. The funny thing is that he didn't notice any problems. He even used the excuse of testing the experimental equipment to do a CT check for himself first, but unfortunately, he still did not find any problems. In the end, in desperation, he even found his own private doctor, and gave himself a comprehensive physical examination on the grounds of regular checkups. Apart from the bizarre increase in height by 1 centimeter, there was no change in his body. Chris knew in time to accept the reality of nausea. He prepared to believe that he was just too tired recently. Excessive fatigue leads to uncomfortable. He suddenly felt chest tightness. Yes, his condition has worsened. Chris now has chest tightness and shortness of breath from time to time, coupled with headaches and dreams. Chris feels that his health has deteriorated to a very serious point. That is why as such, was forced to take some analgesics as well as sleeping pills. Chris styled, place their hopes in the Drew Icon senior magician body. He remembered the words the god puppet said to him temporarily, so he took it out and asked Lon Sadley to see what the other party had explained. Lon Sadley frowning thought for a moment. She spoke and said, God is a high puppet empire. Stage magic, I did not know the details. He paused. Continue to Chris explained. Not over. We can now be sure that God is the soul of the puppet's separate spells. It will collect part of the soul, or the spiritual power used to dominate the powerful magic puppet doppelganger. During this process, whether the spiritual power or the so-called soul is actually stripped of the body, we have not officially named this part of the mysterious thing. Not had. I suppose that this part is pulled out of something, is pure, similar to the soul or spirit of the material. It is estimated that it can see its own and similar substances, but that's just me. Hear you finish after that. A simple guess. This guess has just been born, so I cannot prove its accuracy. But I think this can explain why it can see light from around your body. This shows that your soul, or your spirit, is so powerful it can be detached from the flesh. If you don't mind, I want to see if you are a magician physique. If you are, then my reasoning is valid. You are originally a senior magician physique, but you have not been exposed to magic or practiced. It's just magic. Then how do you verify these? Chris asked curiously. It was the first time he heard of this, and he was also curious whether he could become a magician. In the work on the road industry civilization, he has by virtue of Goldfinger go far enough, and if he can become a magician, that he can develop on another road. At least, he can no longer worry, his life is so short. I have had 3 kinds of ways that can be tested. The first is in early childhood, through the perception of the magic to determine whether the constitution. Longsard lay I. Chris smiled to explain road. Chris smiled and shook his head, shrugged his shoulders, unfortunately replied, it seems I have no theory of how there is no way to try first. And now I guess I cannot count how early childhood of. The second is the youth period, large-scale fluctuations in mood. Some strange things happen when kissing, burned their partner is also documented. Longsard lay I continued. Chris' eyes widened and a little embarrassed. He hadn't kissed anyone yet, although the superstar Jessica tried to do so. By mistake, Chris missed the opportunity to kiss Fangs. Who would have thought that kissing is also a dangerous thing on this magical planet? Maybe, when the two of them were between you and the other, one of them suddenly awakened the magical physique and burned the other half. The third situation and the more special, and at the time of the death, that when the body is in a very wonderful state, release or absorb energy, or on the Longsard lay I root out the third finger. Opening interpretation Tau. Chris awkward out of the smile. The pessimistic large Magister Longsadler said, it seems I want to know is not magic. Division. To wait for me to die that day had got. It does not matter, same sex between kissing, the result is better. If you do not mind, I can. Longsard lay I very enthusiastic began. I care. Chris rushed tight interrupted. The old glass continues to go on. The idea, shook his head and said, I am. They still try to think of other ways to it. He really did not find the original Drew icon so open. There is a man clinging to another man on the street from time to time, and then after a while lingering shook his head. Brother, your children have turned out to be a magician constitution are opposite. The young man rubbed his lips, a look of shy, people are magic bad division. It's so that we can two people I rely on. Think about the feel was himself covered in goosebumps. Chris shuddered, then slanted his eyes to look at Lonsadera, imagining Lonsadera kissing an old man in his heart. Such a country, such a damn country without shame, should be completely destroyed by nuclear weapons. Thinking of this, Chris suddenly stopped his evil thoughts. No, can't be destroyed. After all, thinking about the scene of Vivienne hugging Jessica or Luna, Chris thinks it's better to keep this country, and it's better to keep it well, otherwise, try Vivienne? Longsard lay I regrets asked. Today, Vivienne did not follow to the factory. She accompanied by staff of the diplomatic service, to the food festival held says to the reference concept of not over whether to visit or eat food. I would not know. Anyway, in terms of the number of various food recipes Chris gave out, it was enough for Vivienne to eat a few months later. Chris do not mind beautiful sorceress to a passionately kissing, but because you want to test out their first kiss the cross. His Majesty said he was boring, and very willing. Is that bad? Chris blushed slightly, struggling slightly shyly. I also think that, after all, Vivian never been so check someone else's magic physique. She may lack experience. Long Sardalai some regret slightly shook his head. Good advice agreed. Chris regretted. I just want to be polite. Brother. Just kidding. I ask again. Can you answer again? Okay. Well, let's try it first with Long Sardalai. I also very tangled, thought to want to open the suggestion and said, now that you strongly disagree with the second method, we can only use the first give it a try. If your magical physique is really obvious, it's not impossible to detect it with the first method now. I say that earlier. Chris felt Long Sardalai just molested in their own. Long Sardalai out 2 fingers. I need to touch your forehead. You just will not relax like they shot at me. He looked at the weak around the handle into the guard soldiers have clothes inside pocket. No, as long as they can out a second weapon. Fired at him desperately. You will not find the opportunity to set my memory, right? Chris squinted toward Long Sardalai. There is no such magic. Chris Majesty, if any, memory magician who devour each other, the number of senior magician, perhaps thousands of times now. Long Sardalai said, laughing. This is indeed a very obvious truth. If there is such a magic, it should be no secret that it has been used and evolving continuously for thousands of years. Well, I can begin. Illustrative his guards not to get involved. Chris facing Long Sardalai 2 fingers and relax the body tract. Long Sardalai held out his arms, put his fingers pressing in on Chris' forehead, closed his eyes. 280 seconds. Tree, vastness of the ocean. Long Sardalai feel great mage magic is entered into in a vast ocean. Long Sardalai hasn't felt this kind of feeling that he is just a small dust. Had been, when he was looking at the stars, there is such a humble feeling, than the endless sky, what is simply not. Later, as his magic became more and more refined, he rarely reflected on himself in this way. However, today, when he put his magic energy into the body of a mortal, he once again felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. He is like a drop of water, but facing an entire desert. When Long Sardalai pushed the magic of your body, you want to stimulate the magic of Chris' detection of potential. I found myself no matter how much magical energy input, Chris' body can withstand. In Long Sardalai opinion, this is an impossible thing. The body of a magician is like a container, and how much magic it can hold directly reflects how high a magician's magic talent is. Many people through many years of training to be able to strengthen their physical as well as mental strength so that they can withstand more magic, can accommodate more magic atmosphere. This process is often very long, and it lasts throughout the life of the magician. These magicians often possess almost endless lives, and Long Sardalai is even longer than Vivienne. However, as the chief magician of Grikan, Long Sardalai, the magic in his body was mobilized, and even the body of a mortal was filled with dissatisfaction. Isn't this a big joke? So Long Sardalai no longer suppress the body's own magic, so that they can freely irrigation Ruklazai body. If Chris is really a mortal, then he would immediately be destroyed. Only one end of blasting magic atmosphere. Long Sardalai did not mean to do it. He just does not know why Chris would devour all of his input to the body of Chris' magic atmosphere, so he was a little bit of magic to increase the number of breath, but found still came to nothing. So Long Sardalai had to give up control of those magic atmosphere. He felt his own need to get to know one thing, and that is Alanxia there may be a magic empire. Not only before, this is a super magician magic empire for the emperor, others are mortal alternative magic empire. Bale teeth, tried my best. Long Sardalai his body like that of magical energy sky general vast body of Chris output to the field of forbidden magic to let his body very uncomfortable, but he was still stuck to their choice. On the opposite side of him, Chris felt something churn in his body. He felt that his head seemed to be better, and the pain was relieved. But this was just some feeling, he didn't even feel what Long Sardalai was doing to him. This damn old glass, don't you just want to take advantage of him? Just poke his forehead with your finger and deal with it, right? Chris was even thinking maliciously. Then, in his ocean of consciousness completely different from others, a brand new sapling was growing out of the huge, leading him and Alan Hill to the open space next to the brilliant technology tree. This sapling took root and sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then grew stronger a little bit. On its verdant trunk, branches began to unfold. These branches a little bit like spreading out on all sides, just like the tree of knowledge in Christ's mind. It's exactly the same time. Knowledge and knowledge of color are not the same tree, the tree Fenian more strange. The whole body is blue, also exudes a hint of light. People glance was distributing it out of the mysterious atmosphere to attract Italian consciousness inside. Chris standing in front of trees grow out of the new tree, out of men want to touch this new consciousness in his mind of trees. Then, in the next second, where he touched, he saw a magic circle of fireball, stretching out clearly in front of his own eyes. This is a magic tree, a big tree that records countless magical knowledge like the science and technology tree. Chris was taken aback by the discovery, and then subconsciously took a half step back, because this huge magic tree is still growing and developing. More let Chris shocking, although the tree is huge but there is no magic tech tree so tall tree, and even technology tree branches wrapped together. It entwined branches, fused together to form a number of stout branches that Chris had never seen before. His eyes widened and he didn't know what to say. What he saw now might be the most spectacular sight in the world. The already after by standing between heaven and earth, as if to break through the sky tree giant tech tree, and magic trees intertwined, literally and actually a lot taller. Chris can even see these new branches above. It is full of content from the fusion of magic and technology. Damn it, this old glass seems to be doing good deeds. Chris finally realized that Lansadora was indeed instilling magical energy into him. But all these magical energy were all caught by the one in front of him. I don't know where it came from. The technology tree has absorbed. Countless energy was poured in. And the growth rate of the big tree in front of Chris also increased. Green leaves have grown in many places, and it looks like the whole tree is lush and full of life. Chris Zoo standing around the guard there this time accompanied by the ministers to see, is being Longside large mage exudes the atmosphere of terror, have a little twist airflow around the mean. In the long opposite side lay I and Chris Majesty the Emperor of their body is light. It is visible to the naked eye state light emitting. Unlike the magician, Chris exudes a dignified yellowish light. Yes, it is like a saint-like. Chris now comes out of the light, so that all they think of a catch and do not believe how words, God. If they said that His Majesty Chris, who can provide technology, was a god, they didn't believe it. But now, they believe it. They believed everything they saw. His Majesty Chris really exudes the light of God, as dazzling as gold, and as bright as diamonds. This great miracle continued until the Lansadora Grand Magister finally realized that Chris' body seemed to be dissatisfied with his magic power. At this time, he stopped instilling magic power, and then he felt exhausted. He shook his body, took a step back slightly, and looked at Chris in front of him like a monster. He is now unclear eye in front of this man. What is a mortal? Or beyond his understanding of a range of magicians. While he looked at Chris in front of him curiously, Chris was still checking the changes in his body. In other words, he is carefully checking the contents of the magic tree in his body. Although he still can't check many contents, he really knows that he has mastered the technique of magic, and like science and technology, he has mastered the most cutting-edge realm in one go. Fireball is a good thing. Cone of ice is also a good thing. It's also a good thing. When Chris opened his eyes, he found the scene a bit awkward. His guard was holding a gun, surrounding the Grand Magister of Lansadora inside and out, and beside him, several of his men and Luther were looking at him anxiously. "I'm fine," Chris said to his men with some guilty conscience. He can take advantage of Lansadora, and then order to fire at the opponent, right? He is a good guy, but he is not the villain in the novel, is he? Well now, misunderstanding lifted. Longside I opened his eyes to see Chris, dignified face still did not disperse. After all the guards put away their weapons, He walked to Chris' side and looked at Chris again. Used to do this and looked at me. Chris, some guilty conscience avoid long Sardley eyes, asked. He knew his family's affairs, and of course he knew that Lansadra must be surprised. After all, a huge change has really taken place in his body. If Lansadra notices such a change, he might become annoyed, and he will talk to Chris. From some kind of meaning on meaning in terms of Longsadlai not steal the memory of Chris, but Chris seems to steal his memory about magic. Longsadlai memories about magic out of almost all of the memories. I know I do not how to explain Chris Majesty. Longsadlai frowning, touched his beard, spoke and said, I was first encountered such a situation. In fact I had my very good odd. Sorry, I have someone I like. Chris turned pale and refused, and, I won't do it. What a mess, Longsadlai Chris interrupted, then open, he explains, I just feel that your body is the existence of some kind I have never seen before. You really my body had wanted Fakal as I step backward, spoke and said, it. In fact, I would prefer to Miss Vivian have any idea of my body. Longsadlai on the other side, and he seems to think he's not a channel. Then pressing his anger, loudly he said emphatically, I say that the thing about magic physique. 281 You are too young. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Chris coughed awkwardly, then said to Longsadlai. Longsadlai grunted, then he spoke and said, under normal circumstances, I just to your body input about a bottle of magic liquid supplement which contains the magic atmosphere of an 1000th, your body will have reactions. Specific anti should basically look at the individual talent. After all, this is the stage of testing young children. Adults can also detect this, but too much trouble. After all, many adults, though magic constitution, but has missed the magic of learning age. He said, looking at Chris. You okay? I Aberdeen elaborate say your situation. Your body, I started to breath into a magic supplement bottle magic solution, but to no anti-B, then I increase some, probably increased to a normal Mofaxuitu magic atmosphere of total body. Sci-Fine explained, trying to get Chris to understand their own situation. In fact, Chris probably understood what had just happened. And he probably understood it from the time the Grand Magister Lansadra said the word infusion. He had been living in the Forbidden Domain before and had not been exposed to magic, so the magic tree in his body did not have nutrients to sprout and broke through the ground. Due to fear of being assassinated, so he did not come close to the place from magic atmosphere. He has never been to the Voronezh area, so he hasn't had any problems until just now. Lansadra injected him with magical energy. Frankly, something that your magic capacity has been so great that I was shocked to the point where I want to use magic to fill your body, but I found my own magic turned out to be enough. Sure enough, Longsadlai then it proved Chris guess. A large magic mentor as a sea boundless magical energy that once infused into the body of Chris, dormant tree magic tree will take root and grow up. Then, no theory Longsadlai how much magical energy injection is absorbed clean this tree, not got into the body of Chris. Therefore, the test just failed. Chris did not accept the real test, and Lansadra was also deceived by the magic tree that he did not understand and never knew existed. I consumed large after about a third of the body of magical energy. You are still no signs of blasting, which shows your basic magic storage capacity. But as poor like me you boring to speak the word what happened just now. He tried to fill Chris with magical energy, but found that Chris' bottle was much larger than the bottle he used to pour water. It's okay. I might be a magic genius, Chris said eagerly. It's real. Chris' mind is some regret. After all Longsadlai just said, he only spent about an third of magical energy reserves. Chris felt a little silly if Longsadlai again, with all of his magical energy infused into the body of Chris maybe open up directly Renduimo. Oh no, hit the whole body inside too large tree up. It's good now, most of the big trees about magic are unusable at all, and most of the branches of the trees related to the fusion of magic and technology are grey and can't be opened. If you have my magic volume of an 1000th, you can say he is a genius. Chris Majesty, you are a monster. or that actually a huge problem? Long Sardley I careful analysis road. He looked at Chris seriously again, and stretched out 2 fingers. I think you may be a stronger existence than the great Magister. Are you a saint or god of law? Chris thought of the plot of the novel in his mind, and laughed and joked. Very wrong adjective. You may really be a holy law, or a law of God. God magic. Long Sardley I nodded road, let Chris seriousness of some panic. Exclamation mark or do not care about Chris panic Jang. He continued, you have probably a forbidden magic areas of your body is a forbidden magic area in your body, any magical energy will be swallowed, or obliterate. It seems, the new more inclined to the second possibility. Chris stared at Long Sardley, asked, curious. Long Sardley I nodded his head, admitted, yes, I prefer the second interpretation because I do not feel there is little affinity for magic in your body can be housed a myriad of magical energy of the people, but no magic can be used. This is simply a blasphemy against the Dharma sage or the Dharma god. As a mage, he can live with the fact that Chris is a magician, he can accept the fact that being a mortal to dry the magician turned in, but he will not be tolerated. Not a magic man becomes law god. It's as if one's ideals have been trampled on, it's as if one's idol has been given to sex. It's like a general abandoning the position she held on, and it's like a nun insulting the god in her heart. That a magic useless chanting Chris feel that they can grab to save a bit, saw the car speeding on the highway, saw a spaceship flying in space. Chris said, he himself flew more be interested. Probably just imagine nothing. The ancients imagined that one day they could fly in the sky and run on the ground without riding a horse. But after seeing all of this, modern people began to fantasize about fantasy masters such as flying swords and slashing immortals and slicing mountains with one palm. Although, in the imagination of most human beings, the unrealistic powers they imagined are even inferior to the current large-scale nuclear weapons, or genetic weapons, chemical weapons, and bacterial weapons. Chris probably has this illusion, so instead of using nuclear deterrence to protect himself, he is more willing to make himself a powerful magician. At least shows that you are not an ordinary mortal. Long Sardley I regret some consolation from Chris. After all, compared to the large amount of magical aura he had consumed, Chris, a poor person like Chris who could only come home empty-handed in Boshan, was indeed worthy of comfort. Then, suddenly the great mage realized what Chris looked curious, opening slowly word by word and asked, you just say? What did I just say? Chris asked in a puzzled way. I just said that I was a magical cripple, is not a phrase. Some front again. Long Sardley I his face wearing a grin, and not respect the old look. A little bit ahead. What did I say? The sacred Dharma phrase? Chris said he was innocent. Not that it would go forward a number, then forward a number. Long Sardley I apparently did not intend to let Chris continue asked. Chris thought for a while, then continued to ask, a little further. I might be a magic genius. Long Sardley I continued shaking his head. The sentence I interrupted you? Chris flushed. Almost. We continue to move forward. Long Sardley I continued, shaking his head. Sorry. Do I have someone I like? Chris asked embarrassedly. Phrase later in the sentence. Long Sardley I look I know you want to fool the past, but I just do not give you the opportunity of expression. Sentence behind me not to interrupt you yet. Chris refuses Renshang. I did not seem to hear someone say, I prefer to Miss Vivian my body have any idea. Long Sardley I revealing a mouthful of teeth old. He smiles. You are not listening to the wrong. Chris continues to death to admit its fault. Long Sardley I sudden convergence of a smile to some pity side. Well, originally I thought you liked Vivian does. In fact, she is a very good little girl. You two together quite right. For the magician, it's not a problem to be 100 or so years older than you. Maybe you have to die in front of him. And Vivian learns magic very fast, and he can maintain his appearance at a young age. Are you not tempted by a beauty who won't get old? The old glass suddenly evolved into a moonled man, which made Chris a little uncomfortable. Immediately afterwards, the Grand Magister Level Uelao continued to behave in a good manner. You represent Alan Hill, and she can also represent Graken. This marriage may become the greatest love story in the world. After thinking about Vivienne's wonderful figure and that beautiful face, Chris swallowed a spit, and it was difficult to control some of his body changes. The human form of his self-propelled plotters, in theory, still age virgin, but a house property overflowing shy virgin. Then, the next second clock, Chris remembered the chatter did not appear Vivienne demand. Then he glanced at Lansadora, who praised Vivienne. The more he looked at him, the more he looked like a salesperson selling faulty TV sets. That Chris interrupted Lansadora softly. Lansadora, very curious, stopped and stared at Chris, waiting for him to speak. Chris thought for a while, organized his own language, and tentatively asked, "You didn't dislike Vivienne for being long-winded, so you handled her to me?" "No mistake." This very moment Chris Steele, straight man possessed, as hard unparalleled, straight upright. "Well, just a look of excited small Takashi Sadley, a look of someone who has," hand patted Chris on the shoulder, full of compassion, said, "You too young, Majesty, you are too young, a few years, that's it, really. Don't be too sad. There will be another update in the second half of the night. Let's look at these chapters tomorrow. Let's all laugh." It can be regarded as a relief to the atmosphere. It's too heavy, not good. Hee 282 Shadow in the Sun. Just mortal magic to show their automatic production of the robotic arm of the division at the same time, in the distant Dothan. A huge project being carried out. To the climax part. An engineering division pushed his glasses on the bridge of the nose, is to check their own records. Various data on this. His body stood side, is a general. He looked depressed. Their side of the technical staff, kinda feel like a madman. Yes, he thinks he is a madman, because what he is doing now can definitely be described by the term madness. This thing is crazy. His most end could not resist. He spoke and said, "This kind of thing really work?" "The army, in theory, it is entirely feasible. We use the latest computer checking of 10 times, each time there is very wrong result." "You were actually checking 10 times?" "Checking so many times, you could still choose to do such a crazy thing?" The generals some incredible look to each other, eyes full of shocked look. As is a general, a senior general, he commanded the troops, arguably the most powerful Alanxia troops. But today, the task he wants to perform is contrary to what he is good at. He is good at destroying everything, but his task today is to build. No way, it is surrounded by 3-station business area waiting for water. If we cannot build months a good job this reservoir, and that the construction progress of the entire industrial area, there will be many problems. Engineering division lifted head, said solemnly. "However, I have a nuclear missile forces are that will lead." Longface, opening argued. "This thing is not Sumion's home to launch it. Anything, just use good, could benefit mankind is not it." That engineering division sneered, joked, "At least in my hands, you have a weapon, as a reservoir dug explosives, is very efficient of." His mouth, while also pointing to pieces in front of a photograph tucked above, open, explains, "In Beely Y served 101 done." Class of nuclear weapons, the crater produced is huge in Beely Y. The small-yield shockwave bomb put in the north area has also been very effective. Speaking here, he paused, continued to talk about his plans. "I have to undergo a rigorous calculation, ready to use 3 nuclear weapons, the detonation site provision, manufacture an artificial lake out about just a few hours. You can complete the corresponding project." You did not seem intended to recognize that this is a nuclear weapons. "It is radiation." That famous military depressed cautioned. He really hates other people talking about nuclear weapons lightly. After all, for people who know how to do it, every nuclear weapon means death and destruction, terror, radiation and endless suffering. In his view, People like that should be comparable to the awesome power of nature to keep in awe, instead of taking it out and using it at will, or that he had on his career sacred experience. They are hanging on the enemy head sword. It is destroy the enemy's cruel existence, not children's toys or something else. I have used the equivalent of a large bomb blast. Radiation is within the control range, which we have already taken into account. Do you have any questions? Engineering Division patiently explain a bit. He felt that he had to let other people know his abilities. They were carefully calculated, and they were not the same as the whimsical guys who came here indiscriminately. Even the big punch equivalent of shockwave bomb. There will be a small amount of residual radiation. Least a few days into the radiation zone is very dangerous. Commander of Missile Forces eyebrows still questioned. Oh. Of course there are ways to deal with this anymore. Engineering Division to look behind the name generals. Do NT tell me, you have prepared radiation protection suits for everyone who enters the radiation area for construction. That's thousands of people. The general asked with a sneer. Of course impossible, anti-radiation clothing but expensive things, such large-scale use. But it will increase the project cost. Engineering Division shook his head, that he is not ready to so many expensive clothes. To those who wear construction. Then you will lead a moment, then stare at the Engineering Division. In his opinion, it is absolutely intolerable to deceive the amount of radiation and allow the workers of Alan Hill to enter the radiation area. Not too clearly, people here never thought to let people go their own country adventure in the radiation zone. I have captured from Trinity Captive Empire, some stubborn. In the two people behind him, has not put down a look telescope, did not speak of the officers. Suddenly he began. Under the gaze of the general of the missile force, he put down the binoculars and turned his head. The scar on his face was clearly visible. He's wearing nearly guards' uniforms, with leather gloves. The bad one looks like. I have to say, with his face still dress, in the movie, do not Jangs you do know that he is a villain. Not before. So a man, guard uniforms chest, was wearing Imperial Eagle copper medal. Among the ranks of medals, the Bronze Eagle medal is already a very high medal. This represented the man in front of him who had performed at least one difficult and important task. According to the above meaning, this group of people will be assembled here and perform labor under our supervision. If they are lazy, we will execute the lazy people. If they are not lazy, we will execute them after the completion of the project. Kill everyone. The officer was very calm, as if he was not talking about a massacre. This is Your Majesty's order, the missile officer asked subconsciously. No, Your Majesty's order is to treat prisoners preferentially. The officer with a scar on his face replied coldly. That you are why do not execute officers? Missile forces asked. Such a trivial matter, you don't need to worry about Your Majesty. As courtiers, we live to carry the shameful darkness for Your Majesty, don't we? The officer's tone was still calm. I have these people do not you regular army so glamorous, but our loyalty to His Majesty, the same is not in doubt. He walked to the front of the missile forces generals. General's hand compiled a medal hanging from his chest. He said, dirty work, just leave it to us! Exclamation mark. I see that famous collar stretches the body. Facing the front of this than his rank slightly lower officer of the guards, respect a standard military salute. His Majesty the Emperor 1 years old. I admire your loyalty. It is an honor for me to work with someone like you. Allow me to express my highest respect to you. His Majesty the Emperor 1 year old. The name of his face with a scar officers stood at attention in return. Imperial Eagle copper medal chest sparkling in the sun. Not intended to see, then. Just sign here. Start injection after 1 week. It would be a miracle. Gentlemen, we reservoir a week will complete the construction. Engineering teacher smiled and handed out pieces of their own hands. Small half after time, where they were able to see in the distance, a mushroom cloud into the sky, a huge explosion and make it the earth was moving, and the people have felt that huge red shockwave, caused by the power of destruction. Then, Just when everyone was shocked, the second nuclear bomb exploded and the surroundings shook again. The explosive power of this nuclear bomb is almost the same as that of Bellevue's nuclear bomb, which is almost 1 million tons, enough to destroy a city. Immediately afterwards, the third nuclear bomb also exploded, and the third mushroom cloud could be clearly seen in the air where the headquarters was located. These three nuclear bombs will form a large-scale lake nearby and form a long and narrow waterway, and because it uses a low radiation design, the nearby nuclear pollution will not be too serious. Over time, it will become a safe zone with normal radiation. Unfortunately, some people can't wait until it becomes a safe zone. They were forced to walk into this radiation area under the guns of the soldiers of Alan Hill to carry out the task of building a reservoir. Before coming to him they had been promised, as long as they built reservoirs well, you can get amnesty, leaving Alanxia to return to their hometown. Of course, such a promise is a scam, and they are destined to be impossible to return to their hometown. Let the prisoners enter the construction site. Our soldiers are on the periphery. If someone is lazy and fails to complete the expected project, they will all be put to death. A group of captured laborers will go in. Watching the mushroom cloud gradually dissipate in the distance, the officer ordered his subordinates, every Xiaoliang, when these prisoners let out the rest of our people into the progress of the project from another entrance examination. Do not let the inspectors see those prisoners wearing radiation protection clothing, to avoid riot. Everything it was planned, and it was arranged methodically under the order of the officer. With the rapid development of Alan Hill, it has long been impossible to verify how many bones were buried under the towering buildings, in the factory chimneys with heavy smoke, under the sleepers of the newly laid railways, and in the magnificent castle walls of the nobles. There are corpses and blood everywhere. Of course, watered with blood, flowers bloom as beautiful, nourished with soul, and the built-up is still brilliant, with life to build. Our era is still a great era. Alan Hill is still strong. Its power is still invincible, its development is still rapid, and it is still the brightest star in this era, because even the brightest light still cannot illuminate the darkness behind him. Not to anyway, the darkest places. Perhaps it is giving birth to the light. 283 Counter-Strike Disagreement. Long days time Sardley I visit in Alanxia years. Have felt the 7-second largest nuclear weapon the size of the explosion. But he has no way to prevent Chris from abusing nuclear weapons. After all, people use their own nuclear weapons to blow up their own territory. No one can control it, right? And he is too lazy to manage that for him. In fact, is not the important thing, and he now has too many things to study, early on overwhelmed. The last time he came to Alan Hill, he was very interested in Alan Hill's radio technology. This time, he unexpectedly discovered that this country has begun to have the terrible power of transmitting images over long distances. Chris' speech has just been played on the TV. In the TV speech, His Majesty the King called on his people to unite and work hard to build their hometown. In Longsardley seems Chris' seriousness of the television show. Know that Chris has to be serious and King's gas. After playing the speech of His Majesty the Emperor Alan Hill, the TV station began to broadcast a very interesting TV series that Vivian preferred. The show is a description of a brave of the soldiers, fell in love with a beautiful girl's story, compared with those movies and TVs that use computer stunts to shoot. The dragons in this TV series are really real dragons, and they can't be real. There are good people and bad people in The Magician, but it is much better than the previous TV show that reflected the magician's oppression of mortals. With the continuous expansion of Alan Hill, in fact, whether it is television or radio, the direction of public opinion is also skewed. It used to exaggerate the contradiction between the magician and the mortal, but now it is trying to weaken the relationship between the two. Hatred. Yes, very powerful image transmission technology. I am prepared to introduce a Drew icon also used to contact the image, increasing the accuracy of the information transfer. Longsardley watching TV in the figure, the opening of Vivian said. Very good. I think the best thing we should introduce is the various cooking skills of Alan Hill. At least they are far ahead of Griken in handling all kinds of delicious things. YYN hugged some snacks bought from the supermarket and said vaguely while eating. Her mouth was filled with food, so she didn't talk so much, but even so, she still said a lot in one breath. Look, this kind of potato chips is delicious, and this the species is called beef jerky. Ah. This is pretty good, but also have the grilled fish. Why are we there would be no such delicious fish? Because it's not with the side of the long Sadlai. Vivian freedom to enjoy a day of life comparable to the holiday. She ate fajitas as well as crab fried rice in the food festival, drink the tea as well as adding a carbonated beverage. Strange. It can be said that this was the happiest day she had ever had after she was born, after having memories. Before coming to Alan Hill, she just spent the boring time with meditation every day, and then eat some unpalatable things to keep herself physical strength. Of course, the unpalatable things are evaluated according to her current standards. In fact, the things she ate before are already the most delicious dishes in the world. It is a pity that compared to Chris, who has condensed the life's hard work of 6 billion foodies on the earth, her understanding of food is too superficial. You want to stay in Alanxia? Vivian, Longsard lay staring at the TV screen, suddenly open asked without looking back. Vivian first stunned, then nodded his head and replied, in addition to no way to practice magic, a long time outside to let my body uncomfortable. Alanxia nothing without good food here is good stuff, but also fun things. There are many interesting people. Well, if married to Chris, will you? Longsardley I went on to ask. Upon hearing this question, Vivian did not answer immediately. She stared at the TV, thrown a hint of red on the Empress Dowager beautiful face. Chris, it's real, nothing wrong. I do not know. Oh, how do you suddenly ask me such a question? Makes me so hard. Answer. All right. Then do not answer. Longsardley I Vivian already know the attitude, so it does not tangle on this topic anymore. In fact, he had already thought about marrying Vivian to Chris, so that Griken and Alan Hill could form the most reliable alliance. In this process, Griken can obtain the advanced technology of Alan Hill, and Alan Hill can also learn the magic. Mutual benefit, progress and development together. This is a very attractive proposal. At least for Lonsadora, it was a very tempting proposal. Today Chris brought together high-ranking officers of the military, and I discussed about the attack magic thing of the eye. While watching TV, Longsadlai while talking about the afternoon session. Chris summoned Roke, Wagran, Kastner and others, and discussed with Lonsadora about the Battle of Griken. Longsardley I casual opening, talking about the contents of the meeting. He say also makes sense. If the expected happens, then the first 4 magic eye will be out in the endless sea now. That time, our pressure will increase exponentially. Under this premise, trying to reduce the number of magic eyes is a more feasible way. He said the most important part of the meeting. Also say the ideal Alanxia areas, so he suggested that we sent out the army, the cover of the first 9 sets regiment army, advancing to the position within the range of the missile, then launch their short-range ballistic missiles to try to destroy this magical eye on the west side of Griken. In Alan Hill's view, or in terms of resisting demon attacks and reducing the length of one's own line of defense, destroying a magic eye is a very cost-effective choice. Alan Hill has a large yield nuclear weapons, and it is a cost-effective decision to try to neutralize a magic eye. Not over. It's just consider the issue from the aspect of standing Alanxia Grenada Ken's point of view to test into account. The problem is obviously much more complex necessary. If Jeruikenxi magic eye side really was blown up nuclear weapons, Jeruiken is no longer close to the magic eye magic empire. In a few decades at most, this empire will wither away and become a mortal kingdom without the ability to protect itself. The magic of the endless sea of fake eye set is true. While Jeruiken destruction, both a magic atmosphere, there are countless super empire. Alanxia industrial technology will rise and become the world's most strong country. Obviously, Vivian also takes into account of these issues, swallowed deep mouth, and spoke and said, what if magic Drew Icon we really been destroyed? Not that there is no magic atmosphere of endless and then out of the sea is now a magic eye, that time is Alanxia became the magic empire, and the we became a forbidden magic realm. Longsard Lai nodded his head, I was so considered, so I'm going to sign a treaty in Alanxia. If something like this happens, then we Drew Icon, will move eastward. Vivian shook his head, not optimistic about this requirement. He who cannot agree, from these people's eyes can see, they hate magician, haters, not to put their land, let us these four more enemies. Speaking here, Vivian put down the hands of the delicious, look to the Longsard Lai, he who now has at least 700 great army, with a strike can destroy the weapons of the city. You feel such a human the largest army in history will see us occupy their richest land? You rewrite, they did not agree with this proposal. After all, coastal areas are Alanxia or economically developed areas, where there are nuclear power plants, there are a variety of ports, there are countless factories. Longsard Lai some side depressed. These places they cannot give us, let us even closer, is a difficult thing. His mouth while shook his head, so today the negotiations very smoothly. Not too, stood on the human cause, we should be with them. Let the first 9 sets group advance in army with nuclear weapons to try to destroy the magic eye. Vivian staring Longsard Lai, began. This is what you and your father, better than my place. Longsard Lai sigh, open smile, you are always on the minds of the Drew Icon faith, and I have got other people, there is more or less selfishness. Longsard Lai uncle, you've done very well, Vivian gently said, you led Drew Icon came over, has come today. I haven't Chris, there are many Alanxia people are a class of people, between the same embarrassing each other, is a very painful thing. Longsard Lai because of a bad mood, it is particularly old, I have not cooperate they attacked, they could make the first 9 sets regiment forces to retreat back to the Eternal Empire, or simply walk away of here, his expression more lonely, but he who did not go, but willing to consider our own feelings and to find like-minded people in this world, is a very happy thing. Getting Vivian I feel that it is a happy thing for me to live in this era. Vivian grabbed the snack and continued to watch her TV. So, you let me marry Chris because of this? Longsard Lai old blushed, coughed twice, that, I'm going to night school to attend a magic technique exchange. You do not wait for me to eat. 284 Tribute. Your Majesty, Greekon is playing a rogue. We came from afar to help them fight the devil, but in the end they didn't want to fight back. What is this? Wagram stared at the map, frowning and grumbling. For Greekon, the magic eye is a love and hate existence. They want to suppress the demon army, but they don't want the magic eye to disappear completely. Chris also said with a bitter expression. He had troops ready to fight back. The first 9 sets regiment army added some fuel and ammunition, as long as the Drew Icon magician willing to provide support, troops may have completely avoided the devil difficult, but pointing assault, break the front line of defense for the devil is actually not difficult, as long as a positive breakthrough in anti-line, so forces and then move forward about 100 or so kilometers. The first 9 sets regiment army Scud missile warheads can be sent to the magic of the eye. 10 Jago 30 megaton nuclear weapon, in Alanxia appears to have been enough to destroy the magic eye. West end of the demon threat, the first 9 sets group may withdraw military empire eternal war. Drew Icon can also attack the puppet empire from the north. This world war, which has erupted for almost half a year, will also end with a triumphant victory for the 3-power alliance group. Of course, the subsequent deduction will be more interesting. According to the inference of the senior leaders of Alanhill, a new magic eye will appear in the Endless Sea, and Alanhill, which is the closest to the Endless Sea, will advance to become a new magic empire. A magical atmosphere is strong, and within a few decades, a large number of magicians will be born. a powerful magic empire comparable to Griken. If we add stage a blessing industry civilization, the empire will become the world's most powerful empire. Technological civilization has positive advantages of war, but also high-end combat power magic magician empire. But this glorious future is based on the complete destruction of Griken, the world's #1 magic empire. If not, then we have the first 14 sets regiment army reinforcements to Druiken go. They do not help forget. We ourselves, Guifang Bujang Kastner handsome face filled with excitement dominate the world. This temptation is already in sight, and no one will refuse the choice. As long as they persist for a few months, they will stand at the top of this world and become the master of this world. Let alone mortals, no one has the opportunity to claim the highest position in the world even if it is those high-ranking magicians. That is not a great magister, nor is it a sage, it is the co-master of the entire mankind. That is the emperor who is worshipped by all human beings. Yes, your majesty. I do not have to consider what, vapid first 9 sets regiment army, and even then catch the entire first 14 sets regiment army was lost in Druiken, is also worth wage long is also the side persuade. In his view, even if the entire first 9 set group Druiken army was wiped out, and even follow-up reinforcements are all lost, as long as the Ipindiao magic Druiken of all this is worth it. Your Majesty, I personally lead troops. Rest assured, even fight to the last soldier. I will certainly complete the task, the destruction of the magic. Wage long low head track position. He felt that if you can accomplish this task, he died at Griken at any cost. Although Liu Kai aside, how is the support of 9 and 14 2 sets logistics group army to worry about? But he would like to have his how to rely West Railway, 2 army continues to support the West. The military nature never far from radical. They wanted to use the attack to solve any problems. But Chris wants to think more than these soldiers think! Well, I'm not tempted when they do. I think about this question, but also radical than you think. Chris rubbed his temples. Opening interrupted his men's fantasies. I even drew up a package attack plan. Speaking here, Chris sneered. Me plan the best time to make mobility the first 1 set group army continued westward to play the advantages of mobility, direct rushed to the front line. Then, the same time I would order the first 9 sets group army fired all nuclear weapons, not against Magic Eye, but to transmit all Druiken cities coordinates. Chris his mouth while refers to the section refers to 9 set Druiken army group south of the city. Chaos will delay Druiken anti-strike rate. The first 1 set group corps and 9 sets regiment army assault west 150 gong line no problem. Then I have to emit 10 after pieces of a larger renewal ship to Druiken equivalent of nuclear warheads to attack the magic. Chris hand pressing on the Magic Eye, watching his men were in recreating Druiken, while also attacking the magic. How about? Is not more crazy than you planned? Wagron swallowed. Once this plan is implemented, about 5 million people will be out of this world. Druiken perhaps for months, but to recover, only to watch as the first 1 and 9 set group of military retreat calmly left. But you have not thought about it all. Your plans, my plans are based on an assumption. Chris recovered by in the palm of your hand on the map. The assumption is that Magic Eye is destroyed. You have not thought about, if we do not destroy the magic of the eye, or that nuclear weapons cannot destroy the Magic Eye. That how we end this fuss? He asked in front of all the people. Let the Luo Kai Kastner and Wagron lowered their heads. Breach of trust, abandon justice to abandon allies. Provoke the most trifled magician group, the Triple Alliance no longer exists. Alan Xiador Salventral ruined by the enemy to the front of this great situation. The generals who had just been dazzled by world domination are now aware of the 2 sides of the problem. If it can be guaranteed that the Eye of Magic can be destroyed by nuclear weapons, it is indeed worth a fight. But if the Eye of Magic cannot be destroyed by nuclear weapons, It is no different from seeking a dead end. Alan Hill hasn't been strong enough to be undefeated by enemies of the world. At the same time fighting against Grikan and the Puppet Empire, especially when they were caught in the anti-terrorism and guerrilla warfare where magicians attacked the city, Alan Hill could not guarantee his victory at all. This was originally something that both sides were afraid of, hitting the wolf with a stick. Which madman would take a risk in such a good situation and make the situation of lying and winning a 5/5 bet? There is no evidence that our nuclear weapons can destroy certain magic so the eye of a nuclear strike against Druikan magic, or consent Druikan is possible. Chris said, the first 14 sets group has a reserve team. The army should not immediately reinforce Grukan. First place it in the territory of the Eternal Empire to help the Eternal Empire suppress the battle. That His Majesty, about the fight things strike the eye Druikan magic of Liukai asked. And other endless see that after the clear side of the case to say. This stage we proceed step by step, from the south to reap profits based on it. Chris, I was not going to quiet and watch his change. He is going to use this war, and more. Let's take some advantage. Anyway, his ministry team in the south, such as Unhindered, how long the war to fight, how long he will be fishing in the south of the benefits, why not do it? Now, Alan Hill's troops are about to annex the entire Jesno Empire, because the fighting situation is one-sided, and Korea's troops are preparing to continue going south. He had intended to attack Empire, won the southern kingdom, then flank threat Kashik Empire. The total sum, if became the campaign goal, then its land area, will be expanded to unimaginable to the point. Druikan territory, the first 9 sets within the group army headquarters, Capit Middle. Luna will the military are in their seats, listening to reports of troop casualties. In high-level magic empire, vulnerability mortal is really hard to imagine. They not only have to fight the devil, we must also be very local and bad natural environment battle. Yesterday, 2 soldiers were in the river Boys Coffee Soulfish bites. Wound is large, almost on any death. One will receive some helpless road report, although they have not recently with the big devil battles on a large scale, but injuries often occurred. There were 47 poisoned soldiers, 22 of them were bitten by jungle spiders, 6 of them were poisoned by snakes, and the remaining 19 were bitten by venom ants and headache insects, 2 dead and 45 injury. Another officer opened the report, opened his mouth and reported it. There are too many monsters in Grukan, and many wise creatures will not come to trouble the mortal army, but some low-level magic creatures, without such high intelligence, often attack humans. These attacks make the first 9 sets regiment army fed up and down, in many cases had to separate the troops to settle the damn wild animals. Situation sort of rabbit bites are also common. We recently shot and killed about 700 kind of rabbit meat unpalatable to death. Only to Druikan there, and the wolf to change something. The first opening he will receive continued toxic to plants, no less, and some even will be the main dynamic attack humans. Although not yet found the phenomenon of wounding, but we did this month. A soldier was missing. We did not find the bodies. Is organizing people to nearby mountains look for it in. Another officer followed him and talked about the disappearance. This week the Magic Awakening soldiers, a total of 32 people. This is too strong a magic atmosphere. Alfred the army shaking his head, final depressing said. Capit Middle. Luna rubbed his delicate nose, a pair of Maimu which is full of tired look. This place are stationed, and then there is no command to attack. We will be tortured these little crazy. Yes, Alfred the army nodded agreed. 285 The storm is coming. In the cold steel, the sailors of Alan Hill are desperately adding coal to their warship boilers. The sound of the boiler was deafening, and black smoke rolled through the chimney and sprayed on the peaceful sea. The battleship's cannon has begun to turn, and Alan Hill's naval battleship is still rampant in Southeast Asia, and the world is invincible. Lawns General stand on our own bridge, the Holding Hope Harbor telescope staring at the distance. The opening command said, Quasi, ready to fire it, so I do not have a command of. Yes, sir. The army, sir. The captain saluted, then turned and left the fleet commander a bit. He gave orders to his weapon officer, and the battleship began to roar. The battleship Conquest opened fire first, followed by the Hero. The two dreadnought ships spewed dazzling fire, and Shackburn, who had been ransacked by the Alan Hill Navy once again lifted up a piece of black smoke. Alan Hill's battleship, for these mortal empires, is simply the existence of monsters. No matter what kind of warship these countries develop, there is no way to fight against such a powerful existence. You know, although this battleship is only the first generation battleship, it is still the main naval battleship of the new era, and its combat effectiveness is very powerful. Even if these countries have developed warships such as iron armored ships in order to counter these Alan Hill battleships, there is still a significant gap in firepower and mobility. After all, these mortal countries can only find the export-type steam engine of Alan Hill, and the performance is actually not as powerful as the steam engine used by the Alan Hill Navy. In terms of artillery, the actual test of the caliber of artillery above 300 mm is not simply the ability to cast guns, but the comprehensive metallurgical level of a country. Imperial Puppet may not count the cost of using expensive raw materials such as iron luminance, and rely on the expansion of the volume of the Puppet soldier's gun excluding weight. However, there are too few countries that dare to be like the Puppet Empire, regardless of cost and weight, and can guarantee the level of partial casting by relying on strong accumulation. So, when these countries took the 130 mm caliber cannon, or Mayan's strongcast of 170 mm caliber cannon, gingerly go against Alanxia of 305 mm caliber cannon of the time, their defeat becomes a matter of course. Something real is so cruel, though the Navy Alanxia investment is minimal, and most backward of the whole naval weapons and equipment, may still rolling up those poor mortals Southern Empire. The reason is also very simple, that is, these mortal empires invest less in the navy than Alan Hill. Although Alan Hill's navy has stagnated as a whole at its pre-World War I level, its opponents are not even at the level of the Japanese-Russian naval battle. Listen to say that we want to breath-launched Tensu large tonnage cruise ship of "This is a good son." Stood lawns around, chatted about the text messages adjutant opening from the rear. What he really means that no command of the necessary, and every time looting south, are the Navy's Grand Carnival. The Navy all the way to lose ground on the plate to practice all kinds of landing operations and shelling operations, then it is a wealth of experience cannot be enriched. Every city, he who will grab a lot of money as well as goods, and piracy is simply the same. Fiat allies and enemies laugh at life and death even if he were in the hands of the army as well as air force weapons and equipment than it is to two being behind did not make them sad. Anyway, he ships them operate more behind the opponent, and therefore they do not mind using warships from World War I until the fight is almost nears the Cold War levels. Yes, I heard that the Ozark is also building new warships, equipped with 406 mm caliber gun, also equipped with heavy armor more and more powerful engine. Genesis nodded, this the new warship is very much looking forward to. He was pleased joy watching this feeling wiped out the opponent in their own sight, than the fancy stuff like a missile. He prefers a real gun. Although Alan Hill is also building more guided missile destroyers, battleships and aircraft carriers are also in the construction sequence. It's not that Alan Hill wasted his own supplies, nor was it that Alan Hill was particularly fond of backward battleships such as battleships, but the entire Alan Hill didn't know what kind of battleship they needed. The enemy has not yet appeared. In this case, no one can say that it is bad whether modern guided missile destroyers have more advantages, or ancient battleships are more effective. After all, missile technology is not yet mature, and hit accuracy is still relatively limited. In addition, the defensive capabilities of guided missile destroyers are limited, and the light warship hull itself also represents a serious lack of defensive capabilities. The battleship has a unique advantage in this regard. The heavy armor and strong defense make the battleship even better in defense. What's more interesting is that the defense mode of this world strengthens the advantage of battleships in defensive sprinkling. Because of their size, battleships can be inscribed with larger city-level defensive magic arrays, and they can also be equipped with more powerful magic spar charging devices. In this way, the defensive power that a battleship of tens of thousands of tons can provide is more than a little stronger than that of a destroyer of only a few thousand tons. Therefore, the wealthy Alan Hill built 3 Mururoa-class battleships in one go. The defense of this type of battleship is very good, and there are modern modified versions that can be copied directly, as well as thick defensive armor and extremely fast speed, which fully meets the various requirements of the Alan Hill Navy. Leaping from the dreadnought to the super battle cruiser designed at the end of World War II, Lawrence felt that he was enveloped in the light of happiness. What's more interesting is that Alan Hill began to build 3 such battleships in one go, plus 2 aircraft carriers under construction, as well as artillery cruisers and guided missile destroyers, so that Lawrence's naval strength has increased by at least 3 times in one go. After seeing the country began to replenish navy after, as originally for the next sailors and others who fight immediately high-spirited, even the number of the South are beginning to increase again. Recently, due to Mate Courier of 5 Sets Regiment Army South to attack, they indeed received orders to attack enemy south of the port. I think really that interesting. We had only dozens of warships, now because of expansion program, plans to build hundreds of warships. Breath. That's the magic eye does not exist. We really think the Navy's benefactor our adjutant. He didn't pay attention to the battle in front of him at all, but was very happy to talk about the plan of army expansion. He had enemies in front of, and indeed there is nothing in the eye, and once to the fort had been destroyed, and now seems to have only a short fix. The number of artillery on the turret was so pitiful that even the cruisers of the Alan Hill Navy fleet had not even fought, so they hung the white flag and asked for peace of mind. Then, the whole shack had become the fish on the chopping board, and the Alan Hill fleet was rounded and flattened. Several tall buildings our cannon shells hit collapse, the city beneath the billowing smoke. This battle is more like a unilateral artillery training, and the intensity is not as intense as the maritime military exercises conducted by Alan Hill. Who said 8? That is called sandy. Mathematicians believe that the distribution of these magic eye is regular. We, as the Empire's sea forces, they should be wary. This is our theater. We will fight in the end. Labyrinth said solemnly. Its real heart is delighted he is. If it weren't for the magical eye that doesn't necessarily appear, he, the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, might not be able to look up in his life. They have intercontinental ballistic missiles. The Army, Air Force, there has to spend even an advanced jet fighter with the exception of his sea forces. And now is pathetic kitten 32. See their boss insincere simmering laugh in there. Adjutant mood is also very wrong. At least Lawrence is happy. He can relax in these days. Sea military is not like the army. Their tactics is to grab. So they are for war processes more happiness. You grab the gold may prescribe to be turned over, but grab the other things, not so standardized management. Therefore, pigs and cows can be slaughtered and eaten with one eye closed when they are snatched to improve their food. Similarly, if you seize some card and gambling equipment, you can have fun on the ship, and if you seize drinks. Alright, Sea Army never had seized drinks, at least in official statistics. The Navy has never captured a drop of wine, a drop at all. Not over. Recent weather these days is a bit too unusual. This season, there may be a storm south of how this climate it. Lawrence reached the telescope, looked to the other side of their own warships. In the remote far horizon, he could see the dark cloud cover. There was thunder and lightning, to see that bad to the extreme weather conditions. Look direction, and scale, seems to be in the north, and a large scale. Adjutant is an old sea staff, and look at a glance can tell, there's really bad sea conditions to a very tragic proportions. Listen, said the flagship Intrepid, on the implementation of tasks in the patch of sea. Really is a worrying thing. Genesis put down the binoculars, are just hide. The smile has faded, replaced, is deeply worries. It's real, not just him. Many people are worried about the endless sea. The two most important satellite launch centers in Alan Hill have successively launched 4 artificial satellites, strengthening the surveillance of that area. Unfortunately, the nearby clouds are getting thicker, and the observation conditions of the reconnaissance satellites are getting worse and worse. The only thing that can provide information about the vicinity of the storm sea is the battleship Intrepid 286 close to 3-meter high waves head, and the head of the clouds as thick as cotton, so fearless battleship's captain, Colonel Higginson, good sense of concern. His ship can be said to be the largest maritime fortress mankind so far, 10 men 305mm caliber gun with any under a high enemy. If it weren't for the fact that the puppet empire could not be reached directly from the sea, he even felt that with these warships, Alan Hill could surely win. Unfortunately, Sea Army military buildup has been no opportunity, can only exist as a sidekick role. It wasn't until recently that Alan Hill's sea fleet really encountered challenges. Wow! Huge wave heads directly tapping on the bow of the ship, sparking numerous broken waves. The entire battleship undulated along with the waves. Standing on Cambridge, Captain Jinson looked at the distance where a beam of lightning had struck from time to time. Can see the degree is lower, Captain. A lookout NCO loud reminder Cannemery, I have places where they have been very dangerous. The destroyer Barmerson requested to retreat. Their tonnage is too small and the waves are very serious. A liaison officer walked behind Captain Jinson and reported loudly. The fleet of 4 Sioux destroyers and 4 Sioux cruise ships, as well as a dreadnought composition. The scale can be said to be very large. Not been in front of a storm, the fleet has become so small. There is no rain in the sky. It can be said that the storm in front of me is evil from the inside out, which makes people feel very uneasy. Let all the destroyers retreat 30 kilometers. Arrange a second cordon outside the storm. Keep the communication channel open. If you encounter interference, report it immediately. Jinson frowned slightly and ordered his men. The image transmission is also normal, mainly the waves too big. Nearby sea there are some changes. The color was deeper than some other sea waters. A technical artisan looking worried, said. To some meaning righteousness is concerned, this sea there are so many unusual signs, we can really determine where some kind of change to happen. Another technique artisan watching the instruments, depressed, shook his head. He brought an instrument to monitor the vibration, but found that on the sea, because of the wave height, it was impossible to monitor the vibration normally. The battleship he was on was always vibrating, and the vibration was very severe. 3 cruise ships adjusted his position, opened the distance between each other. In such weather conditions, they cannot guarantee that their course will be under control. Therefore, keeping a distance is undoubtedly the best way to ensure safety. On the sea, the waves seemed to be bigger than before. The huge waves hit the tall and sturdy side of the dreadnought battleship with a loud bang. Inside the battleship, the sailors nervously listened to the twisted metal creak of the battleship's hull, and continued their work uneasy. Some people are filling coal into the boiler, and some soldiers are resting in the shaking cabin. Their hammocks swayed in the waves, accompanied by flickering electric lights, and muddy air. Barbarian no. Cruiser ship came the news with light. Their power systems there are some problems, can only maintain the current speed, to be a little later when, to repair. Inattention bridge, another officer sent. Here comes a not so good news. The sea itself, the military warships belonging to a precision machinery, failure is a matter of course. Coupled with the current sea conditions, it would be weird if there are no problems. Never mind. Will keep this speed. Looked at the speedometer. Cannemery intends to yield to the Savage no. Cruise ship, maintaining a fleet of integrity. He had been lost because of sea conditions, peripheral vision, destroyer investigation, and if you let a cruiser left behind, and that his fleet also existed in name only. What the hell's the weather? Yesterday a cruiser ship antenna was struck by lightning. And today a cruiser of the boiler problem Ghost. A military officer looked out the window. That foggy weather, murmured Tao. Can see indeed reduce the degree of light getting dark. There is a layer of pale mist. The lightning in the distance can't be seen clearly. Only the light that passes through the thick fog can be seen. Open searchlight. Start moving search radar. Kanemaru had a dozen points in orders after the bell. The visibility is too low. He must ensure the observation of the fleet. After all, his purpose here is to observe. If he knew that there were enemies nearby, his order would be the opposite. He wants to turn off all the lights and prepare for battle. But there was nothing in this sea area yesterday, and Jinsen received the order to monitor this sea area, not to search and wipe out the enemy. To Alanxia Power, describe the situation. We saw photographs of it. No transport back. Kanemaru Xiaoyai, she before just sent a telegram back, and now he had to resend the telegram. Transmission is successful. Display not no will not go wrong. A technical artisan toyed with the machine in front of him, while opening replied, since satellites can transmit pictures, it is not difficult for battleships to transmit pictures back. Anyway, there is long-distance image transmission technology. Everything is very convenient. Time is of the past. After half an hour, looking at Dickinson broken off waves in the bow, opening adjutant asked around, I have not received a long telegram. Alanxia of the contact. Probably 40 Fen Bells had not received the telegram. Radio contact was seriously disturbed. The periphery of the destroyer of our radio contact is also intermittent. Adjutant worried replied, let the barbarian turn around immediately. Transmit the image back to Alan Hill at the edge of the storm. I think our image transmission, as well as the telegram, have been disrupted. Captain Jinsen frowned and ordered. Now he feels that his fleet has lost contact with the outside world, so he must immediately change his tactical arrangements. Let fleet steering. I have now in this position, a little too weird. There is no need to take risks. Out of here. He issued a series of commands, and then start-up lights signal to follow in his side's cruiser. Jinsen watched the battleship slowly turn around in the waves, and said to the technician not far from him, I think the magic eye in the endless sea of this situation should be here. I have also such a judgment. Here are some of the strong magnetic field. The weather conditions are very bad. Technical art staff in front of adverse weather conditions is also a lingering fear. Opening replied, return, to, Xu is the right choice. Beneath the lifting wing of a huge fuel tank B-52 modified on into reconnaissance aircraft. The pilot looked surprised that a straight days of cloud column occasion of the formation of clouds, the airplane changed the direction of flight. He looked at his body side. Co-pilot is also extremely surprised. Opening the human side of the radio report said, I do not see the fleet was shrouded in a huge updraft around here. It is too big, more than one. The mushroom cloud formed by the explosion of a nuclear weapon is 10 or 100 times larger. No wrong. We cannot see the kernel. I do not know what it was like inside, but I can see lightning in the clouds. Very bad aircraft in the sky clouds close to the edge of the flexible flight. The pilot replied cautiously in radio the commander's question. I have been shot is a very bad picture. The pilot again adjusted its course, and then you see a track on a sea. I saw the fleet boat but did not see the other. Patrol Viewer 3 how call monitored by one number. Patrol Viewer 3 how call monitored by one number. Listen see answer. Hear the answer. The pilot to change the communication channel, facing the intercom repeated. I am the destroyer Nuremberg. I can hear your call. The interference is very serious. We cannot transmit image signals to Alan Hill. Now we are adjusting our position. Can you see the dark clouds behind us? Nuremberg, we can hear your voices. We can see the dark clouds unless they are blind. Otherwise who can see such a big target? The pilot joked while clutching the phone. Ferry cloth outer suburbs full solar salt pit on the beach. A saltworks worker was surprised to find an uninvited guest lying across the beach. He shouted loudly and attracted everyone in the vicinity. He saw a roughly 1 meter wide, 10 meters long ugly Hawaii, the cross on the beach long gone mad. This strange fish has a hideous face and dense fangs in its mouth. A pair of huge eyes that cannot be closed looks fierce and vicious. and the whole body is white and emits a stench. "Isn't this a deep-sea fish?" A well-informed old fisherman looked at the strange fish in front of him, and said strangely, "This is a rift fish, a monster that lives in the fissures of hell. As soon as it reaches the shallow sea will die, so no one can see a living rift fish." His body sighed. Some young people have not seen such a ferocious Hawaii are amazed around the corpse eye. It is not easy to see such a huge fish, especially an ugly fish that looks so ugly. There are many species of whales and sharks in the oceans of this world, and they are roughly as few as the Earth's environment. However, because of technology, people are far from being able to recognize the sea, so they are full of awe of the sea. There must be something you want happening, must be something very good thing. The old man eyes from that strange move away the fish's body, looked up to the distant sea level line. He saw the edge of the black clouds, then frowned. "I have lived here for so many years, and have not seen such a big storm." 287 stunned. At the same time, in Alanxia Palace, a doctor of tension through the crowd waiting at the side, facing the distant piers loudly shouted, Blood pressure is normal. The detection haven't the results come out yet. There are 11 Fenzong. Immediately have the results." Another room, back room, several doctors gloomy opening answered his face. "Just now, His Majesty the Greatest Emperor of Alanhill fainted in his office." Luther immediately found the royal Dr. Alanhill, who was on duty in Ceres Castle. They were the Emperor's personal doctors. It is also a group of people with the best medical skills in Alanhill. CT detection, no intracranial hemorrhage. His Majesty is more like asleep. Deep coma. Standing body of Chris. Edge of the old professor took the inspection report. Frowning middle-aged doctor began to ask around. He saw many this kind of dizzy patient, but it is Chris who is lying in bed now. This is the Emperor of Alanhill. If he has something short and long, the trajectory of this world may change. After all, he is a man who has changed the trajectory of the world. A man who couldn't even defeat a magician. A man who made mortals stand on top of the world. A man whom all of them respect. Difficult to use drugs are, now can only lose nutrient solution, to maintain bodily functions. Tempted to use drugs, I fear His Majesty will harm the body. Old man his mouth, while the report gave it to the hands of a female doctor. Female doctor wearing focusing mirror, shook her hand, in areas familiar in a careful analysis of them, because the blood out of the report is slower. So now she can only rely on speculation and image data to determine Majesty's condition. So she was silent for a while, raised her head and said, "The spleen and stomach are healthy. There is no residue in the stomach. So, basically, it can be judged that it is not food poisoning." "It's not food poisoning, no vomiting." Another doctor said, touching his chin, shaking his head. "Damn. That His Majesty why wake up to?" An annual light of some doctors have begun to shed tears. He watched Alanxia eyes, seeing the mortal from oppression. "Of course, most of the support grams lying in bed, Your Majesty Reese. If Chris Majesty really have any 3 long and 2 short, that he studied medicine, but also on the defensive side of the doctor of His Majesty, will definitely blame the extreme. That needs to play telephone consultation medical university professor over the. We can call 4,000 or more names of doctors to speculate His Majesty the disease." A secret room attendants of the book to people around me a long look, opening low voice asked. "No, that kind of words. There is no way a secret." Luther shook his head. "For that person to answer this question, I don't think there is any need to go to those professors for consultation. Half of them are your and my students. We didn't find out the reason. What can they see?" The old professor glanced at Luther and thought that the doctor was called to discuss the condition. "No need. There is no pathological discovery, so I can only guess in the direction of magic." The middle-aged doctor put down the report in his hand, looked at the old professor, and said solemnly, "Chris outside the ward. A group of government members have been some panic." Minister of Finance of his arms folded, staring at the ugly look of the door of the ward. Opening complained. "Damn, His Majesty has still not married. This is a very bad situation. Now consider this has no use. his body side, a deeper intersection of business sector officials who talk some shiver. He is now really very nervous, very nervous. He had these guys are just in the periphery, closer to the door of the ward. Is though Dean see these desire minister. The expressions on their faces were also ugly to the extreme, and they didn't even speak very much when they were nervous. Standing here, they are all waiting for the moment when His Majesty suddenly wakes up. They didn't believe that Chris would be so sick. After all, Chris was very young and in very good physical condition. And he is not the same, relatively calm. He found himself in a room next to the military bigwigs. At this moment of reaction seemed to be somewhat radical. Your Majesty has always been healthy. The current inspection has not found any problems. Waghran frowned, staring at Liu Kai and Kastner, and said, so, I suspect that your Majesty was conspired by someone. Luther has been with His Majesty the body side, an hour ago, when His Majesty fainted, Desire in his office, as well as Secretary General of room attendants who are less likely to be mysteriously in the plot. Liu Kai had already found out the people in the room when His Majesty fainted, and even his position had been investigated. When they are discussing things about the city shut down the ferry facility, the migration of civilians, their hands Liu Kai holds as relevant testimony from several people, when everyone in the room have been asked even when the atmosphere, when there is no abnormality, the room has no windows open, have been repeatedly confirmed. All the soldiers on duty in the entire castle were assembled, and then everyone recorded a confession. This kind of reaction speed can already be described as abnormal. After all, Chris has only been in a coma for an hour. If he is a little flustered, he may not even start the investigation. That thing now is not important. Custer satisfied shook his head and said, now the question is, how could His Majesty the onset of coma before? Most suspicious is Drew Icon Big Magic Mentor alongside Lie. When he visited the factory visit, His Majesty touched his forehead. Wage Long saying this time, it has been concentrated to about murderous. The slope came out. That time Majesty all right? Custer satisfied a moment, then subconsciously rejects the sentence. But he interrupted himself, and did not go on. As a courtier, he knew that he had to stand firmly on his position at this time. I have little knowledge of magic, maybe they buried something to His Majesty's head. Wage Long looked at the halfway shut up Kastner. His position was very satisfied. CT examination, there is nothing wrong with your Majesty's head. Liu Kai emphasized again, but he didn't even convince himself. That's just a structural check. Who is right about magic? Waghran said coldly, I only know that if your Majesty is murdered, then this world will be buried for your Majesty. You want to start plan move their lives? Liu Kai looked at the Wage Long, then nodded his head. No matter how kind, we, as His Majesty's most trusted courtiers, should help him revenge. How about you? Go Fang Buchang, sir. Wage Long askance looked to the Custer satisfied that the Grand Duke asked. Custer satisfied nodded his mind and said, well do. As Secretary of Defense, I am authorized to inform Missile Forces combat readiness immediately on standby all strategic missiles. 1. The General Staff has no opinion here. As the Chief of the General Staff, I, Fred Roque, suggest that after your Majesty's condition deteriorates, we should immediately implement the Yellow Springs plan for all magic empires. After Roque finished speaking, he looked at Wang Long. I will mobilize troops to protect all facilities. If the magician strikes back, we will fully implement the Alan Hill Doomsday Plan. Waghran said, from now on, all the troops in the country will be under martial law. Any betrayal, His Majesty's actions will be suppressed immediately. To inform Drew Icon aspects of it, asked them why they want to murder His Majesty. Custer satisfied and asked, question, give them time to transfer staff. I do not need, if His Majesty is determined to wake up, and then we plan the implementation of their lives directly. Do not give anyone time to respond. Wage Long, most for the radical, responded immediately. Road, I will count all nuclear weapons, including a three-face bomb. All strategic ballistic missiles will carry nuclear warheads maximum equivalent. Liu Kai sullenly said, if it is really Drew Icon people to do, that he who would regret making such a stupid choice. If it is not true I can do it. Custer satisfied as Secretary of Defense, I thought I should remain calm in this case. That he can only blame their bad luck. Wage Long coldly he replied, I am. They will give Her Majesty a history of the world's most spectacular funeral. Dozens million people will be in the hundreds of pieces of equivalent exceeds 1,000 dozen tons of nuclear weapons. Death or disability under attack. It might the whole world will be enveloped nuclear winter. There will no longer be mercy in this world, and there will be no more order, and all that is left is disaster and destruction. Even if they are not killed by nuclear weapons, those who survive by chance will die from the collapse of order, radiation pollution and food shortages. Most of the rivers known in the world will be turned into stagnant water by three-phase bombs, and the oasis will turn into a desert in a few years. Puppet of the Empire to fight nuclear attack to be more intense. Estimated path no other city. It would use nuclear bombs to cover all their possible path. Wage long strong tone. A little puppet attacks against the Empire. That kind of nuclear attack density, it may cause other problems, and a number of nuclear weapons would be enough. Because as with satellite, Liu Okai has been thinking about how to combat industrial city. Puppet of the Empire, so immediately replied. Hear Liu Okai answer. Wage long slightly shook his head. That play much hit. How much priority on combating destroy puppet capital of the Empire? Understood. Liu Okai nodded. And on the other side of this room, Kastner has grabbed the phone before Custer satisfied. Dagong, Secretary of Defense authorization password. Firm, killings, determination, death, time, hell, revenge, blood. He then read a series of passwords. Telephone. There came a solemn voice. Granted the right to succeed His Excellency the Minister. Immediately activate their lives plan. On alert. Ready to perform. Custer satisfied, concise and heavy, hangs up the phone. 288 burst hair returned to their meaning in front of two trees in the know. Chris did not know that they have a Kuma. He now felt the changes in his body and was looking at the two constantly changing trees in surprise. There are two trees in front of Luxon's door, and Chris also has these two trees in his mind. But these two trees are much more complicated and weird than the jujube tree. Chris stretched out his hand and touched the trunk, feeling countless energy flowing in the veins entwined into the trunk. He was curious about how such a spectacular sight appeared in his mind. As he felt the changes in his body, magical energy was flowing in his body. Just now, a sudden breath made Chris feel that his body seemed to be completely activated at that moment. Now he can feel the endless power in his body. The river formed by the consciousness under his feet has become turbulent, and it can even clearly feel the warmth and nourishment when it washes on his legs. I seem to be absorbing magical auras, but these auras should not exist in the forbidden domain. There shouldn't be any magical auras here. Chris clearly analyzed the state of his experience in his own mind. He clearly knows that his body at a place that says, is a downright forbidden magic field. There can be no magic here, and even advanced magicians cannot use their full power here. However, he does indeed feel the magic. He could feel those around his palm viscous substances. These materials can be felt even seeped into his skin, into a vein in his. And why am I stuck here? This is my body, but I have never encountered such a situation. It seems I cannot get out. Chris touched that context, looking at those clearly no longer clear. I feel the power they bring to me through the drawings and images of the real objects. You have to find a way to get out of here, otherwise everyone will be worried. Finally, Chris looked at the top of the two huge trees, raised his head and muttered softly. In the endless sea, on the turbulent sea, lightning struck the waves, bursting with dazzling light. This sea area is now so tyrannical that even the most powerful sailors dare not stay in such a place. Alan Hill's fleet has been evacuated to a few kilometers away. But the surveillance of this sea area has not been suspended for a little bit. This range has expanded to the point of shocking. A huge force seems to be emerging from the cocoon between the lightning and thunder. Suddenly, almost without warning, the dark clouds and dense fog conceiving huge energy were suddenly blown away. The sky made a deafening noise. a blue beam of light that could be seen by the naked eye rose into the sky, and the sea followed growl. Then the mountains, even higher mountain ranges, waves with light beams spread, rich flavor of magic tore the surrounding air, the same as the shock wave spread. This is the last area of forbidden magic in the world, and these rich magic auras have completely filled this area of forbidden magic. Recorded yet put down looking telescope, Captain Dickinson stood on their front position. Put together your own cap, Mr. Who can work together with you, is my honor. Captain Adjutant cried funeral with, took a long tone. You want to say something even it, but found he did not say. Alanxia Viva Canamari ship long look at the tidal wave of pressure coming. Daring voice shouted. Inside the Long Live Allen Hill Bridge, everyone shouted slogans, and then the Intrepid, the flagship of the Allen Hill fleet, the warship that Chris had personally boarded, was swallowed by huge waves, disappeared on the sea, and then Barbarian number fleet, another cruiser at the last minute, sent a message. Then he was smashed to the surface of the sea by the waves. The next second clock, also Savage cruiser was lost in the sea. The entire fleet spared, heavy and huge steel hull, in the face of nature, seemed so small and helpless. The destroyer and back was broken by a huge wave. This 1000-ton destroyer disappeared into the huge waves without holding on for a second. After the destroyer Barmerson sent a message that the entire fleet was annihilated, it also sank to the sea. Lifebuoys and cracked decks were scattered everywhere. A Black Eagle flag curled up in the waves, following the turbid water. It sinks a little bit. A strong vibration is detected in the northeast direction. At the earthquake monitoring center of Daku City, a technician on duty looked at the vibration detection instrument in front of him and shouted to his companion. Recently he had been various changes in the detection endless sea, and now they really like this change. But change is very abrupt. A research member of the recording paper ripped off before I saw these huge tremor ripple, frowning shouted earthquake, very serious earthquake crossing the city, must be ready for evacuation, tsunami warning issued immediately. Most people have been evacuated, and now here some of the rest of the Navy, as well as the defense forces fought. A technical artisan cautioned, let them take down to do it, this is not court death. Research staff hysterically shouted, he who can resist tsunami, kidding you. Whining somewhat after the bell, all the air raid sirens sounded in the city are beginning. The empty streets, a newspaper lying on the ground alone. The above date is a few days ago, and the most eye-catching place is the order to make people move out of the city. A group of soldiers carried their weapons and ran along the street to evacuate the city. Just now, they received an order from their superiors, ordering them to evacuate immediately. There are also some cars running back and forth on the street, reminding everyone that the tsunami is coming and asking everyone to get in and leave immediately. Due to less human relations, without any confusion, before some people do not want to evacuate, some people have changed their minds. They take on the last car left the fertile beautiful coastal city. Total participation in the plan department. Because His Majesty the Emperor suddenly collapsed, there has been battered Liu Kai, this time to another, and so let him crash in the eye of the magic of endless news of the outbreak of the sea. A group of sea army generals together to discuss their approach to the disposal of the magic eye. They are extremely nervous. After all, the strength of the Navy has always been the bottom of the military. Not before. Most of the measures are speculation. Just before the emergency action plan drawn up, nothing, not the exact implementation of the program. An officer shook his head and sighed after watching the surveillance images transmitted back from the front line. The transmitted images are very chaotic, and the magic fluctuations are too strong, even affecting the radio signal. Message from the battleship Intrepid. Outside the door, a liaison officer hurried in, holding a telegram from the battleship Intrepid in his hand. Sea military officers were looked over, will be headed by a Navy looking worried. Sea Liu Kai did not speak, told the opening track read. Alanxia long live that name. After officers spread out the message, read only one sentence, There is no further progress. Gone. Several Sea Army generals know what it means to this message. It is not willing to. Urgent voice asked. Nothing. The communications officer shook his head and responded with a message that made everyone a little desperate. That was a battleship Alanxia. A total of only 4 SU of battleships now, is to say, Alanxia. The Sea Army lost almost a quarter of breath troops. Barbarian. No. Cruiser ship sent back a message. Goodbye, Alanxia. Gone. Another run came in. The officer sent not a good news report. Breathless. Opening road. See here the military side of the barrage of shouting slogans. Liu Okaithia's brow wrinkled more and more tightly. Together him as a soldier, shouting slogans. Also know that this time, the nature of almost all less. When the army received such slogans, it basically ended up defending its position and killing oneself and becoming a benevolent one. The Navy also has this tradition. When warships sink, they often have a desperate, tragic. A Sea Army general's hammerfoot Dayton chest, long face and tangled road. How could it be a fleet liaison? How could instantly gone? 3 cruise ship, a battleship, attack South Mortal Empire, then the other side may almost have riddled the coastline. Such a strong lineup in the high level of Alan Hill is by no means an existence that will be wiped out within a few minutes. With the hull of the battleship Intrepid, that means stopping the ship and letting those enemy navies fire artillery attacks. It may not sink in the afternoon. That is the pride of the Alan Hill Navy, the flagship of the Empire that the Emperor has personally boarded. Just confirmed. The Barmeisen destroyer sent back the exact message of the last fleet annihilated. Third rushing into the house. Officers, out of breath, confirmed that we are not willing to confirm the news. I need to send a plane to patrol the nearby waters. I need to make sure what happened to the fleet. Liu Okai's expression was a little distorted, and he said, also, I want the image information about the magic eye in the endless sea. It is an empty army. Commander Erecton saluted and then picked up the phone to put in front of him. And at this moment, on the high ground outside Daku City, in the telescope of an army commander, the distant sea seemed to boil. After the huge wave swallowed Alan Hill's fleet, with an indomitable momentum, it pressed towards Ferry City. My Empire. 289. What do you do? Throwaway Drew Icon had just returned to his room. Long Sadler Mage frowned, set their sights on the far east. He felt the surging magical energy, the powerful power that made people jealous. His hand leaning on the wand was slightly hard, and the expression on his face was extremely solemn. After all, Alan Hill's speculation was correct, and an ending that he least wanted to see had happened. Called all in Calais. Advanced Magician Roanoke. Immediate meeting of the toughest times. Have been coming up. He turned to Vivian. Told road behind him, you go on the side of Alan Hill's troops, let them stay calm. Vivian nodded lightly, then opened the window and flew out. Her magic robe shook in the wind, making a crisp sound. Looking very handsome. In Alanxia. First 9 sets within the group of nuclear weapons firing positions army, an officer ripped the envelope and checked out all the password above, and then the officer to convey command saluted, password nuclear to complete. I will accept the order. Thank you. The officer who came to deliver the order returned a military salute and added, now, the only thing we can do is pray for your Majesty's well-being. I don't want to live in a world without the Emperor. If something happens to your Majesty, I am willing to accompany your Majesty to leave, the officer said with his chin held high. After that, he turned around and ordered all the launch vehicle commanders waiting behind him, check all nuclear warheads, make sure the launch state, start the electric vehicle, start the fuel injection vehicle, set up all the missiles, be ready at any time, inject fuel. Yes, yes. All the officers stood at attention and saluted, and then turned and left the huge command vehicle. The entire launch position became busy, and the soldiers began to wear gas masks on their faces. The bulky liquid-filled vehicle slowly approached the missile launch vehicle that was erecting the missile. One by one, the sharp body of the Scud missiles slowly pointed towards the sky. Headmark coordinate locked. 44 kilometers away, 7451. City. Arlan. Yi missile tanks inside the vehicle. The operator manually enter the target city's launch coordinates. Mechanical repetition of their own technical movements. Although he didn't understand why he wanted to strike an already occupied city, he entered the strike coordinates without hesitation. After all, obeying orders is his bounden duty. Headmark coordinate locked. 72 kilometers away, 9,932. City. Cloth Leno. Another vehicle missile launchers in the car. Another group of soldiers was the same input coordinate missile strikes. The city they are going to destroy is the place they had just snatched back from the devil a few months ago. No one knows why the city was destroyed. Everyone just completed the task arranged by the superior, and even asked why. Everyone didn't bother to ask. Headmark coordinate locked. 115 kilometers away, 14,768. City. Paul Guillermo. The same kind of third missile launch vehicle in the car. Another group of people are ready to destroy another city. Headmark coordinate lock. 290 kilometers away, 30,085. City. Balasuo. While still in the hands of the Devil City, according to the plan, is also to be destroyed. Therefore, Baraso, an important city still occupied by the devil, was also targeted by a nuclear bomb. Secondary hit 280 kilometers away, 29,572. City. Kalenox. The last missile tanks inside the car. The last group of soldiers put their nuclear weapons pointed at the capital Druigan of the famous the magic holy city of Galenok. Attack hit. Kalenox missile is ready. Alanxia ICBM, carrying the maximum equivalent 3,000 million tons stage phase warheads, of 9 sets, while Army Group 30 million tons level warheads, is the second strike was used for supplementary attacks. Throughout the launch position a busy time. Vivian has entered the land to the state of combat readiness of 9 sets group command. Luna. You have what is that busy? Look deserted, obsolete documents scattered all over the floor of the first 9 sets group command. Vivian frowning asked. He who does not agree that there is no cover for the first 9 set group of military battle plan forwarded, looked at how the first 9 sets regiment army which in Berge, as if to retreat look like Vivian didn't understand why these mortals were so anxious, and they didn't refuse, they were just weighing and considering. There is no need to be so decisive, right? She looked at some ugly face of Luna, open asked, you? They cannot wait even 2 days, forcing us to answer you want. It's not like that, Miss Vivienne. Luna didn't know why she received an order to prepare to retreat. The order came from the 3 highest departments of the Army Command, the Ministry of Defense and the Supreme General Staff, but it did not come. Since the 3rd Army Supreme Commander, Alanxia His Majesty the Emperor. This made Luna very upset, always feeling that something had happened. So while she sorted out the important documents in front of her, she replied, I also just received the order, ordering us to retreat immediately. I don't know what the specific reason is. I have come to inform you of their magic endless sea. May burst made. Vivian opening said. I do not know why she was in the face of Capitaluna, when talk is not so nagging. Because for this, we need to first 9 sets regiment military aid back. Not adjusting the nearest army than the tone of the 9 sets a faster speed army regiment. Luna some doubts thought a moment, found this one command may be related to Magic Burst. Eye of the Law made no relationship. She didn't know that, just less than 30 kilometers away from her headquarters, Alan Hill's Scud missile unit had prepared for war and had finalized its target. None of these nuclear bombs will be wasted, and will soon fall into every known city of Griken. Then, these cities will eventually cease to exist, and the human world will enter a winter that cannot be colder. All department team have to leave. Vivian looked at the foot of the scattered files, strange melancholy. Yes, a few little later, the paratroopers will board the plane to leave. Their weapons will be left to the first 9 sets group army. Luna replied opening. Chris order. Vivian mentioned a name that made herself and Luna nervous. Women's war between, compared to nuclear war, the cruelty seems to be even better. Cap at middle. Luna frowned, and then only spoke and said, "Not." Vivian was also taken aback after hearing this answer, and then frowned. "Are you planning to give up, Gricken? Get out. Get out of me. I want to see your commander." "Miss Luna, General Luna, I want to see you." Outside the camp, a familiar voice rang, interrupting Luna and Y. The conversation between Y and Vivian could hear the sound of Borkin, turned out of the tent, also with Luna out, and saw a huge wolf body is about wandering outside the entrance to the camp. It can be seen that this giant wolf is in a very bad mood now, and it seems that something has provoked him. "How, Mr. Borkin?" Vivian is also a time around not seen the Borkin, opening shouted. Luna who also motioned to the guards to let Borkin in, so the giant wolf finally walked into the camp and walked in front of Vivian and Luna. "Miss Luna, I just saw your missiles stand up. That is the state of preparation for launch, right?" Although he has not seen the missile launch, Borkin can feel that the martial law missile launch base is filled with the devastating breath of evil. "So he arrived here?" Luna asked. "What really happened? You are here to launch the missile is not hit magic. I saw you. Who aimed? Why not let us know where it? What is Luna heard of?" Borkin asked, surprised a moment, and then looked to the same side of some ignorant generals. "Alfred, in the end how their army is there anything without telling me?" "Commander sir, I do not know what happened. In addition we have the right to use nuclear weapons. There are the Army General Command, General Staff, and Defense Department may authorize. Is not only I who can mobilize those damned missile launchers." Alfred, the army is confused. If Luna and he has not issued fight nuclear strike command that ordered the first 9 sets regiment army retreated, and preparing to launch a missile command, who are actually under it? Who will tell me what is going on? Luna swept past some of the staff and officers behind her, questioning loudly. To send a punitive expedition Borkin. There is also a loss to know why. Vivian looked at Luna Freak, to realize that Alenxia missile troops now in action. Look, first 9 sets regiment army did not know. He had exactly what the hell? Borkin frowning, exposing the sharp fangs. Vivian asked around. Vivian shook his head. "I do not know. Since I come back, I have been Alenxia reveals a strange. I do not know what they are engaged in, but I know, certainly not a good thing." At the same time, Chris is still asleep, still struggling in the world in your body. He saw that his space began to become stormy, and he saw the river under his feet turned into a vast ocean. Countless magical energy is like quicksand, polyrope at his side, crowding his body, so he barely breathing. He was struggling with such viscous energy, exhausted without any effect. Too nearby a large tree was still lush, branches intertwined more closely and more robust. Chris has no heart feelings to manage those 2 big trees, and he now felt the next second he was going to die in this damn state of 290. Great wave attacks the city. A ferry being outside around the adventure of fishing ships, several men are happy to see them harvest. Previous fight fish fishing too much, they have no way to grab so much booty. Well now, most of the fishing boats were ordered to go south. They violated the rules and disobeyed, and they were able to obtain such a huge profit. As long as he had put these fish shipped back to the ferry to the city, waiting for consumption. Maine also says and other affluent areas, will give them a good price. After all, the fish products available in these places are now out of stock. Whatever price is required, basically what price will be given. This is a happy moment. At least for the fisherman, it is a happy moment. A group of seagulls around the ship screamed and went away suddenly. The sailor standing on the side of the ship realized the problem. He put down the wrinkled novel in his hand and looked at the seabirds that suddenly left the ship. "How is it?" He next intended knowledgeable. He asked loudly, then recovered eyes away from those seabirds. When he looked in the opposite direction, the whole person was stunned. He widened his eyes, and then yelled loudly as if venting, attracting a companion who was dealing with marine fish. What's the matter? What are you calling? Are you nervous? It's a pity that when this companion got to the side of the ship, he also saw the huge waves that had been crushed. What is that? What is that? As the huge waves approached, this seemingly huge fishing boat began to sway. In the otherwise calm sea, this fishing boat full of marine fish was full of despair. Ship Long already began to regret. Just a few seconds he regretted that he did not leave with the fishing boats south of the refuge. All he needs to do is to look at the huge waves, and he knows that he can't leave this damn place alive today. Even if his ship caught obtain more fish, he cannot help ship them back to the ferry to the city, or in other words, an hour. Crossing the city actually exists or not is still unknown to exist. The fishing boat is still on the surface of the sea, but the sea on which it is located starts to tilt with the arrival of the huge waves. Soon the ship capsized in huge waves due to the change in its center of gravity, leaving only the bottom of the ship full of shellfish floating on the sea. After a few seconds, even the bottom of the ship was invisible. And greater than its fearless number, like battleships, it also sank, as if never appeared in general in this world. Then, you do not see the head. As the walls are generally tall, waves continue to move forward, rushing to the place where the ferry town. When the red waves up to 10 meters when the ferry hit the city, as this once prosperous Pearl Harbor in general, completely become ruins. The port pier collapsed in the huge waves, the solid boulders shattered, and the lighthouse broke and collapsed in the huge waves. In just a few seconds, the closest part of the city to the ocean was destroyed. Empty boat dock facility, paved, has not had time to continue the construction of the vessel became snapped a few cuts. See, these ships a month ago has only just begun construction, it has not yet had time to water, which was about to the enemy faced was destroyed in the dock. The huge keel overturned on the slipway, and all the ships anchored in the harbor were overturned by the huge waves. The huge cruise ship capsized and sank in the harbor. A destroyer crashed into a fishing boat, and then got stuck on the concrete stone pier of the pier and broke apart. The next unlucky thing is the warehouse area of the port, where rubber and other commodities that were just shipped from the southern city a few days ago are still stocked. It was full of various household appliances to be shipped to the south, including the rice cookers, radios, and electric kettles that have just been popularized. These things have become cheap in the north, but they are profitable in the south, so when they return by sea, they will carry some to make money for gas. Not over now, these products have been inundated by the sea, with fish of the sea as well as other debris destroyed the thin walls of the treasury. It has suddenly swept away a mountain of cargo inside. The huge crane standing on the pier of the port finally fell overwhelmed, or looked pitiful in the tumbling and roaring waves. On the fort in the north of the port, the soldiers who had not had time to retreat were surprised to find that they were still safe here. With their backs on the mountain and the support of stockpiled materials, it seems that there won't be any problems in a short time. His fort built on the hillside, there are tens of meters high from the sea level originally, there is no threat to the height of the waves, so they can stand at the forts. Quiet look at his feet. The city is the sea destroyed off. This time at the moment, 305mm caliber cannon cannot save anything. Fort above 4 fearless gun tower can be rotated, cannot stop the enemy invasion. It can only quietly waiting. Even the fire did not mean. All of a sudden the water poured into the city. The original complex Chinese streets suddenly be submerged. Many buildings near the pier were torn down by the sea. But many buildings still stubbornly refused to collapse under the impact of weaker and weaker waves after they landed ashore. The huge salt field was completely destroyed, and countless factory facilities were destroyed. The power plant in Daku City was completely destroyed, and the chemical plant was almost completely scrapped. The loss at this moment alone is so great that it makes people scared. A doll made of plastic floating in the sea, accompanied by peripheral streets and rushes forward around the buildings separated by the sea. Finally, it hit the old wall of Daku City, which was demolished to only a section. Thick city walls stop living as if the dam is his path. Seawater, and seawater is already a spent force, but also to stop their raging near the pace this wall. Endless sea waves at the ferry boarding city news shocked the landowners. Emergency services says of chaos. This is the first time in more than 4 years that the hinterland of Alan Hill has been attacked. And this attack is very effective no matter how it looks. The news that His Majesty Chris was unconscious was still tightly sealed, and some officials who were not important who knew the news were even forbidden to leave Serres Castle. What was repeatedly broadcast on a TV was the news about the tsunami hitting Daku City. In Luoki's staff, officers and officials are all busy desperately. Rescue and disaster relief as well as emergency preparations are underway. Because of Your Majesty's physical condition, these tasks now carry an uncomfortable taste. The Ministry of National Defense is now busy preparing for the Yellow Spring project. Everything is in the direction of progression of the disease, such as Chris' Majesty. If the illness is worsening, medical students announced rescue invalid, then the world will almost back to the liberation. Army General Headquarters. There is shrinking defense. The first 9 set group of military logistics forces have started retreating backwards. Paratroopers also return. Alanxia boarding under the command of General Hack. The entire offensive of the Three Kingdoms Alliance has been suspended, and the threat of the Eternal Empire's capital has not been lifted. With the coma of His Majesty Chris, and the appearance of the Fourth Eye of Magic, the raging Three Kingdoms offensive was completely paralyzed, and even in some areas, Alan Hill's troops were withdrawing from the frontline battle. A base charge of official basis for the construction of the ferry pointing on a map of the city. On the side of the military generals introduced, the floods are receded. No, we produce over northern coastal areas can be considered to be completely destroyed. If it were not stopped, the nuclear operation of the power station, estimated now we will be more suck some of it. Due to shut down nuclear power plants ahead of time, the city was destroyed. Loss also not particularly serious. At least, they did not face pollution problems because of the destruction of nuclear power plants. Yes, the prediction model is very accurate, and our response measures have basically worked, and the loss is within control. Several military generals nodded and praised the experts in mathematics. Because it has entered the rescue and disaster relief stage, Sandy is not so important now, so it has not appeared in the busy headquarters. Another official member of the military generals, but shook his head and said, people casualties. Staff has not figured out, but hundreds of people were displaced. This is a very serious matter. How to resettle these people and resume production is a big problem for Alan Hill. Organizing these people to return to their homes and rebuilding the city that is still immersed in seawater is a big project in every respect. See military. There is a dismal gloom. They should not have massive financial reserves. In these hours, the successive suffered a devastating blow. A Sea Army General's traitors, ugly face of Luokai report said. In the north, the city is near the ferry. I have lost 22 Sioux destroyers, 18 Sioux cruise ship, 1 Sioux fearless ship. The auxiliary ships sank about an fifth, and hundreds of ships were destroyed. He painfully mentioned the losses. These losses caused the Navy's combat effectiveness to drop by almost an third. Of 7 Sioux still in the stage of the cruiser boat, 43 Sioux same kind of ship is still on stage. Destroyers have been scrapped. Another officer also calm voice said, his report is still under construction. Naval warships. Let's internal Navy excited expansion program, still in progress, so it suffered a serious setback, which makes the hearts of every Navy generals are not too uncomfortable. He had also counting on these ships make them proud of it, but now, Fortunately loss I have prepared. Most of the ships in the southern port city of Ozar are built. Another side, a few generals are talking about this topic. Not had the problem still exists, at least in 6 months' time, our Navy has been weakened. His body side, now in charge of part of Navy Admirals Love Barker, he said, shaking his head. Brothers, don't rush to tear up the monthly ticket, let Long Ling say a few words, today is more explosive. Really? Everyone has monthly tickets, recommended tickets, collections, subscriptions, and rewards, all of which greet Long Ling's face. Long Ling is not afraid of death. fire at Longling. 291 cities. Bakaroff has always been in Fairy City. In fact, he is now more like an ordinary Alan Hill official than a magician and a violent archon. He has been Betrezald lost Alanxia. As a result, the poor magician was exiled in Fairy City and became a magistrate of Alan Hill. Is not it, because living in the host, and got something pretty awesome, so Barkalov fulfilled the old saying goes, is gold, where are glowing. Due to outstanding performance, in fact, the main reason is Alanxia expand too fast. All walks of life, that every aspect of people are missing, so a year later he became the city's official municipal official crossing, and in charge of a team's small-scale patrol fleet. This period was painful for Bakaroff, because his magic realm was nowhere near, and even the magic in his body was consumed by the forbidden magic realm. Has been aging is not obvious, he has now become a genuine middle-aged man, because busy, then even a bit older than their peers. But interestingly, he was pleased joy on the Alanxia. This old man who used to be a bit grumpy fell in love with the feeling of building a city, because the construction speed Alanxia really can put on the naked eye can see generally rapid. That kind of magic city that didn't necessarily change in hundreds of years made Bakaroff feel boring, so he squatted in Fairy City with peace of mind, and even later turned him back to Voronezh, but he refused. Now, he is dedicated to serving as his municipal officer in Fairy City, and his hard work is highly praised by the locals. After Lawns went south with the main fleet, he was in charge of commanding all northern warships except the first fleet of Alan Hill. The only 4 submarines have now been confirmed destroyed. 3 ferry wreckage has been found in the city of the city. Also that one, when the eye of the magic of the endless sea of the outbreak on lost contact. The rank of Admiral Municipal Official said as he explained, I am. They do not know that the enemy will launch a follow-up attack. The Army's first 5 sets Regiment Army was massing to the crossing direction. The first 16 sets Regiment Army is deploying Yalanti region. The first 13 sets Regiment Military 1 will fortify the Ozar generation. Nearby, giant hanging in front of the map on the wall, an army general is explaining the army's countermeasures. On the one hand may prevent the current enemy landing, on the other hand can also help local civilians to rebuild their homes. He said, pointing to the long pointer of each region on the map. Nuclear power plants and other facilities temporarily cannot work, because to deal with the disaster, but also beware of the enemy's attack side of technology artisan emphasis on issues related to technical aspects, but not many people are concerned about him. Inside the energy column that soared into the sky, a huge battleship revealed a pointed bow, and a pair of blood-red eyes on the tusk's full sculpture, a pair of blood-red eyes with a palpitating light. Then, this huge battleship opened the magic eye little by little, and the bow split the waves, revealing its true face in the thunder and lightning. As the city walls on terror in General Hull, sideways countless magic Ming, the deck was full of hideous humanoid creatures, black skin, red eyes, and ship's bow sculpture is no different. Looking at its length and tonnage, this warship full of demons, which is larger than the Dreadnought warship, has no sails and no chimneys. The watchtower like a high tower is covered with bats with wings. Stuffy sound about what seems to hit something. A demon on the deck suddenly raised his arm, loud roared. In his roar, the other warship appeared in the eye edge magic. It tripped the rich magic eye magic mist, revealing almost exactly the same hideous bow. Countless demon bats hovered over these warships, and the countless demons standing on these warships screamed like crazy. They roared loudly, as if calling something. A few meters high waves hit the sides of the warships made of black steel, making loud bangs. The third battleship opened the eye of magic, then the fourth and fifth. Dozens of ships warships in accordance with the times around the magic eye now and then as more warships. Looks like there is no end of the same fleet. These warships are arranged densely together, and it seems endless at a glance. They almost filled the sea, and the roar of countless demons even overwhelmed the sound of the waves. Amid the regular and rhythmic roar of countless demons, a palm stretched out from the huge energy column of magic aura, as if torn the space. Then, a tall figure appeared near the energy pillar, and the body nearly 3 meters tall was slightly petite with the huge fleshy wings behind him. As soon as this demon with huge wings appeared, all the demon on the battleship began to roar more frantically. Selux, Selux. Finally, I can finally breathe in this world. This feels so good. As if enjoying the air of this world, Prince Selux flew his wings in the air and sighed with joy. Under his feet, countless warships are still appearing continuously. These warships are filled with a strong magical atmosphere, covering the end of the sea from the side of the magic eye. Ruined everything off here. Magic for the Origin rule the world. Attack it. Long live the Magic Origin. Magic Origin 1 years old. All the demons have raised their own arm, issued a hoarse cheers. The warship that appeared again was larger, and the demon standing on it was wearing heavy armor, and its body was more than 2 meters high. Prince Selux retracted his wings and landed on the bow of a super warship almost twice the size of the Dreadnought warship, just on top of the head carved on the bow. A flash of lightning fell from the sky, illuminating his pale and handsome face. He wore a decent dress and looked like a gentleman. In this gentleman behind dozens of shadow-twisted body, waiting for his orders. Behind these dark shadows, countless huge demons stood respectfully, their armor gleaming in the lightning. Offensive, offensive, offensive. Countless demon soldiers yelled, frantically like a group of brainwashed MLM lunatics. People in this world may not know how terrible the source of magic we are born specifically for war. Ha 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 ha. Standing on the bow of the ship, Prince Selux laughed wildly amidst the thunder and lightning. It is in his laughter, his huge pillars in the sky behind the magic atmosphere formed, a huge shadow a little bit floating visible. Immediately afterwards, a huge boulder rushed out of the magic mist, and on the huge boulder, even twisted and dry black trees could be seen. In the next second, a huge city wall was exposed from the magical fog, thick steel spikes on the wall, some with some strange skeletons inserted. Like hill after hill, like towering walls reveal their face, that is more tall buildings, those evil, it seems bizarre buildings. You can see a more complex magic Ming. Above a red magic circle that was as huge as a city, the city with its foundations was so silently floating out of the eyes of magic. It shrouded the sky above the battleships below, suddenly making everyone's head darker. Even more frightening is that many low-level demons shake their wings, flying around in this huge city. More small castles fly around this huge city, like satellites. Can be enough to make a magical floating city. For the first time in this world, the origin of powerful magic power, the first real show in front of the world. A few minutes after the bell, the Devil Vatican City DSR, and finally in the shadow magic eye, flashed his whole posture. The towering buildings, the exaggerated magic circle, and the countless high-level demon troops that kept gushing from the eyes of magic made this thunderstorm area instantly crowded. Away Fajru Icon, the already active magic eye also spewed more magical energy, and then another huge city appeared in the sky. Eye magic, countless demons pouring magic atmosphere composed of Senior the Mist. Anxiety and coke into consideration, Long Sadlai felt he had consumed a lot of magical energy within the body. It is growing at a faster rate to be filled. The magical energy around him seemed to be stronger, more than a little bit stronger. This is not good news. It is definitely not good news. Seeing that the column made up of the magic mist in the distance became heavier and larger, Lancer drew his hand grasping the cane became harder. Exclamation mark. Come on now. Contact Alanxia told Chris. Drew Icon magic eye is stronger. He edges toward the window, while loudly ordered, Safi General Lao let troops ready to attack. Attend to many, the first cover Alanxia 9 sets groups attack on it. Yes, sir. Dom mentor you, Safi Lal micro low head and cloak holding his helmet toss behind, out long Sadlai room. At the same time, outside the unconscious Alanxia Emperor Chris Ward, a doctor said, shaking his head with a worried frown. Opening of Desire the Wage Long et al. To be sure, His Majesty coma it's about magic. His mouth, While looking to the guard outside the Magic Force Commander Chris Carr, the general can confirm now Alanxia has been strong magic atmosphere covered. Forbidden magic field disappears. It's not a good news is definitely not good news. Wage long calm face. He gave the same feeling. 292 Wake up. In Chris ward. The doctors are still worrying about your Majesty's condition. They really don't know when the Emperor in front of them, the Emperor who is lying peacefully on the bed, will be able to wake up. Has been in the measurement of blood pressure. Chris doctors available data is still very smooth. He is also a small number of doctors do not think His Majesty big problem. The blood of His Majesty the pressure has been normal, which are more than a day's time. There is no fluctuation. HR has been very whole chi, physical function looks good, except did not wake up. He was exactly like normal people. Cardiac electrical diagram is also normal, which many people called on Chris' condition of greater certainty. The headed old doctor carried his hands on his back, looked at the various information and data on the desktop in front of him, and sighed depressed. The normal person I have treated has not been as normal as your Majesty. He is very healthy and healthy. No problem. Not at all a problem. Why wake up to? Luther. Chris waited at the bedside, refused to leave, face unpleasant, asked. Magic side of things I do not understand. Do not over my opinion. This dormancy, there may be a body of His Majesty self-protection. Old doctor tell their own speculation. A self that is likely speculation. Self-insurance protection? Luther frowned. Yes, self-protection. He is normal. He should have been attacked on other levels, or under some excessive pressure, so he has entered a coma. The old doctor nodded and replied, as he had two conversations when Chris on the bed with a recording pen quivering a bit. You still didn't tell me. When will your Majesty wake up? Luther looked a little impatient. Also promised His Majesty will be able to wake up the next second, perhaps a year later. Old doctors have no recourse but to actually answer the question of Luther. Face never. Witchcraft and magic is no different for health, medical. In the eyes of the old doctor, Chris might really wake up suddenly after a few seconds, or he might not wake up in this lifetime. Not before. He had not ventured to say His Majesty in this life are likely to wake up to, so for a bit of a euphemism to say, a year later. And the so-called a year later, if people do not wake up, it would have to wait a year after. Anyway, Chris' Majesty medical treatment environment is unique, so even wake up to Chris, have been so asleep, there will not be any problems. Every day, someone will naturally help him wipe his body, help him exercise his muscles, use the best nutrient solution, and enjoy the most comprehensive physical function test. Even if he just lay down like this, he would live happily than many people in this world, without worrying about food and clothing, without any problems. Not these doctors may not know, this state will not last until a year later. Their lives had started. The program at any time are likely to be executed. Once this plan is executed, then the world will become Christ's burial object. Everyone will bury Chris, and the whole world will become a coffin. Under an attack that can change the climate, this world may eventually become a paradise for demons, and the entire human mind will become history. And then to try Majesty blood test. Blood can visually reflect changes in the human body, it is beyond doubt. A doctor saw Luther's face was very ugly, then opening again to build proposed road. You had better stop wasting time. Let His Majesty woke up as soon as possible. Otherwise you will regret it for their own incompetence. Luther stated the fact. But say it is more like a threat. Just as he was when they speak, Flanagan also just slightly moved. The pen began to melt a little bit off. It was like a chocolate candy, slightly deformed. And the ink oozes out and runs along the tabletop. Let's take a blood test. In the end, the doctors finally reached a consensus and prepared to give Chris another blood test. I said. A little nurse who saw the pen leaking stared at the pen on the table with wide eyes, and wanted to ask the people around him if they also saw the melting and deforming pen. Do not interrupt. Nurse, you have no authority to comment. Bullish blood pressure, Majesty. A doctor is intolerant. Trouble broke the little nurse's words. At this time, a doctor hurriedly pushed open the door of the ward. and then walked in front of several attending doctors. "There is no need for a blood test. I just came over from the blood room. Your Majesty's blood has a problem." "There is a problem with the blood? What is the problem? Is there a problem for sure?" Several doctors changed their faces and looked at each other anxiously. Luther also looked at the past nervously, hoping to hear about the condition of His Majesty Chris at the first time. "I am sure," the doctor replied with a wry smile. "What's the reason? Did you use a spare machine to detect it?" several doctors asked. All breathing slightly changed their rhythm. The doctor raised the bottle with Chris' blood in his hand and placed it in front of a few people. "There is no need for an instrument check because you can see it." Note all the look down. Chris' tube filled with blood. Those red blood boiling as if in general, tumbling out of the red blood, like a viscous liquid, is generally magic atmosphere. That the little girl who had been staring at the pen swallowed her saliva and spoke again. Her voice seemed so abrupt in the quiet room, so everyone looked at the nurse. She found that everyone's attention had been cast. She stretched out her hand very nervously, pointed carefully at the distant table, and asked, "I just wanted to ask that, is that pen normal?" Then, everyone's eyes were cast on the pen again. Everyone saw the leaked ink, and also saw that the pen had now become distorted, as if it had been burned. More people feel strange is that the pen following table is intact, did not affect the root of the pen by melting. It's as if the hot temperature of the pen has nothing to do with it. What the hell is going on? Rather walked over, reaching out to take the pen, but in an instant he felt the hot temperature from the pen. Damn it. Is this doing magic? The next second bell, connecting in the body of Chris' infusion tube melted off. There are a variety of nutrient solution to maintain the physical state of the drug out of the shower, and made the whole house, all of them, extremely embarrassed. He saw liquid floating in the air, saw flames melted the body of Chris' velvet quilt. They saw flames wrapped around Chris' body, burning the metal headboard red, but it didn't hurt Chris' skin. The lights began to flicker uncomfortably, and all the instruments in the room began to become abnormal. Finally, the light overhead finally burst out, overwhelmed, and everyone screamed in shock. Outside the house heard the sound of the guards as well as Wagner and Purcell, who broke into the house, and then you see these as supernatural, now terrible as the scenes. They were all stunned at the door, and even forgot to ask why they screamed. He saw Christ's body hanging on the bed. The whole person is like a magician, like floating in there, without the aid of any external force, so terrible floating, showing he was exceptional. When everyone was so frightened that they didn't know what to do, the nutrient solution and glucose drops suspended in the air all fell down, falling on the ground and splashing everyone's trouser legs. The flames entwining Chris also went out and disappeared, and the most unlucky fountain pen was branded into the tabletop, burning the surrounding wooden tabletops to pitch black. Immediately afterwards, Chris opened his eyes, and the whole person lost the power to float in the air. He stood up all at once and stood on the bed. He stretched his waist and looked at the horrified Luther and other people. What is going on here? The World War has started here? He would have liked a bit of humor. Do not oversee the house where people are watching their leng-leng. Only embarrassing, coughed to cover up a bit open, asked, "That, these things are all hit me off. It's real." He is also quite embarrassed. After all, the room for this mess, and in the case of his own unconscious mess, such a mess, but also in front of so many people, to have enough shame. So he wants to restore his image a bit, and he began to do Buddhism, Taoism. It's real. I just do not know anything, so why come up with so much movement? I did not know you were you to do. He stood in the bed covered, overlooking well as everyone in the room door, open, asked, "You were looking at me with this look, embarrassed are Luther in the end how it is there something on my face?" Having said this, he looked down at his body, trying to find the difference in his body, and then he saw his naked body, standing on the bed stupidly without any cover. "That, Your Majesty, I have something else." Wagner coughed and raised his foot to exit the ward. Germany Purcell also turned very embarrassed and want to leave this place. The little nurse looked at Chris, blushing, and lowered her head. and from time to time she swept Chris's body with the corner of her eyes. His Majesty's capital is really talented. Chris felt that he had thrown away everyone who could be thrown away as an emperor, so he calmly jumped out of the hospital bed and stretched out his hand to Ruther without anyone else. "Where are my pants? Why don't you get them quickly?" 293 Awakening 2. Finally dressed, in a coma for about 30 small Chris when, finally experienced what is called deserted. He had enough sleep, sitting on his hospital bed with a vigorous look, listening to the doctors describing what had just happened to him. But already almost 30 Jixiao she did not sleep. Wage Long et al. There is no such a good state of mind. After all, they are in this short just past the 30 small inside, the experienced too much stuff. You are? Say, I have now is a magician. Chris, curious to see the Ministry of Magic team Commander Carl, Open asked. Before long sadly I said I might be forbidden magic physique, the maybe magician physique. It seems that I am the latter, he sighed asked, thrusting his hand in the palm of the hand to form a beating flames. This ability can be really handy if you want to smoke or ignite gas cooking, then stretched hand can be achieved. Before the match in High Magic Empire of the original by good level, because of this reason Chris a sideshow with his palm flames, while Ridicule said for him, this is really a novel experience. Even if he has heaven-fine golden fingers like magic trees and technology trees in his body, he has never experienced magic. But he still yearns for being able to use magic. Can you not yearn for it? The memory from the planet of science and technology is full of imaginations of all kinds of gorgeous magic. Some magicians are even comparable to gods, and they can use time and space to change the rules of the game. Therefore, Chris knew he was in a magic division after they begin to feel the energy coming from their own magic. This feeling is really good. No wonder there are many magicians who call themselves gods. Magic atmosphere flow in his body move, Beng worship as the kind of power the general feeling, really refreshing. Chris could even feel that his body had stopped growing at this moment, and his youth was always fixed at the second when he gained a massive magical breath. He looked curious at his hand, then looked at his palm flame magic between gradually dispersed, and then in the palm and condensed into a small piece of cold ice. Manipulating these elements and letting the magic breath create these things is a wonderful process, which makes Chris very happy. If a child got a hot toy, love him a little bit of fitness to be their own energy, adjust their own breathing, and then create magic out more amazing. Chris waved his hand and waved his palm like Vivienne, and a huge thick magical defense barrier appeared in front of him. He can clearly see the inscriptions that form the magic barrier, just as clearly as reading the magic knowledge in the magic book in his body. Exclamation mark. Your Majesty, actually be higher level magic defense barrier card. Soul stared, looked at Chris, surprise exclaimed, you are now the existence of a comparable level wizard. Comparable to magic there is division? Chris gently flipped his wrist, and a series of strange magic appeared in front of him. These magics were intertwined to form a larger magic circle, and even the ceiling was cracked. This is a great mage defense magic. Look, blocking 155 mm caliber of pomegranate missile and artillery shells. Watch, would have no problems. Powerful. Chris, in contrast to the conclusions of the power of weapons and defense technology tree barrier minds, said to himself with a smile. Seeing Chris fell asleep, he mastered magic as if by magic, and even became a terrifying existence like the Grand Magister. Tisaya, Wagron and others were already speechless. Life is so hard, and when people sleep, they become the Great Magister, like a god in the past. Sleeping on your own, why doesn't it have such a good effect? You don't need to be a magician, just be a high-level magician. Chris Majesty, and so is the opportunity to sleep. Sleep can be hard to force those of us who, this time more than a day, is even the chance to sleep, I really do not have to be dead than people. Wage Long looked German Purcell 1, Desire. Wage Long also looked at. They also saw the envious look from the other's eyes. The next second clock, two people envy. Chris suddenly realized what position while taking a step towards Chris. Your Majesty. Urgent situation. You authorize lift wage long tone urgent cut. Speed quickly shouted, Your Majesty. Big bad sea tsunami destroyed the ferry almost with him mouth of desire, saying it is another thing. Putting away his playful heart. Chris handed the doctor his hand and asked the other person to check his pulse, then looked at the two of them, and said, Don't worry, it seems that I was asleep during this period of time. A lot of things have happened, one by one. Speak slowly. No, Mana. Wage long wry smile, opening said, that because you unconscious, we launched a plan of their lives. What? Start moving? Chris was stunned. Him that sleep woke up. The world was destroyed? Are you kidding me? That's the Alan Hill doomsday plan. Really? Yes, I have been ready to be executed. Just waiting for the command. Embarrassed solution. Wage long interpretation of the sentence. His explanation made Chris let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this plan of destroying the world was just launched, but it has not been implemented yet. Thank goodness, thank goodness. So he winked, tilted his head, and Wagron approached Chris' mouth, and listened to him muttering a few password words. Okay. This is cancelling the password. Cancel the plan immediately. Wagron stood up and saluted, and then solemnly left the messy ward to cancel the plan that almost destroyed the world. At this time, Deseo had the opportunity to speak, and said to Chris, when you were unconscious, the magical eye on the endless sea exploded. Magic eye of the explosion sent the formation of a tsunami, destroyed the fleet of surveillance patch of sea, ferry, and then destroyed the city. In the coastal Yalanti also created a disaster. De Purcell looked at Chris, opening continued. At present, the Civil Affairs Department is arranging for the refugees to return to their homes. It is probably about 1 million people properly settled. Chris is now some kind of canine animal's feeling, I just slept, or call in a coma for more than a day's time, which is how much has happened. He did not speak, the desire, and goes on to add, that, because for this time in a coma, caused by the high level of tension throughout the empire, we privately call the shots and let you know a few ladies moved into the castle. Says Chris was almost amused by what these people did. Am unconscious here, do you pimp me over there? Awesome. You are ruthless, it's real, we are not chosen at random. De Purcell old blushed, opening himself the Dean C, who explained, Miss Jessica is they have to come. Fred families that side does not sit live. Chief of Staff of the Uokai sister sent. Then I have to consider the balance of the various regions of the future empire, played reassure public purpose, in Adams, and each chose a beautiful wheel alongside a Purcell side. Dean C ventured to Chris His Majesty the palace substantial plan, the whole picture it out. There are magic division. There are aristocratic daughter is very comprehensive. It is that you are actually very comprehensive, and have not thought about the feelings after I woke up. I have found so many beauties. If I don't wake up, do you know what a loss this is? Chris felt his heart bleed. Ahem, this is not the point. The point is, you guys are really good enough. I've been in a coma for so many chapters. How many things have you done for me? I am the protagonist, not here to wipe your ass. Chris roared loudly in his heart, spitting out desperately. Several chiefs of the military in this short 30 Jixiaoshi time, ready to put the world to explode. Magic eye explosion made, but also triggered a tsunami, and destroyed an entire fleet. Alanxia. Here, 1 million people have been displaced, and an important port city like Dukaoqing was destroyed by the tsunami. As a result, while so many things broke out, you advertised a marriage proposal for me, and enrolled a large group of oppressive ladies. You have to not play so much. Chris felt a deep sense of powerlessness, then touched his forehead with his hand, sighed, and said, things always have to be solved one by one. Having said that, he stood up and walked to the door. The doctors can leave. My body is healthy and everything is fine. Thank you for your care for more than a day. Thank you. When the last little nurse who left passed by Collins, his face was as red as a ripe apple. Chris wondered if she had a blood pressure problem now. After sending the doctors away, the room became embarrassed. Desaiya coughed and bit his scalp to persuade him. Your Majesty, this time, You still have to keep a few girls, give birth to heirs as soon as possible, and stabilize the army. Public opinion is good enough. I'll get this thing and you guys afterwards. Chris smile soon, with your fingers first virtual point a couple desire, headache Wang Mian walked. Your Majesty, what you do? De Purcell, who rushed to keep up with Chris, asked. Chris sneered, and jokingly replied, what else can I do? I always have to go and see those generals, so that they don't carelessly blow up the planet, and where will I go to open the harem? 294 Change plan. Appears to have been quite modern atmosphere inside the headquarters. Kastner Defense Minister, embarrassed introduction about the progress of the work lives of almost. I have been using a nuclear bomb targeting all known city, in fact already planned their lives, it's halfway there. He almost blew up a third of the world, and then left the other two-thirds to die. This is something to be proud of, especially for a soldier. Not him with his courage to prove his loyalty, as well as including Liu Kai, including Wage Long, Alanxia Command Center. In a sense, it is still very loyal to Chris. Individuals. Cancel all nuclear missile launch plans. Check the status of all missiles. Troubleshooting probably because preparations cause. Chris told Rode. I have been indeed. One will lead the opening replied. Whether it is the Alan Hill Doomsday Plan or its sub-plan Huang Quan Plan, it is actually a very large combat plan. Carrying out such a plan is not a simple matter. And cancelling such a plan is of course not a simple matter. Also fortunate loss this time ruled out the possibility of mortal assassination. Many mortals. Imperial City was designated as the second round, non-primary targets. Otherwise, once the Huang Quan plan for full nuclear retaliation is launched, the preparation time is estimated to be several days. Now, it can take a few hours to completely cancel this plan, which is already the benefit of this plan not being fully developed. Seeing that the Huang Quan project was cancelled, some people in the headquarters suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Then everyone started talking about other changes. Just now, I have ordered the first 9 sets group to stop military retreat. Wage Long bit embarrassed to report Rode. He is personally command the first 9 sets regiment army ready to retreat. So call us now Drew Icon things. He basically mess out of trouble. Vivian, this time at the moment we are waiting for news Alanxia aspects. After all those nuclear missiles erected, people seem creepy. Right. Command of the 9 sets group to suspend military retreat. Stationed place. We are now in the hands of too little intelligence, temporary or not to act. Trashley as well. Chris holds his chin. The first stop of the plan to mobilize troops. Chris has just woken up. He still doesn't know what the situation has changed now. There are other problems on Gruken's side that have not been resolved, and he doesn't care about asking about various changes that are not important. Alanxia need to explain the first 9 sets of nuclear weapons within a group of army ready to launch this thing. This is a known, but cannot directly say that this is a oolong. I can't tell Gruken that we misunderstood just now and almost executed the plan and exploded. Gruken, right? If you really say so, then the relationship between the two countries will almost come to an end. Therefore, even if it is to make up an excuse, Alan Hill must give Gruken a decent explanation. At least, an explanation that can make both sides passable. Solution: explain things to say about the missile. He said that I ordered, so that all the missile attacks of the devil. Chris continues to open, gives a more reasonable explanation. After all, there may be a new magic eye, we also have to deal with it. Give the southward fleet an order to let Lawrence go north immediately. Search the enemy's fleet. If possible, find the main enemy force. Understood, Your Majesty. Bakarov stood by and saluted, and then went out to convey the order. See military fleet, although suffered heavy losses, but still heritage. Lon's command of the fleet as well as 3 Sioux battleships and cruisers and destroyers. Many of these ships, at least in the past more than 2 years, is invincible. Exists in. Let the reconnaissance aircraft cooperate with the Navy to protect the safety of coastal cities and areas. While mobilizing civilians and rebuilding their homes, prepare to face possible enemies. Chris thought for a while and continued to give orders. The first 15 sets group army and 16 sets regiment troops are in the region to build their guard, although not the main force, but these newly formed up army personnel need fighting spirit, regarded as a trustworthy troops. In the Anti-Gordon on the land issue, since there is speculation the fourth magic eye, Aelanxia that are prepared. The two armies strengthened near the coastline, which can definitely prevent ordinary forces from attacking Aelan Hill through the sea. What's more, in Akomo after Chris, Quasi prepared a lot of work, including minefields and some fortifications. Unfortunately, now there are defensive minefields with the fortress and the like. Are those from the field of magic the Tsunami of Eyes was destroyed? The current coastline of Aelan Hill is actually undefended, except that the defenders of the two armies strengthened near these coastlines. There was actually no way to prevent the demons from landing nearby. The good news is not without, even the devil landed in these places. Aelanxi's Soul Army Air Force can also get support to get the absolute air supremacy. First of all, I have to do is to already know this magic eye coordinates, fired a big equivalent of a nuclear bomb. This cannot seek Druican advice, so be executed immediately. Chris opening command Tau. Yes, sir. Your Majesty. I have been to make a nuclear bomb aimed at the eye of this magic, carrying a 1,000 megaton nuclear warhead. Custer satisfied that the simple introduction about their preparations. Why not use 3,001 ton levels of nuclear warheads? Chris a daze, and then asked, Your Majesty, you forgot 3,001 ton 3-stage bomb level, because we plan the implementation of their lives. The number is not enough. Luo Kaikov, Chief of Staff, a bit embarrassed, replied, So, I have to weigh a bit. Put all 30 million ton nuclear bombs are aimed at the Puppet Empire. More change 3,001 ton. How much time is required? Grade nuclear warheads. Chris frowned. He asked. Including transport. Transport exchange time is estimated to be 1 day. Nuclear missiles general's estimate at the time. Opening replied. I need the big nuclear warheads removed and then transported to the missile launch position. Close eye magic. In addition, the missile launch preparations have been done. This time to replace will be very dangerous. The generals looked at Chris, finally gave his own advice. Chris nodded his head, then decisively abandoned the idea of changing nuclear warheads. Then do not wait for a direct launch to try to destroy the icon, not magic. Yes, Your Majesty. The officer in charge of the nuclear bomb immediately sent a message. Use satellites, reconnaissance aircraft. Search the sea. Report immediately if you find it. Chris stared at the long coastline of Aelan Hill and continued to command. Yes, sir. Your Majesty. Empty Buto Elijah army generals saluted, erect, chin and should rode. So it was Chris who ordered the fight against Baritho. Vivienne and Boken were a little bit disbelief. Before, Aelanxia had been mobilized for the purpose of nuclear attack on a city dominated by demons. Not two, they have no way to prove Aelanxia to lie about. After all, the first 9 sets regiment army now stop the retreat. I heard the bomb strike plan also completely cancelled. Not over. Vivian, still found being busy. Card Luna expressed his dissatisfaction. I have just felt endless. See, there is a new magic eye. So you know this thing? Yes, I have also already know. Coke had the amount of bad cards. Luna finishing the piece in her hand, she replied without looking up. I had a more radical plan, but not to. The plan was finally cancelled. She who's real do not know what plan. Their lives almost certainly have been executed. She really thought that Aelan Hill was going to give up Gricken and completely destroy Baritho City before retreating. Although this explanation is a bit far-fetched, Gricken can now be considered overwhelmed. A few hours ago, they detected the abnormal movement of the magic eye, and then there was a large-scale movement of demon forces. The defense line composed of countless Gricken soldiers and magicians is moving forward. After all, they are ready to try to use nuclear weapons to strike the magic eye. Moreover, His Majesty the Emperor to power, let me tell you, he had ordered the endless magic eye of a nuclear strike at sea. So to combat specific impact assessment report, to wait for the results come out. That is to say, because of this, you just cancelled the attack, Balasio. Vivian, curious, inquiring. Luna shook his head and replied, specific because why? I'm not sure, but now the world is no longer forbidden, magic field exists, so, if you want to go Alanxia, you cannot stand that there is no magical pain. Vivienne nodded, then shook her head again and said, the news that someone came just now, the devil here is starting to move around again. I may not be able to walk away for the time being. The two women looked at each other speechlessly, and both saw a wry smile on each other's faces. Here two of them fight to fight, which is not necessarily cheaper to Foxfine 2, and refers to Chryse inside play unit. One of the officers saluted, reporting the news has launched a nuclear bomb. His Majesty in Eastwind HM5 nuclear bombs have been fired. Is expected to target the Endless Sea in 27 minutes after the bell in the target area inside exploded. Very good. The army monitored rocket bomb. Start evaluating hit effect immediately after the explosion. Chris was very confident, replied. He felt that he was very sure that he could destroy the Eye of Magic in the Endless Sea. He doesn't believe in anything that can survive a 10 million ton nuclear weapon attack without any change. 295 Roland in the Endless Sea. Countless warships of the devil are spreading out in all directions. They are eroding every piece of sea. The demons on the warships are so dense that they can hardly see the end at a glance. With the passage of time, the demon city of Vatican has also flown forward. The second huge city is gradually taking shape in the thick fog. Although it is not as huge as Vatican, it is not small. The presence, etc. Roland Lull arrived. We just Necropolis has an absolute advantage. Standing on the ship's head, Prince Alex Schwangzuba Orksel, erect, chin cold smile. His ministry team can be said to rival either or from the number to be rolled may arise from the quality. He even felt that the goddess of victory was waving to him. Such troops are invincible, and he only needs to waiting for his own army to overwhelm the opponent. The magic technology possessed by the source of magic is at least a century more advanced than this era. And this time he did not know, in his head, among the invisible space, and Eastwind HM5 type missiles, have put off the final stage of the rocket booster, dive into the stage, and the attack hit Beely when, like this time, still no Alanxia who testifies spectacle, while this is still a nuclear bomb or in a good place already fixed the atmosphere entry, and then began to accelerate. And atmospheric red heat friction layer formed on a surface of a circle-formed bomb while visible layer of heat flow, and the missile, around the magic ice storm. At great speed the thrust lightning hit to the city in the magic mist. Just a moment later, the light in the mist overwhelmed the surrounding thunder and lightning. Then, Roland, a huge city suspended in thick smoke, turned into dust in the light. This is definitely the evaporation level of attack. The moment had thick walls. The walls had booked the huge nails. Nuclear weapons in the attack evaporation clean under attack. When the city of Roland, which had not yet been completely teleported, only an outline and partial structure appeared. The atomic bomb exploded over Roland under the urging of an altimeter that lost its accuracy due to airflow interference. Then, the city that was entering this world stopped teleporting, and finally began to disappear in the Eye of Magic in reverse. The entire Eye of Magic became more lightning and thunder, almost as little as the hell mode. Back too far to go, staring at once rushed into the interior of the Eye Magic object. Prince Sal Alex widened his handsome eyes. He really didn't expect that such a small object could interrupt Roland City's teleportation. You know, that's a forbidden curse-level magic teleportation. That is the will of the source of magic. He has lived for such a long time and has not seen the will of the source of magic be interrupted by anything. What is that? Is that what you told me? Is it a mortal weapon? Prince Salux thought he was knowledgeable enough, but he still found that he could not recognize what kind of thing it was. Arms. A shadow stepped forward, opening solution, Buddhism, Taoism. Prince, that you are mortal attack. They are now perhaps more than night tyrannical who is not very good front. or eye. This time we stop the almost not necessary. Looked inside the magic eye. It has been the collapse and disappearing Roland Canal. Prince Sir Alex waved rejected the men's request. Let's forces continue to follow the rest of the people, just step up your guard. He looked distressedly at Roland R, who was slowly disintegrating in the air, and even half of the building was not left, and he had a clear concept of Alan Hill's strike ability in his heart. Suvi Kamike, let him lead a fleet south highway to destroy all enemies. Yes, your royal highness. The few black shadows headed hurriedly bent over, and one of them was ordered to retreat. The small sampan is ready for the devil. There are too many warships. All they need is to find a landing site and kill all the people nearby. Then, I have landed in the designated good place. Sir Alex sneered, looked at the men who were holding him in the palm of sheep map. Opening ordered. South posted Parlake Empire. Land. Yes. His Royal Highness Prince. That crashed out of the shadows with GG Devil's Grin. Left the ship named Alex Sal. Number of modifications warships. You know, among all the warships, only this warship is the largest, and its volume is equal to the sum of two huge ships with the same tonnage. Boom. At this time, behind these battleships, a deafening sound finally passed through, shocking the ears of every demon soldier. You know, this explosion sound. But it just killed thousands of people around the Eye of Magic. 10,000 people. This is definitely not alarmist. On the many battleships close to the Eye of Magic, the devil has been stunned to death on the deck by a huge explosion, vomiting black blood, and has no life at all. And those magic-eyed than the distance far the demons. The first time I saw such a terrible attack, deeply lucky enough to survive, can be proud of themselves in such circumstances. For them, the attack just now is beyond their understanding. Also, can anyone tell me, damn Roland, what is going on? Seeing Roland, who was about to take shape in the thick magic fog, seemed to disappear out of thin air. The order, some shortness of breath corruption. Word by word, Prince Sir Alex asked. His Royal Highness. I have just contacted a moment there. They are there for us to say that Roland Lull no longer exists. A demon ventured to answer his question. Immediately afterwards, the hapless demon was pinched by the throat. He could even feel a sword pierce through his chin. Before he could make a begging for mercy, he himself had been cleared by Sarux. Damn it, damn it. Sarux caught the opponent's neck, and with a little effort, the poor demon returned to the dust. As the demon's corpse collapsed on the deck, in the thick fog of the Eye of Magic in the distance, the remaining huge foundation shattered and fell, one by one falling into the sea, making a terrible sound. Suspended beneath the city's huge collapse destroyed magic. Magic around the small followed destroyed loses ban collapse restrain the unbridled rock soil more open, with the walls above the wreckage crashed into the sea together. In the end, the remaining part of Roland, who had lost his power, fell into the sea, causing a huge wave. Then, the weak around dozens of warships were waves beat heavy, above even the devil screams have not had time to send out to, just as was the meteorite hit, like, disappeared in the sea, because as a protective eye fog of magic, such a huge fall, there is not even affect the surrounding demon warships. Only a few dozen warships were smashed and sunk, and the rest remained intact. Although this nuclear bomb also destroyed a city, it did not bring terrible pollution to the surrounding area, nor did it have such spectacular visual effects. Even, the shockwave of the filing did not spread out of the scope of the Eye of Magic, and it did not cause damage to the surrounding demon fleet. Not before. It is indeed the elimination of a floating ghost town, a city stationed a large number of terrible demon army. I have to hit as soon as human land up. After all, this kind of thing, you can not just able enough to endure what is. Watching what happened, born handsome Prince Sir Alex face downcast, asked, opening his subordinates said. He really did not expect that in this world, there should be such a terrible weapon that could destroy a floating city in one blow. That is the ultimate killing weapon specially designed for war, and it is a fortress with both offensive and defensive capabilities. That can attack up there, hit the city of demons weapons. There are also countless demons. If it can fly over Alan Hill, it is definitely a super shocking picture. It's a pity that Rolandar was destroyed by a nuclear weapon, and it really happened. With such a shocking attack, Alan Hill showed the terrifying power he possessed to the devil. Let the fleet disperse as much as possible. Go south faster. Also, send more troops here. We don't have much time. His Royal Highness the Demon Prince, who has seen the power of nuclear weapons, emphasized once again. The expression on his handsome face was a little distorted, and his voice was not as calm as before. Magic is in the eye of a nuclear weapon attack when hit, thunder and lightning as if in pain, but also a city of shadows in the fog emerged. The edge of the eye of the magic, the third seat Devil City, began to transfer the dot. Chris doesn't know the result of his nuclear strike. What he is paying attention to is the reconstruction of Alan Hill. After all, the tsunami destroyed part of Alan Hill's production capacity, and the threat from the sea also made these places no longer safe. Once the war breaks out, the originally rich coastal area of Alan Hill will become a battlefield. At that time, how to maintain the strong production capacity of Alan Hill and arm more troops has become a headache for Chris. If possible, expand the scale of factories in Nauru and Fallen Dragon City as much as possible. After listening to the report of the refugee surge, Chris said, let these cities accept immigrants as much as possible. Then, let the army clear out the disaster-stricken cities as much as possible. Or, wait a minute, Wagron said with some worry, and looked at Liu Kai as he said, you also talk about it. I also think so. Majesty is better and so on. Also promises a few more days, those places will become the battlefield perhaps. Liu Kai somewhat pessimistic. Chris suggested 296 Chaos. Your Majesty. The photos of Daystar number 4 wearing back. In the chaos, an officer rushed into Chris' command post with a few photos, and then put these photos in front of Chris. Photos is still not clear, but people can still see everything they want to see. I have a 1001 done level nuke failed. Gentlemen. Chris tight frown at the opening of a very deep breath said. He didn't know what that damn magic eye was, so he didn't know what method the other party used to block the powerful 10 million ton nuclear bomb. As soon as I have now in the hands of equivalent maximum 3001 done of bombs transferred to formulate transmitting array position. Continue to combat eye magic. He did not want to lose again, failed to give up fight. He has even prepared, along with dozens of launch a nuclear bomb strikes the eye of magic. One more question, gentlemen. Chris pointed to a vague electrical storm in a huge shadow. Open asked, who can tell me what it is? Can in satellite photos leave such a big shadow on it? City or islands? Several determined project target military experts looked at each other, then they think gives the most plausible explanation. Chris nodded his head, spoke and said, either the magic eye of shock move to create an island or devil put them on an island, is transferred from the demon world to us. Let's launch another nuclear bomb immediately. Redraw the coordinates and lock this shadow. Try to destroy it. Chris doesn't care about the use of nuclear weapons. After all, this time, he doesn't need to think about any follow-up issues. Yes, Your Majesty. Several military commanders responded immediately. The devil is more prepared than we thought. It seems that they have been planning this attack for hundreds of years. Looking at the satellite photos, Chris felt that his development was still too slow. If he could have more precise guided weapons and a higher resolution reconnaissance satellite, he might now be able to know more clearly what happens to the Eye of Magic. Use the Eye of Magic to enhance the richness of the magic lore in this world. After fulfilling the conditions, complete the attack plan of teleporting the island. It's really thoughtful. Chris glanced at Wagron and other subordinates, and exclaimed. Before he finished the new tricks played by those damn demons, another officer rushed in. He also had a few photos that had just been developed in his hand, which also looked very vague. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! Outlook 7 How satellite photo footage back. This time the magic of the edge of the eye. He shivered slightly and spread out the photo in his hand so that Chris could clearly see the content on it. Then, Chris saw the long black spots in those photos. Fleet. Chris frowned, carefully identified the things on it, and then confirmed that it was a large-scale fleet. The opponent's fleet almost covers the entire sea, and if it is attacked with nuclear weapons, the effect is absolutely very good. But what makes Chris depressed is that he did not immediately enter the coordinates to attack the ballistic missile of the opponent, nor did he have such a good thing as a cruise missile. If you changed the Dongfeng M5 type attack coordinate ballistic missiles, it would need a lot of time. Using strategic ballistic missiles to hit moving targets is more joke than joke. Not over. Even so, Chris still want to try, if you can use a nuclear bomb, by virtue of their luck to get rid of part of the Devil's fleet. From the picture, these demon warships are at least 200 meters long. Moreover, there is no system of sails and the like. So, at least in the power system, these demons started playing a steam engine? Chris smiled, somewhat contemptuous look to the body of expert sage. Your Majesty, at least the information reflected from the satellite photos, the other party did not use sails, and there is no thick smoke when our dreadnoughts sailed. He had to do with magic power system. And I's power system is no different. Chris sneered, opening said, another quasi after prepare a nuclear bomb, estimate their travel routes. The general area launch. Yes. Liu Oki's chief of staff stood at attention and saluted, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. In just this moment, his emperor has launched a nuclear bomb and is preparing to launch 3 more. The scale of this war is obviously out of control, and it has been developing in the direction of destroying the world. Who can win this war? There is no answer in the hearts of those present. Before that, he once thought he had a winner, and they have mastered nuclear weapons, and has the power to destroy the city, but now they find they cannot destroy the magic eye, not after the end of the war. They began to worry about the outcome from coming. Refers to the command of the Ministry of Terrible Atmosphere of Repression. We are preparing for their work. The first 15 and second 16 2 sets to adjust the deployment of military mobilization missions, as well as nuclear weapons, as well as new satellite launch. We are in full swing with empty army mobilize over the very often, one of the officers being mobilized to the latest report. Bhutto Elijah, the latest serving a MiG-21 fighter wing, has been transferred to Maine. We have established in the east of Maine a new radar cordon has been set up, not just the fighter force, originally only defensive side of the Air Force, now in both directions with the deployment of the aircraft when, all of a sudden it went from very ample state, stretched backwards to the point, a last resort, he had drawn from the front of the 150 GA P-51 Wild Horses fighters, as well as 50 GA B-17 bomber. The composition of the army temporarily in the east, began to patrol the entire coastline. The fine sharp MiG-21 fighters are deployed in the SES the main line to intercept senior Devil Mirais. Ferry City Fort can still be used. If the enemy landed, they can block the entire crossing north of the city. Coast Defense Department team is now extremely busy. Navy Commander Love Barker and his subordinates are being discussed in coastal defense. He has always been a municipal officer of Ferry City, so he is very familiar with the defense work there. This time, the demon attacked the city under his management, which made this not so good-tempered mayor very annoyed. When he learned that the fort was still there and it was possible to fight, he became agitated and applied several times to go back to Ferry City, command the fort there, and fight the invading demons to the end. The first 21 sets group has stepped up military defenses near the Ozar. Loven's general fleet is north. Several parameters seek huge pointing to the map. We introduce the latest dispatch the troops. Reconnaissance aircraft sent back photos. Demonic forces. Our forces were divided, their fleet is south. Seem to find our fleet. Another one Quastar through the area where the enemy returned photos. Not two this time. The satellite news does not bring good news. The enemy is dispersed, but not before the main direction of the Judge Ferry City. In this way, the nuclear bomb that was preparing to attack seemed to be useless again. Impossible. He who did not have investigative techniques, how may find that our military fleet other than the thousands of kilometers? A Sea Army general shook his head and said he did not think one's own fleet began to go north. It was found that the enemy fleet telegrammed to inform the General Lawns. Your Majesty, let him make contact with the enemy. Ready. Let his fleet near the coast. Ready. Dispatched air support. A reference plan to be drawn up before a good naval battle plan, and gave it to the side of the Admiral gentleman. Immediately execute it. Several officers stood at attention and saluted, and then left the headquarters with orders. The Navy also has its own staff and combat command rooms. They gathered here mainly waiting for the results of the nuclear strike against the enemy navy. Now, the nuclear strike program seems to have gone wrong, and everyone no longer waits. It is enough to return to their headquarters and execute the orders of the General Staff and Your Majesty. The first 16 sets Regiment Army defense line is too long. The devil is to clear the landing Adams. That side, the Army generals, who are struggling with handling a variety of issues. The first 16 sets Regiment Army is responsible for the entire coastline Yalanti area. The defense really too long. But a short time the Empire had no troops to support them, so they can only rely on himself. From the satellite pictures, the demon force is moving south, and some are accelerating towards Ferry City. The information returned by the reconnaissance plane was also not accurate, and the analysis by the staff of the General Staff was also a mess. His route is too messy. Nuclear strike should be placed on which direction are? The officers in charge of the missile is estimated that outlines the other side of the track on the map. Depressed complained. Drew Icon to power. West Line demon forces are frequently mobilized. Far away, I do not know where the voice shouted follow. Eternal Empire to power. We request to send troops to the south support. They cannot stand going to attack the puppet of the Empire. And abruptly sounded a voice. Longsard lay I mage request Chris Majesty met. Before shouting Drew Icon to electric voice continued shouted. The first 9 set group command caller asked if the devil attack. Retreat is still held their ground. The whole finger command unit was chaotic, and Chris Kastner, who also Uokai, sitting in his place on, listening to these voices from all directions, without saying a word. Where is Bellevue's reconstruction plan? A voice said helplessly. An officer who just walked in, holding a thick pile of various reports and news sent from the front line, looked helplessly at the busy surroundings. Crowd. Trinity remnants of Empire in the encirclement is hereby breakout. Frontline fighters fierce. The first 2 sets Regiment Army caller asked further instructions. Grabbed the hands of the phone, clutching his microphone. A staff officer asked to see coworkers. Anyway, it seems that the entire battlefield is in a mess, and everyone has problems to deal with. An officer walked into the headquarters with a seemingly irrelevant question. The Palak Empire asked us to sell 300 of their tanks and the supporting maintenance facilities. This trivial now do not to come here are. His body sighed, sweat on a forehead. His lieutenant colonel complained. How do I know this is a small thing? This is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs sent. I dare to delay it. That officer depressing back the sentence. Small little sound. Second gold nuclear bomb has been launched. His Majesty Chief of Staff. And in other news the two. Do not bother them. After one of their generals' low voice warned. Yes. Several people lowered their voices, and while entangled with what had happened, they withdrew from the command post. It's really a dance of demons here. Chris sighed. Hee hee. Your Majesty can really make a joke. Uokai smiled embarrassedly. According to previous plans, the expansion of the Imperial forces to 1,000 thousands of it, I have. Seems to be 3 fronts. The first to solve. The problem is the shortage of troops. Chris was silent for a few seconds, minutes, opening tolled road. Yes, your majesty. Custer, satisfied that there are two Liu Kai, replied in unison. My empire. 297 Persuasion. Some things can't be solved by a man who says that they can be solved. After Chris had dealt with some things, he finally decided to deal with other less important things. He doesn't have time to worry about Bellevue's reconstruction work now. Standing nervously at the door of a room, squinting helplessly at Luther beside him, I said, Luther, are you married? Chris put his hands behind his back in embarrassment, and asked his confidant with an ugly look. Luther was also very embarrassed. He coughed and replied after thinking about it, Your Majesty, the minister's wife is the third daughter of the Marvin family. At that time, you also accompanied a generous gift. I know, I just want to ask you what you should say if you want to reject a woman. I'm sorry, I have been married, Luther earnestly replied. Chris felt that the friendship boat between him and Luther was almost overturned. If you haven't gotten married, what should I do? In the end, Chris couldn't help but continued to ask. Although the emperor of an empire, Chris is still a complete rookie in this respect. He hasn't had a good relationship with a woman. Before crossing, he was also a real Diamond King. Luther entered the thinking mode again, and soon, the poor emperor's body and mind, he found that he really couldn't answer this difficult question from Chris. Your Majesty, if we let my wife know that there are other women provoke me, I expect it to be difficult to continue the work for you. Luther swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His wife thought that sturdy kind, honest replied. Chris glanced at Luther contemptuously, and swallowed the comment of strict wife control back into his stomach. Forget it. I'll take care of her by myself. You can learn a little too. How can a man be afraid of women? Chris pretended to be calm, tidying up his clothes, and then reached out and pressed on a room on the door handle between. The next second, minutes later, he retracted his hand, and then fell into a state of anxiety. Luther, this room is the eldest daughter of the family, so rashly let people go back, will not is it killing people? Your Majesty, if you really want to keep these women, there is no problem at all, Luther said with contempt on his face. How can you stay all? Keep all. It's no good to stay all. You don't understand. Chris shook his head anxiously, and replied with a sigh. What's wrong then? You are the emperor, Lutherman questioned. All the books are left behind. Chris regretfully yearned for the age of 3,000 beauties in the harem, shook his head, strengthened his faith, and opened the door to walk into this, in his opinion, it is almost hell room. A long while, Chris calmly walked out, looked at askance Luther, opening and asked, You have no one to tell me, people, that little girl was 12. This is not a prank-year-old, are you? Do this crime is a crime, do you understand? Luther bowed head, afraid to speak. The little girl can be considered natural beauty. To say that beauty is definitely a Mayan-Pai-Sai, after all, the aristocratic gene that absolutely non-beautiful wife already, and their offspring naturally did not would be too bad, is not it? Because to take into account the identity of the problem, so the election to choose to go, there is still the little girl Harmon family background and clean, and finally was elected to the palace. Says when the time was thinking of His Majesty hastened to raise harem, no one cares too much about age. Luther behind Chris, down the corridor to a second room to walk between. With the first experience, Chris is no longer tangled up. He tidied up his clothes at the door, then opened the door and walked in. Not too long, Chris walked out of the room, opened the door the moment, even heard inside and broke a vase. The fragments even splashed at the door, startling Luther. Chris, guilty of a kind of, shut the door, then looked at Luther, for a while, put the girl there that are sent back. Where you come from? Where to go back to see it? Hearing Chris say this, Luther nodded. With such a grumpy temper, it is indeed not a good choice to be by his side. Thinking of the tigress in his own family, Luther agreed with His Majesty Chris' wise decision. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will inform Dothan home of Simon, put that vase of money paid out of. He slightly low head, opening to go 2 steps have been, Chris said. Chris a daze, then think Luther's shameless degree has reached a certain level. It is endorsed, nodded and said, it should be, which are all things royal, presumably definitely not cheap. Luther with deep for the course, what is not here, what a thing cheaper. Besides, even if the vase is cheap, this matter reaches the ears of the Simon family. They dare to pay one at the original price. Haven't you honestly offered large sums of gold coins, and begged for a disaster? The girl from Simon's family is also true, and she expresses the temper of the eldest lady in front of your majesty. This is your majesty's right to send them away quickly, otherwise, he will also be investigated for the crime of misconduct. 2. The next house room, a lady sent Wheelongs are. Listen to say very magical talent. The family is a decline of the aristocracy. Luther while walking, while a brief road. Chris waved, indicating he already knew, and then to Imanzujan female magician's room. Then Chris calm face out of the room, there came the faint sound of crying. Refused breath. Never had so many beautiful girls. Chris' mood has become weary. He felt that Desaiah and the group were just tricking him, and this kind of beach blossom triumph would be depressed for a long time to anyone who happened. Those are all beautiful women like flowers. As a XY, not, as an otaku, as a senior human form self-propelled plotters, Chris felt somehow also the dignity of the person is not so. Play this game. You talk about you, and have to do what thing? People parents promised that as long as she palace princess do it for them plus repayment of debt and brought them back to their home in the house. Chris calm face, said to Luther. His mouth, pointed to the side of the house is weeping girl. She spoke and said, that doth Simon family is not there money so that they do for the family but also the debt to it. Angrily went to the 4th room, opened the door and saw Chris sitting bored in bed, waiting for his arrival. Jessica. The other party wore a traditional long skirt, and Miamon's body was very dazzling against the soft bed. Chris closed the door with his hand, and then Luther waited outside the door for his majesty to come out. About an hour later, Chris blushed and walked out of the room, closing the door and coughing to cover his embarrassment. Your majesty, buttons. Luther low head, whispered cautioned. Chris low head slightly messy saw their own clothes, not enough time to fasten a button, so his face more red, quietly reach out to refasten the buttons, put together your own clothes, suddenly die like a dog up. Vivian and Luna if you know, she had just missed 2 certain things, estimated to be regretted go die. Chris heels continue to move forward quickly to keep up with Luther, whispered, late, Rice should inform Miss Jessica with me. Chris put on a very lightly mold-like, grunted softly, walked continue. Your majesty, why the Miss Jessica has just entered the room, afraid that what sealed lose it. Out of the half corridor, Luther still puzzled. Chris actually said that what sealed lose what it meant, opening asked curiously. Chris old blushed, stammered explained, you do not know. You do not know. If I do not have line of action, which threatened to kill the reader will. What then is not writing in detail not count? After the emperor opened the palace harem is not the kind that some do not understand there. Luther became more and more confused as he listened, but he felt that his majesty understood so much, so he admired him for a while, and suddenly felt that he was full of joyful air. The 2 people walked into the meeting room in this way. There are already several military representatives here, waiting for the arrival of the emperor. Chris has a pretty full schedule today, and he just took the time to do his own personal affairs. Some will receive after seeing Chris are coming quickly saluted, then very unnatural to avoid attention. After Luther waited for Chris to sit down, he found that there was still a lip print on Chris' face, so he quickly reminded him softly, your majesty, put the satellite pictures together. As soon as Chris entered the door, he was in working condition. He opened his mouth and ordered, while frowning at Luther, he asked dissatisfiedly, what's the matter? Luther did not dare directly reminder, so hurried tight hand in his face gestures a bit, do a kissing lips. Chris suddenly shivered all over his body and shivered unnaturally. Then he realized what Luther meant, and quickly reached out and wiped his face. erasing the inconspicuous lip print. Well, so you are saying, the second nuclear bombs did not achieve the same effect? Chris looked at the palm of red lip gloss, the conversation back to a decent place. Opening asked, from the point of view satellite images, the other side of the island is still. And no change. Will Lead pointed to the photo on the table, Opening report on the situation and said, and, Your Majesty, I have found a thing. What's the matter? Chris frowned. The island in the move that Will Lead pointed to the satellite images. Very depressed, he said, so, I am nuclear bomb, there may be no hit the target. 298 weapon-like creatures in the shift moving. Chris heard this explanation, he surprised a moment, then realized that this is really a super good way to avoid a nuclear strike. When it is impossible to prevent a nuclear weapon attack, it is really reasonable and helpless to choose to avoid it. This world can move peekaboo in the city, which really depressed Emperor Alan Hill, who possessed nuclear weapons. One more thing, Your Majesty. Another intelligence officer's reported analytical department of Opening for Chris said, I have found a very strange question not only in the island moving, very fast speed. Chris has in mind the strong tone of what this thing, if this island is just floating in the water. In fact, the movement speed cannot be used to describe but since this thing is very fast, it is necessary to make a good guess as to what kind of existence this kind of thing is. The first possibility is that the devil has a super huge fish or creature, supporting the city to move, so it can float on the water and can move. The general who asked the question gave the analysis results of the previous analysis department. He pointed to the surroundings of the entire island, and said, given that there are many strange creatures and demons, this kind of reasoning is very possible. Another theory is that the city is built on similar large shipbuilding. It buoyancy floating in the sea, and use magic as a power, propeller-driven mechanical movement. Another will lead to say the second kind of possibility. Chris didn't think there was anything wrong with these two speculations, if you didn't take a look at it with your own eyes. Both of them might actually be true. So what he is thinking about now is how to fix this movable demon city, not why it is moving. There is another saying, because the satellite was shot vertically, and because of the storm, the shadow is also very blurred. So I can't tell whether the satellite is on the sea. Oh, Chris was a little interested when he heard the other person say that, it doesn't have to be on the sea. Yes, Your Majesty, there is another possibility. This stuff is floating in the air that would lead very seriously, he said. Chris nodded his head. The last one is very reasonable push. Theory, 3 cases are possible, but I also support the last one, and now I want to know is, this sudden appearance of the necropolis, what is it a good solution? Ballistic missiles, including Scud ballistic missiles, actually strike fixed targets. They are all inertial guided missiles that enter fixed coordinates and then launch an attack. Although this type of missile can guarantee certain strikes without satellite navigation accuracy, but it also has the defect of being unable to aim at moving targets. If you insist on using, but largely Langfe's bomb Alanxia, though many bomb, but nothing more than to be able to just throw in the C2-point plate to listen to the sound. Of course, if you find out the other party's flaws and exchange a few nuclear bombs for an enemy city, for Alan Hill, it is still a choice that will not lose money. Therefore, Chris wants to know if he has any other options to get rid of this threat from the sea relatively simply. Unfortunately, these military generals didn't have many choices for him. I will lead the first to open, talking about a way to combat, currently far. We only have several options to choose from. First, if the other near the coastline, then we can dispatch B-52 bomber carrying nuclear-tip. The Super Hound missile directly strikes this city. Another will lead to follow. Opening added, the second option is to use a large strategic bombers, direct throw bombs, vertical attack the city. Because the data is too small, there is clear and safe use of insurance. Only the 2 schemes. The first opening will lead finally concluded. He say the program is actually Chris feel more secure solution. The military must have also made great efforts here, thinking about how to annihilate these enemies from the sea. Has the reconnaissance plane not arrived at the designated location? Is the enemy's exact information blocked so well? Chris has very little information about the Demon Navy, and he is eager to learn about his enemy. However, apart from the fuzzy pictures of the reconnaissance satellites, there is no news about the reconnaissance aircraft taking pictures. The Air Force has sent 2 batches of B-52 reconnaissance aircraft, but they all encountered problems. The first was due to his own fault itself. It can only cancel the task. The second time it actually encountered the enemy's interception. You know, even with their physical body, the Devil can't fly high enough to intercept a modified B-52 reconnaissance aircraft tens of thousands of meters high. But this time, the Demon has clearly evolved a more powerful war machine, a brand new weapon born out of a puppet fighter. When their surveillance plane near the enemy fleet, the enemy dispatched fighter much like a puppet and a puppet of the Empire aircraft to intercept. Would lead to Chris explained. Surveillance video footage back. In here, he flipped through the photos of the reconnaissance satellite and found a photo that didn't look very clear. This photo was taken by the co-pilot on the B-52 reconnaissance plane in a panic with a normal camera. The picture quality can only be said to be very average. Chris, who saw this picture, really had an urge to scold his mother. He recognized the Demon fighter in that picture, and it looked like a seismoelectric fighter. After the seismic fighter was stolen that year, the Puppet Empire imitated its own puppet fighter, but the performance can only be said to be very average. But the Devil actually improved this fighter, removed the piston engine behind it, and replaced it with a structure that I don't know what structure, spraying bright science and technology, let a city fly up and act as a sky mothership. That's absolutely true. It belongs to the existence of black technology, if the defense measures are strong enough. This thing is simply the war machine of the dream. That is why to this, Chris heard that cities may float in the air after, immediately determined, the Devil should use technology as to make the magic city suspended in the air. The fortress flying in the sky can provide fast enough movement response speed, and can also load enough aircraft and soldiers if this thing appears on the 21st century on the Earth. It is definitely a weapon that can change the mode of war. At least, it can be no pressure to bully smaller countries off there. Of course, that Earth has sufficient enough to support such a magic atmosphere concentration of magic. What a good way to deal with this Devil's weapons too. Thought here. Chris asked. MiG-21 can be very easy to shoot down these planes, because they were using jet engines, so we can use a more reliable and less expensive infrared-guided missiles fighting. Will collar open, explains, from the technical upsurgery saying that they are in our arms. And I have started mass production of fighter ready to update their Majesty. You are personally named Su-27 fighter. Will lead spoke. He pushed to the photographs of Demon fighter goes in front of Chris, also revealing a fuzzy picture. I fear, it is the same height that can fly this thing. Chris, I take a closer look, from the shape of a paw, recognize that this is a dragon covered filled with magical energy. How can the dragon fly to this height? Chris was taken aback. His magic tree was full of magic techniques, but there was no introduction of magic creatures, so he didn't know what it was and why it could be so tough. I speculate that this may be a dragon demon world. It can fly B-52 highly bomber, but a very large number, the officer said, fast, and magic attack hit strong from some kind of meaning on meaning. They are not biological, more like a weapon. It's really tricky. Chris felt that these high-level demon forces that were suddenly killed were far more powerful than those bastard magicians in Griken. Add more. Vertex. My Empire. 299 Turtle. Health production of new aircraft. Things look now just distant water. Is the solution not be forthcoming? Alan Hill is now facing the demon force, and it is the direct attack of the main force. Although Chris can give up crossing the city, such as the use of nuclear weapons to attack troops after landing Devil, but not crossing the city and elsewhere in a way, but here Alanxia traditional core area. Destroyed here. Chris just cannot accept that most Alanxia executives cannot accept. In the eyes of everyone, it is one thing to try their best to be defeated in a battle, and it is another thing to take the initiative to abandon the city. Let the first 15 sets regiment army defense line arranged in the vicinity of the city as soon as the ferry, I heard today, where the floods have almost subsided. Chris asked a general sitting in front of him. That will lead nodded and replied, yes, on city streets as well as mud, but as a whole, there has been mischief. Not over, flooding the city's ferry had just retired. Establish defensive positions in the mud and sand is basically impossible. Chris thought of this, and asked, yes, the first 15 sets regiment army was ordered to rely on the city to establish defensive positions, but they were able to take advantage of the terrain is not that great. That will lead to Bao continue to answer. The actual situation is really no good way. The first 15 sets of sweat on a group of soldiers wiped his forehead. Army, hold the hand stays on top of the head of the new QGF Kevlar helmets, twisted his brow and looked at the head on the vicious sun. This damn weather. You boring spade shovel sand on the street to the sandbags, and then looked around. Sandbags seeping water. The flood receded from Daku City, but could not take away all the things it brought. Fish carcasses can still be found in some houses, and ships that have overturned and destroyed on several streets are stuck between buildings. To everywhere sand, troops had arrived late with sandbags filling the sand, and then shipped to the specified location, to build fortifications. Is not it? This place are flooded. Floods simply cannot build fortifications. We can only rely on the house of blocks arranged in a line of defense. His body sighed. Another soldier complained same. He had a weapon, just down the distribution. AK-47 step gun is a weapon. Just new troops and equipment, military equipment. Such weapons, only the first 15 and second 16 sets regiment army. As the war progressed, the senior officials of Alan Hill finally admitted that their already terrifying production capacity began to tighten slightly. So he had finally abandoned his insistence, discontinued Morse 98K, their STG-44 sudden strike rifle, fitted out AK-47 since moving rifle. Of course, the amount of production is actually Earth civilization AK step gun, but it was named AK-47 by Chris. This weapon is easy to produce and inexpensive, slightly more expensive than the STG-44, be more reliable, more suitable for large-scale armed forces. In infantry weapons, Chris, who has all the Earth's technological civilization, has to admit once again that he made a serious mistake in choosing weapons. Before he is more optimistic about the high-precision parts full, fighting more powerful 4-from-action rifle. But once again the cruel reality hit him in the face. Students now yield prediction keep up with demand, 4-step gun only a small amount of troops, unable to complete a large-scale facelift. The delay cannot dress more advanced weaponry. Alanxia infantry, only holding is clearly outdated Morse 98K step gun battle. What makes people laugh or cry even more is that the war has been fought for almost 9 months, and half of Alan Hill's soldiers are holding Morse rifles. This is simply a kind of satire on Chris. Long ago, His Majesty finally put down his face a second time. The command factory started production AK-47 sudden strike rifle, after the formation of the new equipment to the army. Himshihai gave the order, the 42 machine gun in the mouth diameter changed to 762 mm, be maintained to some extent. Logistical weapon supply of ammunition, not through the whole process. Still dress still cannot immediately cover the whole army, only a little bit out of a little bit of cleaning up inventory. Ever since, an interesting phenomenon occurred. The main first 1 and 2 set as well as a third of the infantry troops use the old-fashioned Morse 98K, using the STG sudden strike rifle, while the newly formed Section 15 sets Group Army, 16 sets Regiment Army, but has fitted out a large-scale AK-47 sudden strike rifle. More for equipment than just rifles weapons, as well as other army weaponry. For example, the first 15 sets Regiment Army because zone near the focus of the defense, has been strengthened directly under missile forces. An entire Scud missile regiment, as well as 2 brigades of air defense missile maneuver forces, and then count supplement man anti-aircraft missiles, the entire first 15 sets of Air Defense Forces regiment of the Army is very powerful. While several soldiers were cleaning up the gravel on the street, a truck with wet wheels passed by where they were. Card after the car's cabin is like a ship, like seafood, flowing out from the gap-turbid waters. The carriage was filled with sandbags filled with sea sand, ready to be transported to the defense line outside the city to reinforce the position. Card on board and 2 soldiers leaning on shovels, casual clasp helmets, uniforms unbuttoned chest, revealing a sweaty chest. The first 15 sets. The commander-in-chief of the military mission is a veteran general. This man is a veteran Jarl anti-Empire, and later with Jarl anti-Area surrendered Alanxia together. The military played so far. If you do shoe calendar, then, the old general is also regarded as quite satisfactory, experienced and prudent. It can be considered a bit pushed the average age of Alanxia senior generals. Otherwise the words, Alanxia the Empire, almost into the kindergarten of other empires in the eyes of the Duke Defense Minister Kastner 44 years old, Army Chief 36 years old. Air Force Commander 30-year-old, Navy Commander 42 years old. First a set of Group Military Commander 27 years, the 2 sets Group Military Commander 30 years, the 3 sets Group Military Commander 48 years, the 4 set of Group Military Commander 43 years, the 5 sets Group Military Commander 25 years, the 6 sets Group Army Commander of the 39-year-old, the first 7 sets Regiment Commander of the military 50 years old, the first 9 sets Regiment Commander of the military 23 years old or a woman. Now for the first 15 sets of the old generals of the Army Group. McCready Elias 62 years old, and finally Bean Ariel with age, the commander of the big away veteran army is now. The body is still sturdy, look radiant, but also because it is old noble birth, is still on the new uniforms with the sword, considered an alternative to all the generals inside. He this time was standing on the ferry Fort City, and Fort Commander, as well as support for his first 15 Air Force commanders to discuss the defense arrangement. I have to defend the front is actually not too wide, sandy beaches of defense is the weakest of the lot. I decided to put a tank top division in this position, to prevent the other side from the flank breakthrough. McCready Elias pointing to the map, a rigid there is no expression of sadness and joy on his face. He calls back among beautiful sword, untimely appearance looks quite funny, but the old general is still very solid too, because he is Chris Men. Few of stable type commander. Those 30 or so years younger generals to play offensive operations are an expert in mode lay. So will also be considered Wilkes Commander Gong Zupinging, but they are not so stable. Elias Medina. This old man is a tortoise at all. When he was in the Aranti Empire, he was famous for the 3 no wars, so he opened his mouth and began to distribute his forces, in a posture of standing still. His nickname is that he never fights against the enemy under the 3 conditions of war. He will never fight until his troops surpass his opponent. He will never go to war until his troops are prepared before he is fully aware of the opponent's intentions. Never fight, so he fought a battle of life, never lost. In other words, this old man only fought a tailwind. If he was weak, he would immediately shrink up and defend himself. There is no exception to be cautious. So he has never lost his life. He took over in the first 15 set after the military group, put the force of his own imprint on the character of this army. The first thing is to dig the defense, but also a great depth of defense, a ring set with a ring of fortifications. Fortifications, as the gossip array is general. Full military commanders up and down all familiar with this motto as long as the army commander of troops to stop, to begin digging trenches. Trenches dug well, you'll dead less. Of course, 5 years ago, this father's slogan is not the case. 5 years ago, he said that as long as the unit team will stop the construction camp. Now the slogan of the times, and put it around his waist length. The sword has not kept up with the pace of the times. I have sent a message to the reconnaissance aircraft brought back. The Devil's Navy warships have been a few appeared off the coast near the Air Army 15 Air Force Commander Road. When a large long-range reconnaissance plane was intercepted during investigation, the effect was not very obvious. However, fighter jets can also perform reconnaissance, but the scope is limited. The advantage of using fighter jets for reconnaissance is that it is faster and safer, but the disadvantage is that the detection distance is relatively reduced. Now, the enemy hit the door of the house. A short distance from the investigation is not a problem, so Empty Army also began to frequent out. The situation is investigating nearby waters. Now everyone knows the fact that the demon fleet disperses and slays towards Ferry City. So after hearing the demon navy appear near the sea, everyone did not look too surprised. Fort can cover a range way are relatively safe. However, the enemy landing force. Fort refers to the beach overlooking the commander pointed to General Elias McCready said, "Recoil hit that reserve thing. My request is that, under the enemy's attack, as long as my frontline position is not lost, then the enemy will stand up in the shoreline." McCready Elias General pointing to the map confidently said, "The problem now is that this line of defense still needs time to deploy. Very regrettable, His Excellency General. I have now, is the lack of time." Fort refers commander shrugged his shoulders to Cow Road. By Empire 300 construction proposed. Standing fort battlements at the foot of overlooking busy being defensive positions. McCready Elias generals of the staff were behind their command said, "All the soldiers carry with mines are buried on the beach in the middle of a minefield. Save the passage and arrange the machine gun fire fulcrum at the end of the passage." He was very happy. Joy Mines, after all, is a tortoise general, and landmines property is fully fit. He is willing to lay mines on his defense line, use them extensively, and admire the use of powerful new mines. To be frank, he is the strange thing who was given the nickname of the Little Prince by the Ellen Hill Army. In the exercise of his time, he had buried mines, served as the offensive side of the first 16 sets group. The Army General Staff Fried Depression set group under the jurisdiction of military artillery troops, to cover the entire beach. I do not need to attack enemy ships. It was Air Force and Navy as well as coastal defense guns thing. Artillery, only against the enemy on the beach. I want to pressure. They could not lift their heads, crying and shouting, "Go back to the sea." He pointing at the beach. General continued commanded road. There are reckless means, and the spirit of being aggressive. On the issue of how to hold back, Midas is very knowledgeable. Compared with Modler and Wilkes' name in the future, it is not bad at all. Front post-war McCready Elias maybe beat Maudlille or Wilkes, but if you let him stick, so Maudlille generals, not be able to do nothing. Got McCready Elias. In the main anti-reinforced near the line, soldiers must form as possible crossfire. Enemy for a long period of time, cannot cross our line of beach, so people here to maintain their strength as much as possible, ready put into reinforcement operations. This time, he did not bring back the famous Walter Raw Wilkes, but instead placed medias on the position of Ferry City, which also demonstrated the ability of this old general. Here and here, these reverse slopes are to be used as the base of the tank detachment, and the maintenance area is set up here. He pressed his long sword and coldly ordered the staff around him to set up tank concealed positions on the reverse slopes behind several high grounds, so that they can countercharge in the first time and knock the enemy into the water. His waist between the sword and the staff were wearing waist pistol out of tune, and new uniforms also alien to him. In fact, Alan Hill's dress is also a Sabah, but the ceremonial dress of the Sabah has been cancelled. Highly practical Alan Hill field training clothing. The generals are already camouflage equipment. Speaking of camouflage, it is reminiscent of that there is no road before His Majesty the Emperor. Reasonable insistence. Deceptive Air Force Red Army installed. It's something with AK-47 suddenly hit with a rifle. Became His Majesty the Emperor special habit of the witness. No one knows how the high level think about it, but in fact, His Majesty the Emperor has no more advanced considerations at all. He just simply thinks that AK is not as good as M4. Once the front line is broken, I asked tank forces kill immediately get out of here. I put the top back on the enemy to the beach. He made a hand flank insert action, then adjusted his staff and a few on defense. The deployment of machine gun firepower points allows them to better cover the counter-attack tanks. The defensive master's thinking is extremely sinister. And the mentality of the guy who holds the mine research all day is not much better. He sees his line of defense as a work of art, and what he pursues is a work of art without flaws. If the tanks department team did not complete the task, then we have to check in on the second segment of the enemy positions. A reference plan spoke. He pointed to the outline good second line of defense on the map. 1. The first road after the position. The enemy will advance as quickly as I near the second paragraph of defense. They thought it was the win in the second tier. Fact, I still vigilant. McCready Elias sneered, then begin to lay out his second line of defense. He used a zigzag-shaped line of defense, plus some prominent machine gun firing fortifications, as the backing of the second line of defense. In some necessary areas, he also arranged sandbags and quick-drying concrete to strengthen the fire points on the line of defense. According to his defense plan, the enemy can only break through part of the defense line, and then form small cane-in-tooth pockets in his defense line, so that he can let the troops close these pockets and eat the enemy inside when they counterattack. Still a simple and efficient crossfire. But this period has reinforced machine gun firepower support without any fancy. A reference to seek more confidence in the second line of defense, because he expected the enemy to attack at this stage, has begun tired. Regardless of demons such as how to attack, the immediate concern here, at least they have paid 3,000 or more casualties, McCready Elias said, not to the effect that we cannot, because, after all, is the devil. We need second extreme be careful. The next morning, McCready Elias visited frontline defensive positions near the beach when he saw the first 15 Air Force bomber force. From the top of his head flew into the dense sea groups of forces in the B-17 bomber, and was transferred back to P-51 Wild Horse fighter, assembled at the height of the clouds into a dense formation. Mighty as the Hornets general. The enemy has entered the attack range of the B-17 bomber. The air team intends to attack once and test the other's strength. Following the Air Force liaison officer who inspected the position, he reported the news of the Air Force action that he had just received. The B-17 bombers in part also carries the Fritz X system guide bombs, is prepared to deal with the Devil warships on the sea with. The battle will begin in an hour, and the air forces of both sides will fight for a while, competing for air supremacy in the landing area. Let the soldiers seize the time to rest. Enemy soon appear. McCready after Elias told the sentence, in his own sword in hand and walked along the trench. He waved to every soldier passing by, talked to many regiment commanders and battalions, and asked their needs. As to retain a part of the traditional habits of the old commander, he is more willing to share some topics with the soldiers face to face, which can play the role of morale, but also allows him a better understanding of the needs of the rank and file of their own troops. He knew that compared to those who have young officers already won the trust of soldiers, who command the main army veteran-played record of the generals, he and his troops a serious lack of confidence and cohesion, so he tried to make up for shortcomings with the details in this regard. This is the wisdom of an old man. For each unit to strengthen and replenish 3 base ammunition, let the logistics unit rush to the position. The unit with the next one will send 3 more ammunition boxes for each machine gun position. After listening to many opinions, he turned his head to the side, ordered the entourage around him. The pre-war tense atmosphere has been filled in the trenches. The soldiers wearing new outfits and QGF Kevlar helmets are leaning on the edge of the trenches, curiously looking at the sea level line with nothing. Everyone knows that after a while, demon forces will appear there, and those demon forces are here to challenge them. Let those bastards come on. I started here yesterday to dig trenches. Doug 27 Jixiao Shi up. Let them come. How I try bullets taste. Sub-bomb. Do not worry, they are stepping on mines rushing. I left if you cannot know it. Another soldier cleans his AK-47 Sutton strike rifle and said, without looking up with a smile. Looking to one side along the trench, the position and angle of the machine gun fixed on the tripod on the machine gun position protruding the entire line of defense had been adjusted. Once the enemy appears within range, it can pour out ammunition like splashing water, drowning the enemy in a rain of bullets. Each machine gun positions, there are 2 such machine guns, they can cover each other, can also form crossfire with machine guns in the distance, across the beach though remarkably quiet, but full of murderous terror trap. In behind these soldiers have been destroyed by the flood ferry. Port City stands in the thin mist and huge Alanxia Black Wang Chi, hanging on the remaining section of the wall. Huge and impressive. McCready Elias just take the jeep back into their headquarters. You see the first 15 Air Force commander, his face somber standing in the doorway. He looked to see Tracy McCready came back from the front line of Elias, on heavy tone spoke and said, I have been shot down 17 Gia bombers, 21 Gia fighter this time the enemy, then we encountered in Drew Icon, stronger and more. The loss is so much. Then don't dispatch it lightly. Is it enough to keep the air supremacy near the coastline? General Medias, who cares more about air supremacy than the battle, asked. I will fly all aircraft to support you for the war. Air Force commanders opening assured, no. On much to lose, but we will fight in the end. Did like to remind you that these are not the same demons and intelligence in, they are stronger. McCready Elias nodded his head, well, what do you build recommendations? I built proposed is to think of ways that you can use both, or we will die here, Air Force commander said the dignified expression. To hear the other side say, McCready Elias nodded again, looking still or unpredictable, I want to die. So yesterday had been drawn up to reinforce the power of the request. It now appears immediately sent to the General Staff. Right, Mr. They do not in effect until reinforcements arrive. We need to do is stick to every inch of land. He Warhead standing in the doorway of Air Force commander, walked into his headquarters. Majesty for love Lan Hill. Long live Alan Hill. All the entourages and the officers in the room sang peacefully with their chins high.